Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Aeos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite!
Coming out, move on bounds everywhere as the Galu use their Unite move. We're working through. They're belching all over the Zapdos. Zapdos 1 for PogChamp as they're working through each other. Chaos Trigger 2 for Yoshi because they're feeling it now.
Coming down on that Zapdos, and it is secured once again by PogChamp.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Today we are kicking off the Eos Cup Oceania Finals. I know I am very excited to be joining all of you for this wonderful broadcast. For anyone that is new to the show, my name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host for the next 2 days, and of course joining me I have 3 wonderful, excited casters. I've got JJ-kun, I have Moonboy, I have Permisneeze. Gentlemen, I'm seeing all of you grin. I see you all super excited. We were screaming before the broadcast started. How are you all feeling today?
You know, Danny, I'm really feeling it. I'm really excited to be here, but at the same time, you know, there's also the nervousness of being here. But again, this is the first time that we're going to have a broadcast for OCE and APAC, and I'm just really excited to see all the actions that we have in store for you guys who are watching right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I have to take my watch because it's been such a long time coming. APAC and Oceania finally getting the attention that we deserve as a region, right? So many amazing players, so many talented teams. We're finally going to get to showcase what we have to offer.
Well, we are finally down to the road to Worlds, ladies and gentlemen. Our very first Eos Cup, and oh my goodness, that video just gave me goosebumps. And I'm so excited to see what these 2 regions is gonna give us. And we got the whole of these 2 days of action.
Yeah, Moonboy, get ready because I think we're going to be getting a whole bunch more goosebumps for today because we have some exciting matches lined up. But before we jump into the brackets, let's take a look at the teams that are qualified for the Eos Cup today. So these are the 16 teams that are going to be competing in back-to-back matches. So as you can see, we have IClan, we have Ground Zero, we have Bandits ESC, we have Collateral, we have Balance, Dynamax, Kings of Degen, EGG, Mr. Playpen, AMW, Team Gap, Unitemaire, Red Bee Spinnerax, Psychos, SKT Junior, and then we have lastly 5-man Jungle. So these are the teams that are going to be playing for today. I want to hear, who are you guys cheering for?
I I see at the bottom of the table there, 5-man jungle, okay? Everybody's looking at them, they're like 0 points. Who are these teams? This is exactly what Unite Esports is all about. We have these qualifiers so that anyone, you can just grab your friends and join in, and it doesn't even matter because you have a chance to make it to Worlds as well. It's not all about the points. We always have these qualifiers and it gives everyone equal footing. So I'm excited to see that team for sure.
Now, just a quick reminder for anybody, sorry guys, just very quickly, we're going to take a look at the regional leaderboard, right? Because we also need to see what the current status of the teams are as of now. And as you can see, we've got a regional leaderboard here. We've got IClan and Ground Zero. These guys are tied up top. So we already have, as you could say, you can consider our top dogs, right? The two teams that are sort of battling out for that first place. And then you have Bandits, ESC. And then after them, you sort of have Collateral. They're there, but you can see there's a major gap between the top 3 teams and the rest of the competition. Why is that exactly? JJ.
JJ's just having JJ's really thinking about it. I was just feeling for him. JJ, you good? JJ, you good? Or are you so stunned? He's so stunned from the fact that we're actually here. He's just like, man, they are so far.
I'm still trying to get the nervousness out, you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, just to answer your question, definitely we can see how these two teams, you know, IClan and Ground Zero have been performing really well throughout the past cups. So we've had, you know, March Cup, we have February Cup as well, and definitely those defined how great they are of a team in their region. Wouldn't you agree, Sneeze?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt about it, Oceania, and it seems like a lot of other regions are also having this same phenomenon where the top 4 teams are kind of a large gap away from others. In some regions, maybe it's a bit more, in some regions, it's a bit less, but we definitely see it reflected through the regional leaderboards here.
Yep, that is exactly right? Like, that being said, consistency is everything when it comes to events every single month. So you got to have that consistency, and the top 3 teams really show, based on their points, they are a really consistent teams in this whole tournament.
All right, gentlemen, just very quickly, we're going to remind our viewers of the format for today so that we sort of know what's going on with these teams and how they're going to be playing the upcoming matches. So as you can see, we are here for day 1. So we've got 4 single round-robin groups where the teams are going to battle it out, and the top 2 teams from each group is going to advance to the double elimination format. So just if anyone's a little bit confused here, right? So the teams that have actually already played these single round robins this morning before the broadcast started. So essentially, we already have our top 8 teams that are going to be heading off into the playoff bracket. So as you can see from Group A, we've got IClan and Red B Spinnerax. They'll be moving on. We've got Group B, Bandits, ESC, and EGG. For Group C, we have Ground Zero and Balance. And then lastly, our final 2 teams to qualify for the groups, we have Collateral and Team Gap. So here we go. This is our bracket. And for the matchups, gentlemen, it's going to be super exciting. We have IClan versus Team Gap for the first game. We've got Ground Zero going up against Balance. We have Bandits ESC going up against Red B Spinnerax. And also, just in case someone's a little bit confused here, finally, we've got Collateral and EGG at the bottom down there. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to catch all of these matches. What we are going to be able to do is we will be able to catch one of them. And I do believe on the broadcast we are going to be following Ground Zero, who will be playing against Balance. So that'll be a very exciting one. But after that series concludes, we will get the results of the other matches, and then we'll sort of see where everyone ends up from there on. But there we go. That's our matches that's going to be happening for the first round. And this is what the teams are playing for. We do have a prize pool. First place, you'll be taking home $10,000. Second place, you'll be taking home $5,000. And then in third place, you'll be taking $4,000. And as you go down the leaderboard, you'll sort of slowly get down there in terms of money. But guys, we've just started. I hopefully JJ sort of caught all those butterflies in his stomach, because I know he was sort of like if you're not ready, JJ, it's totally fine. But got there. But just we are going to jump into the first game. So Moonboy, Pembersees, I want you guys to hold your thoughts, because we are going to jump into the game with you after this. So goodbye, good luck, gentlemen. We'll see you on the battlefield in just a moment. But JJ, you're staying here. We're going to stay in the meadow. We're going to start catching these butterflies, because we do need to talk about our first game. So, JJ, sort of break it down for us. What can we sort of expect for our first game, which is Ground Zero versus Balance?
Right. So, for this matchup, I wouldn't say that there's going to be quite a balance between these two teams, just because of the fact that, you know, Ground Zero were the champions of the February Cup, and then likewise they got third into the March Cup as well. So we can definitely see how consistent they are in placing top, you know, on our previous tournaments. Now for balance, they were able to got here on Eos Cup through the last chance qualifiers, but you know, going there, you know, they crawled back up from the last chance qualifiers. Before that, they were able to win against really amazing and top teams as well. We have Dynamas, they got a 2-0 last time, to Unite as well. Although they, you know, they lost to EGG 2-0 on March Cup, they won against SKT Junior, which is also part of Ace Cup. And then winning against Trash Cans, IClan 2-0. Sorry, losing to IClan 2-0, but winning against Redback Spin Racks 2-1. And then eventually losing to Leftovers 2-1. But, you know, here's one of the players that we do have as well as our, you know, the player to look out for as well. Slu is one of the, I'd say, biggest players in Southeast Asia, but sorry, OCE. There we go, OCE. One of the biggest players in OCE, and I think a lot of people are looking out for Sulu as well.
Yeah, JJ, can you sort of explain to people like what's that thing that Suluru does that makes him such a deadly player? Like what does he do so well?
Right, so we have to go back to the history of Sulu here, right? So Sulu is one of the OG players, I'd have to say. You know, he started on when the Switch came out, the Switch version came out, and then, you know, well, essentially just maintained that up until, you know, the mobile release, and played with a lot of players, not only with OCE players, not only with OCE teams, but overall playing with everyone in the world, and making these connections essentially established him, you know, to be one of the best players in Pokemon Unite. That's, I'd say.
All right, thank you so much, JJ. Now to all of our Pokemon trainers watching on all of our streams, buckle your seatbelts because we are going to jump into our first game of the day. It's going to be Ground Zero versus Balance. We're going to be heading off, but we will throw it over to our wonderful casters, Permasneeze and Boomboy. Take it away for our first series of the day.
Thanks so much, Danny and JJ, for that really insightful insight, right, about Sulu. But ladies and gentlemen, this is our very first game of the Oceania region, and I'm just so excited. Once again, my name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Permasneeze. Bro, what are you gonna expect from these two teams?
I'm shaking, baby. We get Ground Zero for the first game. What a better way to start Oceania than this, right? And of course, on the other side, I know JJ didn't talk them up that much, but they are prominent members in the community as well. Captain TEMH, definitely one person that I'm looking out for. You can't count them out. They've made their way to the top 7th and 8th place in both Feb and March, so they definitely are contenders. They've shown that they can be consistent, but we're in the Pokemon Select screen right about now.
Yep, as we have seen in the latest patch that Greninja actually got a recent buff as well, and Blissey, you know, bringing down their max scaling to level 12. That actually makes lots of difference coming in from Blissey. So, you know, GZ actually got that nailed down, and I believe, you know, they are going in for an offense with such a offensive composition. But
yes,
the Zarina instead of the Lucario, that's something different.
Yeah, speaking of buffs, right, we see Trevenant being picked up on the side of Balance as well, so definitely something a lot of people have been calling for because he received so many tweak-ups to all of his moves, right? So definitely a strong force to be reckoned with. You know, in the past, people see you pick the tree, they're like, all right, you ain't got anything on me. But now he's got a bit more buff than bite, and he's gonna bring that to the table here in this game number 1. And I'm just so excited to see these teams face off. This is the Eos Cup. It's actually happening. I can't believe it's real, man.
Yeah, they are really fighting for glory for the best team in Oceania. Not just that, they're also fighting for a top 4 seed for the next month's cup as well. So everything is on the line, and not just championship point, not just the prize money, but everything as a package is just so massive.
Yeah, and with that said, Moonboy, we're gonna go into our first game of the day for the OCE Aeos Cup. It's gonna be between Balance and Ground Zero as we're kicking off by taking a look at both these central area Pokemon. Captain TEMH is gonna be piloting that Cinder Ace, as well as Froakie, a Greninja, piloted by Sulubu here.
Yep, something interesting coming in from Balance is that lone Trevenant top. That might make a difference, right? Like he's currently 1v1 on top of against an all-rounder, and that is not exactly a good spot to be fighting in. But however, on the bottom side is a tri-lane coming in, it's a 3v2 coming in from both sides. So I believe Ground Zero have that advantage in the early game as long as they get that pressure going, get that lead, and they will be rolling into the first Dreadnought.
Yeah, speaking of the Trevenant, a lot of the talk about this Pokemon after the buff was wondering where he'd fit in, right? Some people were suggesting that, he might be in the tank role, but this top path is definitely where he wants to be. He can get that early level power spike at level 5 as they fight over the beast. Buster going to be able to clean some of that up with the Will-O-Wisp, but has to be so careful into that slow smoke. Of course, Phantom has so much natural healing that really isn't under any threat.
Yep, and especially when both sides have Hoopa, we are likely to be seeing lots of hyperspace hole coming in from both sides. They will be jumping in and out of fight, so right now it's all down to the timing and those mind game. Will I be coming back to the point where I return to my base, or will I just stay in base and not come back ever?
Yeah, biggest thing about Hoopa is the trick nerfs, right, in the latest patch. I feel like because of that, a lot of players have opted almost for Hyperspace Hole. And at first, it seems like a cute little maneuver, you're moving around the map. But really more than that, like you said, the full resets allowing you to come into the fight essentially gives you a second go at it, right? As we see these two top halves picking it up.
Yep, and Buster is really at level 5 with the Trevenant, so he will be able to do a little bit of pressure as Joe is so close to the level 6 at this point. But however, on the bottom side for Ground Zero, the Ninetales is already up. Feather has the Ninetales ready, and they are ready to go for the early pressure as the second set of bees goes live really soon.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't manage to do a bit more here on the side of Ground Zero in this bot path, because typically when you do pick this Alolan Ninetales, once you hit that level 4 power spike with your first move, that's where you can go absolutely crazy. The CC coming out from this Pokemon and the freezes can really keep your opponents all tied up. Now, they're trying to get that touch onto Bemco, but he's going to have to back off for now and play a little bit safe, because like we said, the second the CC comes out, it could just be all over. He vanishes, but luckily it's into the hole and he comes straight back. So that's the reset that we were talking about.
Perfect timing on that reset, and that's that really denied a KO coming in from Ground Zero. Right here, hyperspace hold from Balance and both teams bringing rest of them going down to the bottom side. It's going to be a 5v5 for our very first Dreadnought.
Yeah, I mean, this is Hoopa Gaming in a nutshell, right? Hyperspace hold, the whole squad turns up at 7 minutes, and the fight has kicked off. Here comes Joe with the stomps, and he's gonna get the first Dreadnought of this entire cup. Gonna clean up while he's at it. 3 down already, and he's making it look pretty simple. Just comes in, flails the legs, and just like that, Balance dropped to the deck as they continue to stress this bot path.
Wow, that speed of that Dreadnought. Do you guys see how fast that Dreadnought melted in front of the eyes of Ground Zero, overdunking 29 points on the bottom side, tier 1. Ground Zero is in the lead. Balance have to try to get their tempo straight right out because Ground Zero is setting the stage right.
Yeah, I mean, between the Stomp as well as the Surf coming out from the Greninjas, Ground Zero, they just have so much objective secure, right? You think about the top half laner. Yes, he has the burst coming out from his Curse, but it's a bit more delayed, really, or rely on the Blazing Bicycle kick, as it's going to be this Trevenant who's going to be the one kicked up by the Unite move coming out from Joe. So this arena already establishing dominance all over the map.
Yep, take a look at those Stomps reset as well. But on the other side, Balance War Turtle is still level 7. He's still far off that Blastoise that he is hoping for. And even right here is just all about getting those EXP. Get those EXP up, get ready for the second Dreadnought so that you could be on par with your opponent. Balance probably have to find this out right now, but Ground Zero is not allowing them to have any breathing space. Look at that Zarina on the top side, just pushing in and just take whatever Balance have in the field.
Yeah, Moonboy, I guess if you had to describe the amount of ground that Balance are getting, it's absolute zero here, as they are just pushing the issue. They're not letting them get to those crucial levels. And this could, you're talking about the second Dreadnought fight, this could really come into play because just right there, we see Dawn hitting that crucial level 9. That's the Rings Unbound online, and they don't have that on Balance. They're still continuing to get picked off here as the Pikachu falls. This could be a huge turning point for them, but they don't have the levels to do it just yet.
Exactly as what you said, that Hoopa Div might make a big difference as the Water Dog is still level 8, but the rest of the Ground Zero is ready for this fight. 4 men already on the Dreadnought, but no man from Balance is there to contest. I think Balance needs to get this right, get their balance right, and get the balance on this game. Get that farm, get on par, bring it on.
Yeah, I mean, saying that is easy, but executing is a little harder, especially when you got Suluwu on the Greninja. This is exactly what JJ pointed out just now. What an aggressive player. He's had so much history and he's been around for so long. He knows exactly how to adapt, exactly how to overcome as he just surfs behind. Now the Rings Unbound, gonna bring him top to finish off Buster as well, make it a KO streak of 2 as the side of Ground Zero. They're pushing forward and they're just waiting for this Rotom. It's all turning up Suluwu right now as he's gonna clean this up for his squad.
It's all coming to plan for Ground Zero. That perfect teleport bringing the whole team up to the top side. Rotom marching straight right in. They're pushing so aggressively on the top side. Zarina taking down the Cinderace in the meantime as well. Rings Unbound coming in from balance.
Yeah, Lulu Rin trying to pop it up, but there's the Hydro Typhoon. This could be the turning point if they get him here. Can't get through the hole. Can they turn this around? Balance. You talked about them needing to get an advantage back. They only get 2. That is not what you want. Sure, it's a bit of respite, and you get a bit of breathing room to maybe farm up, but it just doesn't feel like that was enough. I feel like, you know, Balance, they need a lot more. Look at the side of Ground Zero. They're already returning to their posts.
Yep, get that Rotom as a distraction as the rest of the team retreats off that one and start farming up on their Unite. 3 minutes on the clock. No one should be using their Unite move at this point in time. That Dreadnought might be a little bit of a distraction for Balance as Ground Zero might be ready for that fight, baby. They are just farming up and they will got that Unite. They got the scaling ready. All they need to do, get that Ninetales back to level 13 and they are ready to roll.
Yeah, Balance, I feel like it's going to be such a tough spot for them. It's really going to lie on the back of Bemco on that Blastoise, as well as Captain TEMKH. But off-screen, Joe just putting on a masterclass on this Pokemon, the Serena, the Trump King forward.
Ooh.
The stomps, he gets 2. Can he get out of this situation? The healing, the Trump King away the shields. No way he gets a third here. No way he gets up. Okay, nail in that attempt. But meanwhile, while that entire thing was happening, drawing the whole attention of Balance, Ground Zero, they're able to get the Dreadnought. So things are not looking good for Balance. They need to find an opening in this final stretch here.
Well, that was great sustainability coming in from the Zarina. Those resets is something to be looking out for later on in the final stretch in about 5 seconds time. Trevenant gets 100 off the top side as well, but right here, Ground Zero is not allowing Balance any entry point into the Zapdos pit as we move right into the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm looking for eject button. I'm looking for the Cinderace to round out the corner. I'm looking for something. Here's Bemco, comes straight forward, only lands it onto 1. Rings Unbound to pop that back up open. And now they're already ravaging the back lines. Hyperspace Wall as well, but that's straight onto a single Serena. GZ has already cleaned up the Cinderace. That's Captain Team MH down. They don't have any damage in the back, and they run out of things to fire off. Ground Zero, they're gonna make this first game look pretty easy. They're still teleporting in, but there's nowhere else that they can enter from. This Zapdos is gonna fall over straight to the side of Ground Zero.
Ground Zero take that Zapdos with ease with that team wipe off that Balance. Now it's time for them to march straight right through that goal zone, scoring that hundreds and hundreds of again. We got 50 on every single Pokemon. Is down to this one. Suluwu is really low. He might not be able to capitalize on this 50, but they got enough points to win this one. 509 to 160, 50 seconds on the clock. I don't think Balance is able to come back off this situation.
Yeah, already 500 points up, and I just gotta say, Ground Zero, they're playing to perfection here. Every single maneuver, every single rotation from the start of the lanes, you know, they had that dominance that, you know, Balance just weren't expecting. They found them wherever they could, and Joe, he's just been stomping all over them from start to finish with this Serena, just showing the technical skill required to play this Pokemon, and he's not done just yet. Cleans up the Pikachu, insult the injury here. Balance, they're trying to do what they can, but Buster on that Trevenant, sure, you got a buff, but you can't stand tall to the Queen as he gets knocked down, and Balance, 20 seconds left on the clock. It's looking all but hopeless here, Moonboy.
Wow, Balance really have to start thinking really hard for game number 2. What kind of strategy could we come forward in to win Ground Zero for at least claim a point for themselves? But ladies and gentlemen, as the countdown goes to 0, I believe game number 1 is going straight right to Ground Zero.
Yeah, and that's just, you know, I don't know what else there is to say, right? Ground Zero, definitely one of the top dogs of the entire Oceanic region, and they come to play. They you know, they were talking, Suluwu especially, was saying, you know, this team, you know, we've been prepping for so long, and we want to show what we got, and they definitely showed up in this game number 1. If this is the Ground Zero that the rest of the region has to contend with, I think everyone's going to be shaking in the boots a little bit.
Yep, that is definitely right. But Buster 148 on that Trevenant really showed a little bit of fight coming in, right? Trying to push Joe out of position so many times so that this way the team could capitalize, but they are too under level to bring the game to that Zarina. And look, that Storm Recess and the amount of heal coming in from Ground Zero's Zarina is just too good. Take a look at this one once again. The players of Ground Zero, wow.
Yeah, you're just making speeches there from how well they're playing. And I mean, key thing to note here is in the March finals, they actually finished 3rd, right? And even though it's not listed there in the statistics, it's because they were playing under another name. These are your players who were the February champions as well. So they had a bit of a dip off in March, you know, maybe a bit off the game, maybe it wasn't the patch for them, but they're here to take their title back. And with this strong of a showing, Balance are going to be hard-pressed to find a solution in this game number 2.
Yep, take a look at this replay right over here. This is that MVP. Look at that Dreadnought. Look at the rest of Ground Zero, shredding that Dreadnought to pieces, and at the same time pushing the whole team of Balance back to base. Wow.
It looks like, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like they're in the kitchen and Joe is the chef, right? All their health bars are lined up nicely. He's grabbing the knife, he's just chopping it bit by bit. Every single storm just slices off such a large part of their health bars that they just can't stand up. You know, we talked about the Trevenant as well, and he tries to do this sustained damage, right? It's a Pokemon that can really last long in the fights, but when you're constantly out-rotated, caught out, and just bursted down, there's nothing to sustain because you really dropped to the deck. Look at that, Queen Ascendant onto him as well, and he can't do anything.
Yeah, that was a really good play coming in from Joe, right? Knowing that you are being pushed back and just get that Queen's Ascendant, get the invulnerability frame, and try to escape the wrath of your opponent. And that is exactly what Joe did. But however, take a look at this one. His primary Pokemon is actually Aegislash.
Yeah, looking very cute in that new Hollowware that he's got on. But yeah, I mean, the cosplay is on point definitely for his Aegislash there. But I mean, the real thing we want to talk about is this arena, right? We've seen it come to fruition, or at least we've seen this pick surface more and more ever since the patch, and for good reason. People are really starting to realize how much damage in short bursts that she can pack. You can really catch people by surprise, and it's a bit different, right? Because with Lucario, you know, you can sort of track, you know, I've been e-speeded, how many people are around me. With Serena, it's a lot faster paced, right? It's just 3 ticks to pop that Queenly Majesty, and suddenly you have a bonus skill, and it's really hard to kind of keep track of that and just how much damage you're taking in these instances.
Yeah, that is definitely right. But however, compared to a Lucario per se, right? But Serena's scaling really starts at about level 6 or level 7. So it's basically a race to get to that level for that Serena before it came online. So as an opponent, the only way of counterplay is probably suppressing it as much as possible, so that this way it doesn't really get the scaling, didn't get to reach its levels, and it really falls off later on if the late game, if she's not in the lead.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me is, you know, we kind of rushed into the game. We're all excited. We're talking about Pokemon. We're talking about all the technical details. I want to give you guys a bit of a picture of the teams that we're dealing with, right? I think JJ and Danny, they really did an excellent job. I want to give a bit more context because we had the chance to talk to some of these players and get their insight on, you know, who they thought was the key member of their team. And it's kind of, for Balance, it is none other than Captain TEMH. So obviously living up to his name, there's Captain in his name for a reason, but they really look to him from the central area to be that commander, be that shot caller, and carry the game for them. So I'm going to be looking to him in this game number 2 to see what he pulls out, because he had that Cinder Ace, but it feels like he could really never take flight.
Yep, as we are as the teams get ready for this one, for the pick selection screen getting come on really soon. But this is next, right? Game number 2, Balance versus Ground Zero, and this time Balance is going to be on the purple side and Ground Zero will be on the orange side.
Yeah, so just a reminder in case you guys didn't catch a note of the format, this is a double elimination bracket. So even if one of these teams loses out in this series, they'll go to the losers bracket. Their run in this Aeos Cup is not over yet. So you can continue cheering for your favorite teams. But I know for a fact there's a lot of fans of Ground Zero and probably a lot of fans of Balance just waiting to see the second game, and I can't wait to see it too, because it's just so much talent, right? You can kind of see it through their play. This looks nothing like the pub games that I play. It's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, definitely. Like, look at the cohesion cohesiveness coming in from both teams. Like, we could see how well that they gel together and the amount of practices that they actually made and put in time in this game. So, you know, this really translates to this particular display, and Ground Zero really coming off the top, but Balance at the same time not really falling off by too much.
Yeah, I will say though that, you know, when you name your team something like Balance, I kind of want to see a bit more harmony, you know? I kind of want to see, you know, oh, you have a little bit of a mistake there, don't worry, I got you. Kind of felt a bit lacking for me. I don't know how much I believe in this Trevenant pick. It's still a bit too early to say because we haven't gotten the chance to see it in full force, right? I think, you know, of course, all respect to Buster there. I think he tried to pilot it to the best of his ability, but it didn't really pan out. So on the side of Ground Zero here, they're not going to change much up. They're going to go for the exact same lineup, and, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as a wise man once said. But I kind of want to see Balance try something new, and we might see that already with this with Buster's pick. I don't know what he's going to grab. It's going to be that Lucario. So yeah, I mean, hopefully a bit more of a stronger showing from them here, because, you know, as much as Ground Zero, you know, they're the top dogs, I want to see Balance put up a fight.
Definitely, right? Like, coming in with the Lucario change instead of some, like, you know, so that Lucario is likely going to be going on the top side with the Trevenant, and this way denying most of the EXP coming in from that Zarina. And as I said previously, get to that level 5 first and start bullying that Zarina, because if they scale in a constant pace, that Lucario is definitely going to have the edge with that extreme speed on himself as well. Not forgetting that change with that Pikachu, they are having so much burst damage as well. So the opponent really have to be a little bit more careful with that Pikachu, because its Unite move is just going online too fast, and the recharge is just one of the fastest in the game.
Yeah, I just wanna check my notes here. Unite has been out for quite a while already, and Lucario's still a top pick. He just got nerfed too, by the way. Extreme speed got bumped down, but that's not gonna stop him from being picked up, because he still is one of the strongest top half laners in the game. As we get into game number 2, again, it's between Ground Zero and Balance here. Balance, can they fire back in this game number 2 and push it to a game 3, or can Ground Zero just sweep this one away and move on? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, Balance immediately having that score bunny up to the top side, try to secure that bullying onto that bond suite so early. So this way they are not allowing him to scale, right? But this time he's just retreating. But however, on the bottom side is a fair 3 versus 3 composition. But however, right, on the Balance side, they have a little bit more damage coming in with the Pikachu. So they have the advantage, and they have to get use of that.
Yeah, big thing for Balance is they need to be so careful, because look at this man on your screen right here. If Feather hits that level 4, which he just did, suddenly the bot path, yeah, that's not as habitable as it used to be. There's just gonna, you try to run up, grab a Dino or something, nope, ice straight on your head, you're gonna get frozen, gonna get KO'd. So they need to be so careful. Right now it's Joe under a bit of threat as he gets heated up and cooked up as well. Like you said, they need to make sure that Serena doesn't get off to a good start, and there it is.
Yeah. Definitely, right? Especially right now, Lucario's level 5 E-Speed is online, so the whole of Ground Zero have to be really careful of those resets of the E-Speeds, because it's going to be dashing in and out with ease and just taking KO, and it's really, really devastating to be dealing with. But right here, Ground Zero is just pushing Balance back to their backline.
Yeah, I mean, so we see a different variation of this Trevenant, right? Earlier on, we saw it played in that top half. They realized, you know, maybe putting that much emphasis on it wasn't that good of an idea. We need someone a bit more steadfast, and of course, no one else can use Lucario. Now, Trevenant as a tank, though, he does have a bit of healing, and he's notoriously kind of hard to take down. But I am worried because he doesn't really offer a lot of heal until later stages, right? When he gets that on lead, then he can sort of get the threat from Ground Zero away from his important Pokemon. But up till now, he's just a little phantom, right? Trying to go along.
Yep, he's really trying to, you know, get his EXP up, try to get at least to the Trevenant level so he can sustain a little bit longer in team fights. But there we have, you know, those hyperspace portal coming in from the Hoopas. It's just going to be having lots of rotation. So it's going to be really convenient from both sides. But however, on the bottom side, four Pokemon is already ready for the second set of beasts.
Ooh, though, look at that, the Aurora Veil damage coming out, the boosted attack coming in hot and heavy from Feather, but this weapon PMK. He's at his level 7 already, so he could really turn the tides of this first fight, and we kind of need him to, right? Because this bot path, in all respects, kind of gone disastrous. Balance, we haven't been able to get a good look here in this bot path.
Yep, but however, on the top side, Joe is already at level 6, as right here, Balance immediately rotated down with 5 men at the bottom side. Ground Zero might be a little bit of a tough position here.
Yeah, I mean, they made the conscious decision to leave that Serena up there, right? The Serena had the choice to teleport down, did not, and because of that balance, they're going to be able to get this Dreadnought. Now, how much they can make out of it is another question as they manage to pick off that Ninetales. So very important KO for them as they take this early lead. Sure, the Serena's popping off up to that level 8 with the score repeats and getting that EXP, but right now, balance, they're able to stress this pop path.
Things are actually looking great for Balance right now. Getting their Dreadnought, they got the tempo set. Everything is just online for them at this point in time. Curse is online for BMO, so we're gonna see lots of peel damage coming in from that Trevenant. Rotom immediately marching straight right to the top side. Top side tier 1 leaving only 10 points for Ground Zero to clear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how often, you see this, but this is something that's very common, right? Because leaving that tier 1 just makes sure that all the wild Pokemon on the map don't shift further back. If you do take those, then suddenly Balance, they're in a lot better position to get that EXP up in relative safety. But if you keep that tier 1 goal up, you can not only leave it for, future overdunks or something like that, you can also make sure that the farm is more accessible to you. As they take out the Lucario on this top side, Buster finally gets one over him by Joe.
Yeah, not forgetting that, right? Tier 1 as well, once you get the Zapdos, it's also much more easily accessible compared to that Tier 2. So, coming in both sides, Ground Zero might be preserving these Tier 1s, but they still have to try to be on par to balance. Like, look at it, like, Ninetales is only at level 8 at this point in time. So probably they might have to bring him up a notch so that he could bring the fight to the opponent in balance.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about Ninetales, right? You have that early game dominance, and then if it ever sort of starts to falter, then really you're in Aurora Veil. But Aurora Veil is such a strong ability. It had its recent nerf as well, but it still provides so much damage mitigation. And the man on your screen right here, he had a phenomenal game number 1 on Joe. But right now, it's still sort of middling. He hasn't come up to the fight in a big way yet, but we're definitely going to see his impact later on. For now, he's still chosen to stay in that bot path and just continue to pressure there. As the side of Balance, they want to start off this Dreadnought.
Yeah, we have seen in game number 1 that Rings Unbound is at the second Dreadnought is pretty crucial, but Balance got it off easily with without any hindrance for that Dreadnought. So this is going to be an easy push coming in from Balance. Ground Zero really have to try to get their footing up because right here, Balance is on this.
Yeah, gets caught by Phantom Forest as well. Not even needed the Horn Leash. Bemco showing you how it's done on this Trevenant. Take notes, my friends. This is how you play this Pokemon as he just Horn Leeches away, opens the space for Danger to come in and rain down the damage. Now he's under some threat though. The curse damage gonna proc onto Lush. And now Lush is the one being pushed away from his team. Bliss Assistance back to Feather to the safety. But when Water Burst Shuriken now forward onto this Trevenant, now Danger, he's in a bit of trouble himself. Can't make it to Citrus Berry. And as quickly as they claim an advantage, they take it right back, but Balance not to be unanswered. They take out Joe in this top side.
Wow, I mean, take a look at all the action at the bottom side, but however, on the top side, Balance got their push that they need. I believe Rings Unbound was popped by Balance, and they got their push off Ground Zero. And this Rotom is definitely going straight right. So Balance is really looking not good for Ground Zero at this point in time. 3 objectives going straight to Balance and only 1 Rotom for Ground Zero. They really have to try to buckle up and pick, and hopefully they get their flip on that last Zapdos.
Moonboy, I don't know if you noticed this, but we were talking a lot about this E-Speed popping off. He's actually gone for Power Up Punch, so not something that we see very often, but this could be the switch up to catch Ground Zero off guard, right? Doing so much damage with that move, and it's definitely not one that a lot of people expect because you always expect the Lucario to just E-Speed through. But now with this, a bit of a switch up, maybe something Ground Zero might not be used to could catch them by surprise here.
Yep, those power punches is able to just burst you down as fast as possible. Not just that, they could also remove objective or even snipe objective as we've seen previously in those patches as well. So this Lucario is really scary, and not forgetting he went with close combat instead of Bone Rush also. Yeah. So this Lucario pick is really interesting coming in from Balance. So hopefully this works out for them.
Yeah, it's a full-on switch up, right? As Dreadnought now, it's Ground Zero's turn to take it without much contest because it's not a balance. They're just kind of scattered around the stadium right now. And it seems like they are, prioritizing this top dunk instead. But the Lucario on the bottom of your screen, as you can see, being harassed away by the Alola Ninetales. Ball here needs to be so careful. The dash away is not in time. Feather gets a touch off. That is not how you want to start your final stretch. Of course, he'll still be in the fray, but not at that level 13 yet. Could could serve crucial in this final fight, right? You want that plus on your moves.
Yeah, definitely. As we move straight right to the final stretch, eyes to watch from Ground Zero is going to be Raidmaw on that Arena, and Balance is definitely going to be that Cinderace. Like, these two Pokemon is going to make a big difference in this matchup as both teams gather straight right in the Zapdos pit with Ground Zero have their hands on the Zapdos first.
Yeah, they're trying to find an angle here. That's the thing about Power Punch. You need to be so decisive with your moves. And here they are, straight out to Dawn. There's the Rings Unbound already popped from Dawn, but off screen, the Cinderace, what just happened? They all just disappeared. We didn't even get to see the action. Balance. We were rooting for you. We didn't even see you get the fight. Just like that, Ground Zero make it look easy. They just wiped them out. Zapdos is gone. The points are just going to be deposited. Move on. What just happened?
Well, I think what exactly happened was that Rings Unbound, right? Popping off their Hoopa at their perfect position where the rest of Balance is at. Hyperface Fury knocking everybody up, and everyone was the cleanup crew, taking one by one of Balance sheets. And there we have Ground Zero taking this win 2-0, 229, 218 with Balance scooping it up. Ladies and gentlemen, Ground Zero, your semi-finalists.
These guys are the top dog of OCE for a reason, and they show it for sure here. I mean, everyone's standout performance, especially I think this game particularly, Feather played out of his mind. I think, you know, all the spacing, all the early move usage as well really caught the side of Balance off guard, and I think Ground Zero, they just executed so well there. They weren't thrown off by the Trevenant pick, they weren't thrown off by the Lucario build. Try as they might, they did get some advantages here and there, but they stuck to the game plan. They knew exactly what they practiced and they executed. I just feel so bad because I'm like hyping up Balance. I'm like, yo, Captain Team, yeah, mate, show me something here, but they just can't stand up to these guys. GZ are your kings for a reason.
There we have, guys, one of the best team of the OCE region. Like, they really executed everything to perfection, even though they lost their early game really hard. It's not really hard in the sense they lost their early game, but you know, getting that big fight is what they need. Get that one, capitalize on it, get the Zapdos, and clear the win. And that is exactly how GZ really maneuvered it really well.
Yeah, and I think big thing to note is that GZ, like we said at the start of this series, they've kind of fell short in the March finals, right? They ended up placing third, even though they're the Feb champs. So many people were coming in, they're thinking, you know, these guys, they're gonna repeat their dominance. They kind of got shown out by some of the other teams in the region, but with the way that they're playing here in this series, these guys are on a mission, man, and they're here to take the trophy. As we can see in this replay here, Joe on that Serena absolutely popped off, continuously just outmaneuvered the opponent top laner. And look at that, just bringing the screws to him, doing damage, even pulls out I think there was one point where he did a 1v3. Was this it? I don't even remember. But I think he was just outplaying them on all fronts. The stacks from the Queenly Majesty just continuously caught them off guard. Yeah, sure, they pick him off here, so a bit of a curse and not exactly the clip I was looking for. But yeah, I think GZ as a whole, they played so perfectly together, and they really showed all those hours of practice came into play here.
Yep, it's not just micro skill, but macro skill as well, right? Look at those rotation and those movement coming in from both teams. And this is exactly the moment that we missed out, and this was the losing point for Balance at that point. But, you know, big props to GZ Joe right here with that Greninja.
Yeah, I know. No, I gotta say, Aegislash has a lot of new hardware. Yo, guys, Pokemon Company, if you guys are listening, this could make this could. I think this is a hardware that I would get for sure. I mean, he's looking real good in that shiny new blue outfit. But I think Ground Zero, they're gonna be feeling really good as they take this series 2-0. But I'm sure on the sidelines, you know, Danny and JJ have a lot to tell us about that series as well. So let's bring it back to them.
Hey, thank you so much, gentlemen. That was a fantastic series to start the day. JJ, Ground Zero have just done such a fantastic job. Beautiful 2-0 sweep. It looked like they were actually potentially going to drop that game, but the end was beautiful. They got the clear, they got the Zapdos, and that means that they're going to be moving on into the upper bracket. But JJ, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, what did you think sort of happened there for Ground Zero that made them so successful?
You know, in game number 1, I was kind of confident that, you know, Ground Zero is going to be able to, like, get the lead. There we go. That has to lead, right, into that of game number 1, right? And then they were able to take in the Rotom, 2 of the Rotom, 3 of the Dreadnought, and then, well, it seems as if you know, Balance wasn't able to answer back against them. But on game number 2, well, as you mentioned, it was a little bit down to, you know, go either way, but at the very end, before the Zapdos, they were able to just gather some farms, get in some XPs, get in their spikes, and from there on out, as what happened on the replay, right, on the very last moment, get the Rings Unbound, was able to sweep them all out, and from there on out, I can only say one word to what happened in game number 2, and that is bro.
You know what? We do have a bit of a bro moment here because this is what our brackets are currently looking like. So while that game happened, we had the other games playing out, right? So as you can see at the very top, Team Gap was actually able to eliminate IClan 0-2. So that means Team Gap is going to be going up against Ground Zero. And then as you go down, we see Bandits ESC were able to move on forward with a nice clean 2-0 on Red V Spinnerax. But it seems Collateral is still playing up against EGG. We don't know the result as of yet, but if we do get any updates, we will let all of you know so that we can sort of figure out what's going on here, who Bandits is going to end up playing. Speaking of playing, to any of our viewers who do want to stick their toes into the competitive scene, just a quick reminder that the May Cup Open Qualifier registration is open! So if you want to register, just head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to register your team. And if you didn't know, if you just compete, you'll automatically earn 20 follower tickets, right? That's just competing. It doesn't matter if you guys are expecting to go far. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you win, if you just want to give it a shot, do give it a try, because playing competitive, it's so much more different to playing ranked. It's so much different to just playing those regular pubs, right, JJ?
There's a different kind of pressure when you're playing on tournament, but at the same time, that pressure gives you a lot of experience as well, moving over, to, your future matches, to your future ranked games, or perhaps your, solo queues. But, getting those experiences is definitely going to help you out, moving forward with your journey throughout playing Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, so just a quick reminder, guys, don't forget to register if you do want to give it a shot. But as for us, we are going to go for a quick break as we get ready for our next matchup. So if you need to, go to the toilet, grab your snacks, because we need you back here in 5 minutes, because that's going to be when our next match starts. So we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Eos Island will go down.
Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Eos Island.
In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Eos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Eos Island, stay tuned.
everyone, and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. This is the Eos Cup Oceania Finals. We've just finished up our first series of the day, and we are going to be jumping into our next one in just a moment. It is going to be the winner's semi-final. We're all super excited here on the panel, but of course, as the game is about to be ready, we will be jumping into our analysis panel with Permasneeze this time, as JJ will be jumping into the caster seat with Moonboy a little bit later on. But Permasneeze, how are you feeling today? We are going to be jumping into Team Gap versus Ground Zero.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be following Ground Zero on their way to victory here. I'm sure many of the fans are excited because a lot of people showed up to watch this team. Let's be honest, right? A lot of fans for this squad, and they are the top dogs, so of course it's only natural. And I want to talk a bit about Team Gap as well because, like we said, one of the beautiful things about the OCE region is that they are so tight-knit. Everyone really knows each other very well, right? So it's not like any of these players are strangers or just unknowns. A key player I want to point out is OM Beagle, an absolute monster on his role as well. And I'm going to want to see him pop off because so far, you know, I'm a bit of an underdog enjoyer, okay? So, you know, just now Team Balance, you know, they were going up Ground Zero. I was like, yeah, let's go Team Balance. They got 2-0 and my heart broke. So I just kind of want to see a bit of a fight here, but I'm sure OM Beagle will bring some heat to the table.
It's all good. I think everyone enjoys a very good underdog story, right? Because you don't know if it's going to be a victory, if it's going to be a loss, and your heart's going to be able to skip a beat. But something that we aren't going to be skipping is the bracket, so that our viewers sort of know where everyone is in terms of the competition. So we're going to be taking a look at the winners bracket in just a moment, just so we know where everyone is, which teams are sort of dropped down, which teams are sort of moved on. But were there any surprises with what we have seen already, Permasneeze? Are there any teams that you were surprised that didn't win their matches?
Yeah, so I don't know whether this is off topic, but I just want to talk about a specific team because Kings of Degen, they didn't make top 8 this time round, which is very surprising to me because they did finish very highly in the previous March final. So not seeing this team here is definitely not something I expected, but this is exactly what makes it so cool because every single month you're seeing fresh new faces. You know, like I said, the community is small, but you're still seeing these new faces come up and prove themselves. And the hope is that Team Gap can do that as well, right, in this next upcoming match as we wait for the bracket to come up. I think there's some other scores that really surprised me, but I'll have to be sure. But I think one thing that I noticed is Collateral Esports. They were off to a really hot start. If I'm not wrong, they were 3-0. So, okay, that is definitely a way to start out your tournament, right? They gotta be feeling good.
Yeah, and just a reminder as well for the format of the games for today. So we are currently playing double elimination for our bracket. So all the games are best of 3s. We had 16 teams total, and 2 losses means a team will be eliminated, unfortunately. And so far we have half the teams competing have already dropped down to the lower brackets, unfortunately, but they will have an opportunity to make that comeback. They can maybe try and go for that Cinderella run. We all know in a lot of games, right, there's always the possibility of a team, they might drop their first game, but that means they have a chance of making a miracle run happen. Now, speaking of miracle run, we're going to be looking at Ground Zero versus Team Gap. This is the next game we will be featuring on this stream. And Permasneeze, I kind of want to ask you, between these two teams, who do you feel is the stronger team, and why?
Okay, you know what? When you ask me that kind of question, you're putting me in a rough spot. There's a good answer to this question. And the answer is unfortunately not Team Gap. As much as I'm trying to root for them, I think based on what we saw in game number 1, Ground Zero just kind of knocked it out of the park. They got pitched to, they just hit a home run, and they're gonna look and hit some more in this upcoming match here. And you know, there is something to be said about momentum as well when you're playing these matches back to back. After you put on a performance like that, you gotta be feeling good. Now, I don't want to put any disrespect on Team Gap's name as well, because I'm sure they came in hot after a win themselves, but it's kind of hard to imagine, you know, just how hot, right? Because, you know, who knows, it could have been close games. That's how the nature of Pokemon Unite. It's very back and forth, but, you know, when you do win in such a commanding fashion, you gotta be feeling good. So if you ask me which team is stronger, I gotta say Ground Zero. I'm sorry, old Beagle, but yeah, that's definitely who I'm expecting to win, but I would love to be disappointed.
Well, it seems the game is ready to go, but before then, Permasneeze, very quick prediction. What do you think we're looking at here? 2-1, 2-0?
My prediction is whoever gets the Greninja will win, and that is all. That is my decree. That is my decree. Greninja equals win.
That's not a proper prediction, but let's throw it over to our casters right now. It is JJ Kun and Moonboy. Take it away for our second series of the day.
Oh my goodness, thank you very much, Danny and Sneeze. Moonboy, I'm now here with you on the caster stats. how are you feeling about, Gap going against Ground Zero? We definitely saw how Ground Zero played on, the earlier match, going against Balance and going against Gap. Do you think that there is going to be balance this time around?
I think, coming in, there might be a gap in those teams, but I think it is a huge incline climb coming in for Team Gap. It's not easy to face Ground Zero, but they will be doing everything to stop them. This is kind of like a tournament mindset, right? You have to put in your everything to win, and there's nothing for Gap to lose, because right here, you're putting the game against GZ.
Right, and for those who doesn't know, Ground Zero is on the orange side, sorry, on the violet side, and it is going to be, what do you call this? Team Gap on the orange side. So they do have the they do have the Greninja. That's what I noticed first. So Permisnes earlier on, predicted that whichever team has the Greninja would be the one winning, but it looks like both of the teams are going to be winning this time around. Moonboy, what do you say about that? What do you say about what Sneeze just said?
Well, I think, it is...
It's a hard position, right?
Yeah, this is a really hard position to be commenting on this kind of thing. But let's make no commitment to this kind of decision. But however, I think coming in from Team Gap, something interesting is that Assault Vest on the Blissey. Like something I noticed is that Assault Vest on the Blissey, that we haven't really seen Blissey running Assault Vest running around. We might be seeing someone that is tanky, like being in the forefront to soak up every point of damage coming in from GZ.
I think that's as a result of one of the things that happened on the recent patch last week, where Buddy Barrier and Scorchel got nerfed, and obviously all teams have been looking out for an item, a held item to replace that away from being used, essentially.
Yeah, that is definitely true, but something in Ground Zero's composition as well is the Azumarill that we haven't really seen at all in this competitive circuit. So with the Azumarill, we're gonna have a lot of crit potential coming in. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Ground Zero is gonna bring the Azumarill to us, and how is he gonna display this Pokemon.
Right, so as we can see right now, it looks like Ground Zero is still running in 2-1-2 right now, and then into the side of Team Gap, they're going to be running mostly the same as well. We have the Hoopa as a roam here, but at the very least, Team Gap here is trying to take their time, not going against a Ground Zero immediately, because we do know for a fact that if they go against Ground Zero, they're just going to get eaten out by Ground Zero.
Take a look at this. Team Gap already at level 4 with that Ninetales. He's ready to go. He's ready to roll against Ground Zero. But however, Ground Zero got a numbers advantage in the bottom side. They got 3 men going up against 2. Alright, so especially with Feather also at level 4, and right here, I think Ground Zero have the advantage to push and set the speed of this game right.
Right, and look at that. We aren't able to see that, but Mario's going to be going down, and that's going to be 1-for-1 trade immediately at the start of the game here. But I think it's too early to say. It's too early to tell as well whether Ground Zero would be able to, get into pressure right against Gap, just like what they did against Balance earlier on. As Team Gap, I think, well, based on what they said, why they named their team as Team Gap, they really want to put up some gap here against their opponents, and I think they're doing a pretty good job in doing that.
Yeah, that is exactly right. That's why you said, they have a little bit of a lead, and right here is they have to try to maintain this one. But Hyperspace will immediately bring Kite back to the base, as Azumarill is really online from Ground Zero. This is something really interesting to watch, because I don't know what to expect with this blue Pokemon.
Right, and here we go, going into that other top hat. It looks like we're going to be seeing some skirmishes here, and it looks like we're going to see, oh my goodness, Azumarill is going to be going down as it evolves. Now Kite here with that of the War Turtle. Never mind, Ground Zero is still going to be able to pick off 1 more. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Team Gap, but Kite here, is he going to be able to get away? No, you're not going to be going to go away. You're not going to be surviving here, as Sulu is going to be able to take down 3 Pokemon and guess the 30 points into that first tier score goal, into that top hat. But in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the second beast of the game, and likewise after is the first major objective of the game.
Sulu on that Greninja, already at level 9. He's ready for that big Dreadnought fight. He got that Unite move online right here. Ground Zero is looking great to take this Dreadnought in about 5 seconds time. They're already in position, while the rest of team from Team Gap scrambling down to the bottom side. 5 versus 4. Team Gap got the numbers, but Ground Zero got the power.
And look at that. It looks like, oh, Solo is going to be able to take down one more. And look, no, never mind. That's going to be 2 down. No, TTB is going to be able to get away. No, never mind. You're not going to be able to get away. That's going to be 3 down for the side of Team Gap. And they're going to be able to secure that Dreadnought as well. And not only do they already have the Dreadnought XP, but getting that XP from getting it KO, getting KOs against Team Gap would definitely boost their gap away from Team Gap.
Team Gap is really feeling the gap as what you said. Sulu on that Greninja. Look at that precision and damage coming in. Great Unite positioning, taking most of the team in the process. But right here in the bottom side, Lush is trying to get a dunk, but Team Gap is pushing them away.
Right, going into the top lane, however, Blizzard Assist is going to be used here, but still not going to be enough, though, as Ground Zero is doing what they have been doing thus far. What they did in game number 1, they're just doing it again on on game number 2, on match number 2, rather, going against Team Gap, getting the first Dreadnought, getting the first Rotom, and now already has a huge lead in terms of XP and points. Nobody in the side of Team Gap is on to double-digit level, but Ground Zero, look at that, level 11 Slew is going to be taken out finally, but Team Gap still needs to do a lot here. They're going to be able to take down the Hoopa as well, but it doesn't, it's just not as much as it seems, so they need to do more than they already did. There's a huge lead that Ground Zero already has against them.
Immediately spotting that Ninetales, opening that hyperspace portal, bringing that Chansey or the Blissey down to the bottom side to stop the Ninetales from doing its shenanigans. Great awareness coming in from Team Gap, and that is what we are exactly looking for. But Ground Zero have that hyperspace hole on the top side as well. But Team Gap is just pushing Ground Zero. This might be the comeback that they need. A great timing of hyperspace hole, bringing Ground Zero back. This hyperspace hole, goodness, is just wrecking so much problem.
Right, so at this point on, I think Team Gap doesn't want to prioritize scoring. I think what they need to prioritize here is getting in those XP so that they would have an equal footing, against Ground Zero. Because at this point on, if this continues, if they go in a team fight 5-on-5, I think they are on the disadvantage. But look at this right now. We're going to be seeing some initiations. There goes a Rings and Bound from both of the Hoopas as well. There goes Hyperspace Fury as well. Rapid Spin, and look at that. Unite move coming in from the Azumarill. Not going to be able to do a lot here, but it's going to be Salua going down. There's going to be 2 down. No, make a 3 into that. Instead of Team Gap, there's going to be 3-on-2 trade. But at the same time, it's still not a lot here. There's still now 4 down going into the side of Team Gap. But at the same time, Joe, with that of the Azumarill, going to be able to take down 1 here as well. But at the same time, not only that happened, but they also were able to get in the second Dreadnought of the game, and we might be able to potentially see 1 more Dreadnought later on if they decide to get that one up, as it will be up before the Zapdos. But look at this, Jorax is going to be picked up here by Ground Zero. The battle is still not over, as this Alolan Knight is going to be going down. Actually, no, going back to the base just to get some recovery, but it's not going to be going back anymore. And look at that, Sulu alone into that of the top path, just securing this Rotom to provide huge pressure against Team Gap. And this is going to be the last Rotom of the game, as we're not going to be seeing that respawn before the Zapdos again.
Lush on that Blissey, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see how much sustainability that he did in that previous fight? Just supporting his team to the best, and that is just perfect support coming in from Lush, and just sustaining the fight and let them have a great recovery from again as well.
Belibash. Right, Belibash, Hyperdrive by Fluence is going to be used as well. But is that going to be enough, though? This is going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams here. No, 2 is going to be down. It's a Team Gap. The Hoopa is going to be going down. Alolan Ninetales, that's going to be 2 down now for Joe. And let's see if Lush is going to be able to get away here. No, not quite. But look at that Rapid Speed coming in from that of the Blastoise. There's going to be 3 down, no Mega 4. This might be the comeback that Team Gap is looking for against Ground Zero. This might be what they need going into that of the Zapdos fight. Yes, they are still not in the, how to say this, equal footing in terms of points, but they are slowly but surely catching up in terms of XP. Now, since they are losing a little bit of points here, I think their win con here, it's still either to take out everyone from Ground Zero in a team fight or take the flip.
That is definitely right? Because right here, Team Gap don't really have the firepower. So I don't think that the fight is what they're looking for. But the Zapdos still, with that Greninja, you have so much potential to do that as well. But however, Ground Zero is not going to let them have an easy rest on that one, because they are still on the offense. They're sticking so closely together. This way, Team Gap has no way to penetrate through this iron defense coming in from them.
Right, it looks like Ground Zero is not going to be choosing to take down that last Dreadnought of the game. They already have all the all the objectives away from Team Gap, so I think they are pretty confident in, going against them into the final team fight, perhaps. Whatever Shuriken's gonna be able to take down the Alola Ninetales, but look at that Bliss Assistant as well, just to be able to sustain Joe, but it's not gonna be enough, though. That's gonna be Sulu going to be able to take down Joe as well, and now I think they have the secure into that of the Zapdos, but it looks like the Hoopa here from the side of Team Gap is going to make use of the Unite move just to teleport away whoever's left here. Whatever Shuriken is gonna be used as well, but it's not gonna be enough, though. There's gonna be 3 down from Team Gap, but look at that, they're gonna be eaten down a lot here from Ground Zero. There's gonna be 4 down, and the only one left here is the Alola Ninetales. That's going to be a team KO for Ground Zero, taking in and securing the Zapdos as well, and I think that's pretty much game.
Wow, that rings unbound from Team Gap really was really too late for the party, bringing the team unable to spot the team right to the Zapdos pit, as they don't have the numbers advantage. Ground Zero sticking together so closely, they managed to pick the fight to them, but right here Team Gap is recovering as it takes out 1 but 2 Pokemon of Ground Zero. They're unable to get that down. This might be the comeback story that they want. 50 more seconds on the clock, and they are rushing straight right down to the bronze side. Ground Zero is not allowing them to do that with the Blissey in the bottom, as the rest of the team is coming back real soon, but 13 more seconds on the Azumarill. They have to really hold this one with their lives.
Right, but here or now, I think what Team Gap needs to do here is just, score and everything, but with only 33 seconds left, I don't think they would have enough time, to catch up against Ground Zero, even if everyone has 50 points, to make that 100 per player. But look at this right now, really huge defense here coming from Ground Zero and allowing them to score in despite having a very huge lead against them.
Yep, and there we have, Team Gap is still pushing. He's still pushing. They're trying. As you said, there is still really little chance. 10 more seconds on the clock. I don't think that is enough. Ring Sunball coming in from the Hoopa to get a little bit of shield. Would they able to dunk that 50 coming in from Blissey? They're trying every single thing that they can, but I don't think it's available. Ground Zero might be taking home this one 1-0 against Team Gap.
I think we just saw the how to say this? I think we just saw the result of getting the nerf on that body barrier and score shield, that we don't see a lot of the scoring comp anymore, that it's not going to be working out anymore as well. That if it were still there, then perhaps Team Gap might have been able to catch up into the score of Ground Zero, but we're already in the next gen of Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Unite 3.0, and Ground Zero is taking that one up and just buying time for themselves to not allow Team Gap to catch up with them. And it's really great, really huge wall that Team Gap has to crawl over if they want to win against them going into game number 2.
Yeah, do you see that damage dealt by that Azumarill? 89,000, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lot of damage by that blue little bubble right over there as well. So, as we haven't really seen him around, but he really did make a lot of impact, bringing lots of fights, melting their opponents so that the cleanup crew could do their thing. But there we have, Ground Zero taking home game number 1, and that is a great fashion to start this off.
Right, it's just really amazing how, Ground Zero, winning not only the, February Cup, winning the February Cup under a different name. They got a 3rd place into March Cup. Obviously, they're not playing on that of the LCQ, Last Chance Qualifiers of Eos Cup, immediately going here. But at the same time, even when they didn't play in the Last Chance Qualifiers, you can definitely see how they are really consistent despite the huge gap in terms of tournament plays from the UNITE Championship Series.
Yeah, you guys can take a look at this replay. These are really good teamwork coming in from both teams. We are here at the Eos Cup, and this is the cream of the top of the region. As you, take a look, these team fights are just so insane. But that Azumarill just melting everyone. Joe, wow, that is what we are talking about. Going a little bit of diversity, and this Joe really brought this onto the table.
I think I kind of like I think I kind of like what Team Gap's composition is a little bit. The only problem here is that they focus more into sustain and CC and less on the damage, whereas onto the side of Ground Zero, it's pretty much balance out. We have the CC, we have the crowd control coming in from the Alola Ninetales, we have the Azumarill, Belly Bash, we have the sustain coming in from the side of the of Blissey, and at the same time we have the support coming in from that of the Hoopa, and then of course mobility and support from the Hoopa, and of course we have the damage coming from Suluhu. But here comes Dawn, the MVP of that game, with the primary Pokemon Cramorant and Trevenant, but we still haven't seen the Trevenant and the Cramorant just yet on this game. Perhaps in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, Kremlin looks really good in this new format, right? Like with the new buff coming in from the Kremlin as well. We are likely, and we actually predicted to see a lot of Kremlin today. So likely, you know, Dawn might be switching it up a little bit, you know, go for the Kremlin and try to close off this game ASAP.
Right, but at the same time, you know, we have to remember as well that if it already worked, right? If whatever they did already worked for game number 1, why should they change anything? Again, just like what you guys mentioned earlier, don't fix what is not broken.
Yep, that is right. Yeah, like, you know, maybe Ground Zero might be sticking, but I definitely think Gap need to switch up their team composition. Like what you said, they're really lacking on the damage department. So maybe, you know, add in a little bit more of hard hitter over there. Maybe a Pikachu could work, or even a Venusaur. You know, he has sustainability, he has damage. Like that is also one of a really strong Pokemon to be looking out for in this meta.
Right, you know, as I mentioned again, they have all the crowd control, they have all the knockoffs, they have all the, you know, they have everything else on that department, but on the damage side, they only have the Greninja and the, the Ninetales. Yes, the Blastoise can definitely pull up a lot of damage, but only if you can play it right. But unfortunately, what happened earlier on with the Blastoise coming from Team Gap, they weren't really able to utilize the Blastoise to help them on the team fight. So if perhaps they might be able to find a different kind of composition that could go against Ground Zero, I think this is the time that they have to use it.
Yep, so it's back to them, back to the drawing board, and now it's time for them to think about it. What kind of composition are they gonna do, right? They know right here that they're really lacking in the damage department. So, like as what we said, we will be exploring in this kind of composition from Team Gap. But however, GZ, they might be, you know, looking a little bit of it. Like they will be sticking, but hopefully they change it a little bit so to spice things up a little for game number 2.
Right. Oh, we're gonna be seeing the. Okay, I thought we were going to be seeing the Trevenant. They were just, you know, hovering on that, but it looks like they're not gonna be changing their lineup. They're still gonna be sticking with their same lineup. But for the side of Ground Zero, they're gonna be playing the same lineup that they did on game number 2 against Balance, and we did see how much of a threat Joe can be with this arena, especially that of the top path, just doing a lot of glides here and there. And if they can't, well, obviously, you know, there's a lot of CC as well into the side of Team Gap. So if they can play it right, if they can play it right, then they can pick off Team Ground Zero one by one. But if they can't pick off the Pokemon from the side of Ground Zero, I think they would have a really difficult time going against them.
Yeah, I believe Ground Zero is not allowing them to have any grounds to do this kind of composition, right? They got the Hoopa to get everybody teleporting around, and we could see game number 1, they're stuck together so closely, and they're always moving together as a unit or as a big vehicle, you know, just dashing towards their opponent. So it's really difficult for Team Gap to actually get a single pick once again. But something interesting to take note is that Serena actually have an Eos cookie and a attack weight on it as well. So he's looking for lots of score, right? So as long as
lots of sustain and lots of damage.
But however, in the early game, he really needs to score a lot of game to get those online.
Right, but you have to remember, you know, like it only needs very less of a points to score in, you know, only needs like what, 1 point to get it the first stack. Obviously it has a limit of 6 stacks, but still, if that Serena can get that, then I think it's going to be quite a menace, just like what happened in game number 2 against Balance with Ground Zero.
Yep, we have, as you can see, right now on the top side is a 2-1-2 coming in from Team Gap, as that is how you should go around playing against a you know, solo top kind of like Pokemon, because with that Hoopa, you're able to teleport up and down or even rotate up and down really easily with the hyperspace hole. So with this composition coming in, they're trying to deny that Bond Suite from doing any shenanigans.
Sulu picked off from the early game, and I think that's pretty good as well. You know, you have to remember that they need that. You know, Sulu is one of the main damage dealers. Oh, well, actually, the main damage dealer into the side of Ground Zero, and delaying them even just for a little bit can put a huge breathing room for Team Gap.
Yep, that is definitely right. As we move right through the first set of beats, Kite is ready, a wall total right here, as Sulu gets an evolution as well, because right here, it's all down to that Jarina. How is he going to reach level 6 and so that Joe could bring that fight to their opponent? However, on the bottom side as well, it seems like it's pretty even though Ground Zero have that number advantage in the early game.
It's more of a Dito match here. Their levels are the same as well. So it's going to be a kind of a balanced matchup here. Obviously, the catalyst here is whether or not whoever is going to be able to rotate quickly, and if they are able to rotate quickly, then they could get in, the advantage against the other into this of the bottom path, which is, the Dito matchup. Going to the top path, however, we're going to be seeing 2v1 here. Lou trying to, visit into the top path, but Kite as well trying to ensure that Joe here, with that of the Eos Cookie and the attack weight, wouldn't be able to score as much. And especially, they have 30 points. They're going to have a hard time putting that in.
Exactly, as what you said, like those scoring items really needs to start rolling. If it doesn't start rolling, it doesn't start to snowball or even, get into the peak performance that he is actually looking out for. But something that we saw in game number 1 is those chances, one of the chances actually ran Egg Bomb. So hopefully we get to see more of these Egg Bombs coming in, because that buff on the Egg Bomb really changed the style of how Blissey is played in this meta.
Right, but we're going to be seeing the Beast here right now. And it looks like most of that is going to be going into the side of Ground Zero. I think that is obviously, Sulu going to be able to get in that level 8 quite early. But at the same time, Granger into the side of a Team Gap, they're going to be able to get into level 8 as well. But in terms of getting in sustainability, I think both of them are kind of equal. But if this arena would be able to go down, I think they would push in a lot into Team Gap. But look at that. It's going to be Sulu going to be able to take down that Dreadnought, but they're going to be taken out as well. There's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams. But let's find out who's going to be able to win this team fight at all. But look at that. Fetter not going to be able to get away and going to be able to be picked off as well by Team Gap. Hyperspace Hole just to get back up, get him some recovery and then push once again. But as we saw, Joe on game number 2, going against Balance, I think this is something that we already saw from a mile ahead. Joe here is going to get in that split push. But, off cam, Sulu answering back, you know what? Sulu is saying, okay, you were able to pick me off, but it's not gonna go unanswered. It's not gonna go unanswered. And then Sulu got 3.
Well, I mean, that is what Sulu does, we see. And down goes the Hoopa to the Sulu as well. This is a great hyperspace hole, just porting Sulu back to safety. But Joe being caught by the Ninetales coming in from Team Gap. And I think this is, retreating is the right call coming in from Joe. But Lush, well, I think that Lush really did support the rest of the team in that particular fight as well.
Right, so I think that is something that you need to look out for as well. Joe here being a split push player into the top path. They need to put a check mark on Joe, or else I think they are essentially just giving the free XP to this arena. And we all know for a fact how strong Sarina can be if it gets its spike, and you don't want that happening against you. You want that if this arena is on your team. But if it's on the other side of the team, oh my goodness, you don't want that.
Right, yeah, you definitely don't really want to deal with a big Serena right over here as Ground Zero goes on the offense on the bottom side. It's a 4v2 near the tier 1 hoop, but Ground Zero just retreats as they know that the Dreadnought is going live, and this is not the point to be going down against your opponent.
Right, and look at that hyperspace hole, just to be able to recover once again. That Ag Bomb is not going to be able to reach, and even if it did, right, it's not going to be enough to take anyone out, but it's going to be enough to knock back someone to not get a recovery. But look at that, they're going to be able to take down Sulu. Sulu is going to be able to take down 2 into Team Gap, and Joe here going to be 1v1ing this Hoopa, but it's not going to be enough though. But at the same time, Fetter here has to respond as a teammate of Joe, and going to be able to take down this Dreadnought as well for themselves. And that's going to be the second Dreadnought of the game here. And, we're still going to be seeing the third Dreadnought from the game, but it all depends whether Ground Zero would want to get that to increase their gap against Team Gap.
That sustainability coming in from Serena, one-on-one on the Hoopa, allow him to last so long in that fight. But however, both teams rotating straight right to the top side to try to fight for their Rotom. Ground Zero is not allowing them to get any point of objective, but Egg Bomb coming in from Jurek manages just to push them away. Joe on the offense, pushing it in. But however, Unite move coming in from the Ninetales, but Joe taking home 3 KO in the process. Ground Zero is pushing in like a death
my
ball.
Goodness. That was a micro play, right? That was a micro play coming in from Joe here. I like how Joe intentionally overextended just so they can buy time for their teammates to take in the Rotom, and from there on out just overextend again from that of the second tier score goal for them to ensure that Rotom gets in and eliminate Pokemon in the process.
While right here, the gap of both teams is getting further and further. Take a look at the level on Sulu, level 14 on that Greninja. While
3 minute warp.
Yeah, and exactly, and the rest of the opponent team is still scrambling to get their EXP up as the map is really on drought on EXP right now. Team Gap really have to try to find their way up. 1 more minute to the final stretch. They have to start farming, get those EXP ready and bring the fight to them, because right here, Ground Zero is on the move. They are not allowing Team Gap to have any chance of taking that 1 point in this series.
There's going to be 0 grounds here for Gap for them to breathe against Ground Zero. Obviously, in just 15 seconds, we're going to be seeing the Dreadnought once again. And I think Ground Zero is eyeing on the Dreadnought for them to finally maybe get Greninja to level 15 before the Zapdos. And if that does happen, my goodness, Team Gap would have a really hard time against this Greninja. And if they do, right, if Sulu gets level 15 before the Zapdos, I think that is about like it gives them like 20% more chances of ensuring this game win. And look at that, we're gonna be seeing additional here I would call this initiation coming in from Ground Zero, getting in a little bit of poking here, but look at that, Quintessence is gonna be used here as well into that of, oh my goodness, into that of the Alola Knight into Sulu, but they're gonna be able to eat down. That's gonna be 2 down into the side of Team Gap. 2 for 1 trade, don't make that 3 into the side of Team Gap. It looks like they are not gonna stop until they take down everyone, and they did. Ground Zero, for their second game of the tournament, of the playoffs, is going to get the Zapdos and perhaps get a 2-0 immediately into the second game as well.
Wow, Ground Zero is so sticky. They are just holding on together so tightly. They are not allowing Team Gap to have any space on there. Jurek unable to move. Is in stun right now as Joe marches down to the bottom side. Ground Zero is just taking this home back to the home base. As there we have another 100 from Sulu as well. Big props to Sulu and Joe. Those two are the biggest damage dealers in that fight. And oh my goodness, they sure delivered that one.
That was really amazing. I think Jurek was just overly shocked of what happened. That's why, Jurek was just like staying into that of the jungle, into that of the central area. And from here on out, I think 722. There's still a minute left. Even if everyone from the side of Team Gap would be able to, take down Ground Zero, everyone from Ground Zero and score in, it's still not going to be enough for them to catch up against Ground Zero.
Yeah, that is exactly right, because right here, King Gap is just trying to push, but this is not the comeback story that they will be looking for, because right here, 30 more seconds on the clock, Joe just clocked in another 100 points. Team Gap, this is absolutely no way of coming back off this one. Ground Zero, 25 more seconds. They're just waiting to get their victory call, and they will be moving straight right to the winners bracket finals.
My goodness, Ground Zero, this has been quite a statement that they have been putting up. Yeah, they won 2-0 on game number 1 that they've had at round 1 upper bracket, and now in round 2 of the upper bracket, they are going to be getting another 2-0. What more can we expect from this team going for tomorrow into the grand finals? And again, congratulations to Ground Zero for getting another win here against Team Gap, essentially putting up a statement that we are the best in OCE.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like they're here to play for the points. They are tied with IClan on the regional board as well. So this way, with this win, they are looking for that lead and try to go into the next month's cup with so much more advantage compared to the rest of the teams in OCE. But take a look at this one: 89K from Joe and 98K of damage from Suluwu. These two players are just on the road. They're like a machine phenomenal right now, and no one could stop him at this point.
Right, that is definitely phenomenal. These two players definitely were bringing the team up top, and everyone that they are facing up doesn't have an answer against them, and that says a lot. That says a lot.
Yeah, that really says a lot. Like, this is the best team in OCE, and they are trying to prove it, and yet again they delivered. And we still got we still have tomorrow to you know, go with GZ, so they are down to prepare, and they got the whole day to prepare for tomorrow. So we are really excited to see what are they gonna offer in the grand final, in the winner bracket final, and hopefully the grand finals later on.
Right, so they are going to be the first team, right? They're going to be the first team that we just saw going into the winners finals, upper bracket finals rather, for tomorrow. So they have all the day, they have all the time today for them to rest up, have some practices for tomorrow, and perhaps, you know, change things up a little bit because, well, they were on the stream for, you know, for quite a long time, and I'm pretty sure all the competition are watching right now on how Ground Zero plays. You know, especially if you're at the top, there's a lot of people looking over your gameplay, perhaps, you know, imitating it, if not looking for a loophole, sorry, not a loophole, for a hole to puncture in to destroy your composition.
Yep, so it's back down to how they are gonna, you know, play around everybody else, and because everybody got their eyes on them. But take a look at this awesome plays coming in from both teams. But Ground Zero, oh my goodness, this is the final Zapdos fight. What happened at the very last moment?
You know, in this very last moment, it's just that, well, we did see the power spike that Ground Zero already has, and from there on out, well, as I mentioned, there's no answer back here. There's no answer that Team Gap gave against Ground Zero, and that power spike, that's all the arsenal that they need going against Team Gap, and they weren't able to like do anything at all. They got hamburgered, and well, you saw the rest.
I mean, Ground Zero really put it out, but Team Gap, you know, big props to them. They brought the game to them. It's not an easy team to beat, especially, but Team Gap really put in their everything. They did have their comeback moment, but big props to them. Yeah, so, you know, they really put up a good fight against GZ.
Right, and I think let's have our panelists here. We have Danny and Sneeze coming back right with us here, and it's just a really amazing match. I think I want to see more. I want to see more.
Definitely.
I want to see more, but I'd like to know their thoughts as well.
Well, I think it is time to dig into our thoughts, but thank you, Moonboy, thank you, JJ, Kun, Pemma Sneeze. I want to hear your thoughts on that match because I'm not sure if I should be excited about the head scratching or what's going on here.
Okay. So I just realized that's what I'm head scratching about. Couldn't get my decree across, but I told you guys exactly since the start. Greninja pick wins the game. It's Luwu delivered. He just served, made it look like it was hanging 10, made it look easy. Man said they were prepping the entire tournament, and they were. They just completely rolled over the side of Team Gap. It wasn't really a gap for them. It kind of looked like it was closed, and I really got to give a special shout out because I feel like JJ and Moonboy, you know, they were calling out Joe, they were calling out Suluwu, but the real MVP is the team captain, right? Feather, because he's on that Alola Ninetales, he's doing his job, he's quiet, he's freezing up people, but all 5 members of the team give them, or rather all 4 other members of the team give him their respect because he's the one who does all the research, he's the one who shows up on time, he's the one who makes the calls for the team, and the calls were on point.
He is the brain of the team, right?
Absolutely.
He's the mastermind behind the squad. But congratulations to Ground Zero. They've had 2 wins today, and that means that is going to more or less secure them onto the next stage. So fans of Ground Zero are going to be very pleased with them. But that's going to be it for the winners bracket. We are actually going to be moving down to watch some of the loser bracket matches after this. But I'm curious to see who will play against Ground Zero, right? Because we haven't finished that top bracket. We will let you all know once we get some more information. But speaking of information, just a quick reminder, if you do want to jump into the May Cup, make sure you register at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to register your team. The competition's open for everybody. I do believe there are no limitations, so make sure you register now, get in early, and get your team ready as well to play. And maybe you'll be able to, JJ and Moonboy will be casting some of your games. Wink, wink.
Yeah, maybe the Nelly will be casting your games. You never know what can happen next month if you join, right? And I mean, there's no better reason to join than to just have fun. I mean, Pokemon Unite, at the end of the day, you know, as much as we're watching these players, they put in blood, sweat, and tears. They put in so much effort into training for this Aeos Cup, of course, because the stakes are high. At the end of the day, I'm sure all of these players are doing it because they enjoy the game. And you know, when you play a game like this, what's there not to enjoy? We see the beautiful teamwork come into play. We see the thought into all the strategies, and it's really so entertaining to watch.
Absolutely. So I do believe we are going to go for a quick break before we jump into our next series. For anyone that didn't quite catch our next game, we are going to be watching Balance going up against IClan in this next game. It is the loser bracket round 1, but we are going to go for a 5-minute break. Once we return, we'll jump right into the game. So we'll see you all after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Eos Island.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are in our third game of the day, and of course joining me is going to be the wonderful Moon Boy. He's just casted 2 games back to back, so you're going to be having some fun with me on the panel. But we're down into the losers bracket round 1, so that means we are going to be watching Balance versus IClan. Moon Boy, I want to hear your thoughts about what we could potentially see in this upcoming game. Like, what do you feel is going to happen? Who do you think is going to win?
Well, I think we saw Balance in the previous game, right? Like, Balance did really well against Ground Zero. They brought the game to them. So it's right now it's down to how are they going to face the other top team of the OCE region, which is IClan. So it's not going to be an easy fight for Balance. So IClan really have to, but at the same time, they saw how Balance did well with GZ. So IClan really have to be, a little bit more not so complacent, because this is the loser bracket. Loser bracket, so 1 KO, 1 loss, and you're out of the tournament.
Yeah. So I do believe we're going to take a look at the brackets here very quickly. Some games are still ongoing, so we might have some names missing. And here we go. So this is the loser bracket. So Balance versus IClan. The winner of that will play up against Collateral. And then the same thing here, EGG and Red V Spinnerax. This game is going to be happening at the exact same time as this one as well. And unfortunately, we won't be able to show it on stream, but the winner of that game will play up against Team Gap. So we'll be able to find out that a little bit later on. But yes, here is the schedule for the losers matches. So Balance will be playing against IClan, and then EGG will be playing against Red V Spinnerax. And then of course the winner of those games will be playing against Team Gap and Collateral. But Moon Boy, let's talk about the 2 teams that we're watching for this game, right? Balance versus IClan. What do you feel like are the best aspects of these teams? Like, what are they best at?
Well, I think IClan knows, like, they are consistent throughout the whole Unite series, right? This whole tournament series. So as long as they could keep it up, that is basically what they are, right? They are a force to be reckoned with, and Balance really have to be careful of this really strong team. But however, Balance, with everything to, like, nothing to lose at this point in time, they will be throwing everything. Like, we just faced off GZ, right? And we are facing another tough team again. Like, they will be throwing their 101% into this one, and they're trying to take it home.
All right, so it looks like the teams are ready to play. So let's throw it over to our wonderful cast. So it's going to be JJ Kun with Permasneeze this time. Gentlemen, take it away for our 3rd series of the day.
Thank you, Danny and Mooney. Thank you for that pass over real quick, because I'm excited to get straight into this game. Wait, have you not heard that before? What's wrong with Mooney? Danny and Mooney. It's a cute little combo, right? Yeah, Dan catch you off guard. JJ, calm down.
I got caught off guard.
Okay, yeah, but anyways, we got something more exciting than Mooney coming up. Sorry, Mooney. We're going straight into the game between IClan as well as Balance. So we've been following Ground Zero this entire time, right? The superstars of Australia.
Right.
Now we get the other side of Oceania. This is the premier team of New Zealand right here. We're looking at IClan.
And just to give you a little bit of a summary of IClan, IClan is, I would have to say, the opposite of Ground Zero, where Ground Zero got the championship on February Cup, right? And then got 3rd place on the March Cup. But IClan, they were the opposite. They got the 3rd place on February Cup and then got the champion on March Cup.
Yeah, there's like no better rivalry, right? They kind of evened it out. This Eos Cup is a chance for them to even the score, right? Because IClan, they actually have come into this a bit hot, right? Because they are the most recent winners. So on paper, you would expect them to bring it forward. But after seeing Ground Zero's performance, it's hard to argue against that. We're gonna have to see how IClan prove themselves here in this first game.
Right, and at the same time, Team Gap won against them as well. So if they win this, and if they win the next game as well, that, supposedly they win this one, they have the potential to come back against Team Gap on the later part of the lower bracket that we do have. But it all depends how they're going to be adjusting against Team Gap.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but it'll be kind of crazy to see the champions just drop out so early. I definitely don't want that, but this is a ruthless competition. No, I don't want that. It's not what I want, guys. I want to see them go the distance. I want to see this rivalry. I want to see the Kings reclaim the throne, but it's going to be a matter of time. We're going to have to see how it all plays out between game number 1 of IClan and Balance.
Right, so we can definitely see here the central area Pokemon for Balance and IClan is going to be the Duraludon and that of the Charizard. You know, Duraludon has been played a lot here into the central area, you know, in the previous patch as well. It got nerfed a little bit, but, you know, it's still a force to reckon with. And you definitely don't want to get eaten up. You definitely don't want to get the spike here. Don't want to give the spike to the Duraludon rather, because the moment that it gets its spike, it's, well, we all know the power of Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, I mean,
everyone gets affected.
Dragon Pulse did get kneecapped a little bit in the previous patch, right? The damage numbers are a little down, but it doesn't really make that big of a difference. Like, he still can pump out the damage if he's given that support. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. It really is the battle of the central area Pokemon, because on the side of Balance, we have a Charizard being pulled out. Now, Charizard, a Pokemon that requires a lot more time than the Duraludon, and we're not going to see him online for quite a bit.
And here you go. The central Pokemon, the central area Pokemon here from Balance is going to be picked up and going to be delayed for just a bit. And IClan is just dominating right now. Balance into the bottom path. Going to be able to take down 2 Pokemon, as well as Lulurine is going to try to sway down IClan from scoring into that at the bottom path. Unfortunately, so not going to be able to successfully do.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because it's clear Balance have a plan, right? I'm sure they practiced for many hours leading up to the Eos Cup. But it seems like they're trying to run this Trevenant again. Meanwhile, there's some action on the bot side as the Hyperspace Hole brings the side of IClan out of danger. But really, it was danger for Balance more so than them. So at least they managed to get out of that scot-free.
Right, and at the same time, you know, we have to take note as well that, you know, IClan already has the XP advantage here from Balance, whereas their highest Pokemon is only at level 6, which is their, you know, central area Pokemon, the Charizard, which obviously is going to be the carry of the game here for Balance. But I'm not entirely sure that's going to be working out pretty well for them. Not right now, at least. Not right now. Hopefully, by the mid-game, they can get back up against IClan. But as things are right now, it's, well, they're going to get delayed one more time. Dragon Pulse is going to be used here. Going to be able to take down that central area Pokemon from the side of Balance, delaying it even further.
Yeah, I mean, Duraludon's already gonna sort of have a nice little advantage from over you in the early stage, right? But you need to wait until you get that Charizard Seismic Slam to really apply any pressure. But when he's keeping you down like that, things can get so nasty. The one thing I do want to point out as well is I feel like IClan, they've set themselves perfectly up for this 7 minutes. So far, all their moves have just been perfect. They're running a bit more of a conventional lineup here as the fight is looking to kick off.
Right, here comes the Curse here coming in for the Trevenant. Let's see if they're going to be able to deal a lot of damage. Revolving Root is going to be used as well. Going to be able to take down the Trevenant, and the picture is going to be going down as well. And look at that. No. There's another one going down. The Water Tail is going to be going down as well. They're going to be 3 down into the side of Balance. They're going to be able to take down the Dreadnought quite quickly as well, as Balance is trying so hard right now to take away that score goal into that of the bottom path. And right now, Balance
still pushing.
Doesn't seem to have the harmony, doesn't have the balance within themselves, as IClan is just eating them alive with so much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, all the support as well. The Blissey just pumping in so much shields and sustain, the helping hand out as well, just to amp IClan up even more. And they've been playing in this ball and playing it to perfection, right? It's kind of like we're at a bowling alley and IClan just decided, you know, they're gonna get a strike. They just went down the bot path. Now they're looking at top with that Hyperspace Hole bringing them up there.
Oh, here comes the Charizard that you have been talking about earlier on. Definitely, we're going to be seeing the Seismic Slam here. But the big question is, how are they going to be able to utilize Seismic Slam and Charizard going forward?
Yeah, I really want to see big things out of Captain TMH, because the first game I casted, I called him out. I'm like, yo, this man's going to show up. And really, the onus is going to be on him to bring it back for his team. Look at Bemco. On that War Turtle, still ways away from that Blastoise. Doesn't have the Hydro Typhoon for yet another fight. As right now, IClan looking towards topside to try and contest Dreadnought, but going to think better of it and bring 3 people down to the bot path instead to try and fend Balance off.
Right, and at this point on, you know, even with the Charizard is already there, it seems as if Balance is still not able to, you know, counter-attack against IClan. Definitely, all of the Pokemon right now, both of the teams rather, are just eyeing that Rotom for them to take, giving up a lot of pressure into the other team, whoever gets it. Perhaps Balance would be able to steal this one out just to poke it up, but here comes the Hornlet. He's going to be able to secure that Rotom, but it's still not going to be enough, as IClan can just easily repel it away, and then and then go back once again into the bottom lane and take the Dreadnought for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they Horn Leash the Rotom away. It's a cute little play, but it doesn't really amount to much, as now, like you said, they're going to make that rotation straight over to the Dreadnought and maintain that level advantage if they're able to get it. And I don't think the... Okay, wait, I say that Phantom Forest not going to be enough from Buster, so a bit late on the mark, they're forced to Horn Leech away, and that's just going to be a Unite move used for just about nothing there.
Right, and just like that, you know, IClan, despite not being able to take the Rotom, easily takes down the Rotom off the enemy team and takes the Dreadnought for themselves as well. And here comes Captain. Not going to be able to get in the score. You know, nobody has the score shield anymore. So that's plan's going to be used here. They need to follow up the damage here. But look at that. Are they going to be able to do that? So, no, Trevenant's going to be taken down. Hyperspace Fury is not going to be able to take down anyone at all. Rings and Bound from Curry Puffs is going to be used as well. Now they're going to be trying to get away. Here comes Hyperspace Fury. And, Psybeam going to be able to take down the Water Tail. Still a Water Tail at 4-minute mark.
Yeah, that just kind of devolved into a disaster, right? It was the standard. It's exactly what you expect from IClan's lineup when we see this draft. They just put the Blitz Assistants on that Duraludon. The Blissey went full. No egg bombs. No egg bombs this game. No breakfast for you. You're just getting the buffs. You're getting a helping hand. You're getting a safeguard. And this Duraludon, Untamed the G, just popping off this game.
Right, and I think at this point on, you know, IClan doesn't really need the Rotom. Doesn't really need... Well, obviously... it would guarantee them the win. They don't need it, but it can guarantee them the win. What they need to do now, however, is just to maintain what they have right now and essentially put in a huge wall against Balance and not allow them to take down, you know, the Zapdos, because that's what they're hoping for. They need to take the flip if they want to win this one. But IClan, being a formidable foe for Balance, is definitely would have to give them a hard time doing so.
They need to be careful about giving Captain TMH an in here, because if he gets the right target, he can really start to destroy them. There's the shields out for now, and they manage to take down Buster and grab... no one's grabbing this Rotom just yet. They're just dancing around, playing their field. But there's the Charizard, he disappears!
Wow.
What?
That was quite a big off. That was quite a big off for IClan. And again, that is the main carry of the team here, going down for quite a lot now. There's countless of times. It fell down countless times now. And I'm not sure Balance could, you know, get back up here.
Yeah, the captain's kind of losing control of his ship here as he drops to the deck yet again. Balance, things are starting to fall apart. I feel like IClan, they're so methodical with their plays, right? Every single move they make is calculated. They know exactly what move to use at what time to back each other up, and they've just really stomped Balance into the dirt. Now, look at this Blastoise. Is this a Slowbro cosplay? He has served. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that serve, you know, it provides a lot for the team fight, especially in terms of CC. But at this point on, CC is not what they need. What they need is raw power. Hydro Typhoon is going to be used here, but not going to be able to stop anyone into the side of IClan. And from here on out, easily, quite quickly taking down the Zapdos. All they need to do now is just put in some scores here and defend. Defend as hard as they could, as there's still a minute left. There's still a minute and a half left. And, well, to tell you the truth, Balance won't be able to, you know, catch up against IClan right now.
Okay, JJ, I'm gonna need you to hang on to hope here. Any Balance believers, you need to come out and give them your energy now, because although it looks hopeless, they're not gonna give up here. They're gonna try their best. They're pushing into this top side.
Right, they need to get in 50 points for both of the teams, for all of their players, right? And there's a minute is still a long time.
Yeah, a minute is still some time.
Okay,
yeah, Danger,
it's a long time for Pokemon Unite. Now, here comes the Cursor, but Bastard's gonna be taken out as well. No, Charizard's gonna be able to take down the Duraludon, but in exchange of the Trevenant, and the Pikachu's gonna be taken out as well. There's still 46 seconds left, and no one into the side, you know, nobody into the side of Team Balance has 50 points, and they're gonna be able to take them out as well. Look at this. We have the Blastoise in 40 points, going to be able to rotate up top quite quickly with the help to serve, but 40 points, or I guess in this case 80 points, is not enough for them to catch up to 741.
Yeah, 400-point deficit. We might be hopiuming a bit too hard here. I don't know, but Balance, it's been over for around 1.5 minutes. I think that, you know, you want to show good sportsmanship, you don't want to surrender, but I think at this point they're probably going back to the drawing board, trying to figure out what they can change, because I'm beginning to think, JJ, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but even with the new patch, I'm beginning to think that Trevenant isn't in here.
I don't think so. I think Trevenant is a huge pick into the current meta. Into the current patch rather, not the current meta because we still haven't built out the meta. But I think again, as I mentioned behind the scenes before we started the broadcast, right? Those who are really aggressive is rewarded so much that they immediately steamroll anyone that backs out against them. And we just saw that from IClan. IClan was dominating from the early game. Balance, they were able to lay down the Charizard. They were able to pick off, the Pokemon from the side of Balance. And from there on out, they just, again, repeating what I said, steamrolling Balance up until the end game. We don't have the scoring comp no more. We can't have that. We don't have no score shield no more. IClan being very aggressive. IClan being very aggressive right now and allowing Balance to retaliate.
Yeah, I just got to give a special shout out to IClan because, they are our previous champions after all. So to see them in the losers bracket this early is pretty surprising, not gonna lie. But I mean, they're definitely not going down without a fight and they're going to continue to put up this kind of performance. Then it's just, they're going to cruise straight back up to a revenge match, I think.
And, going into game number 2, what do you think should Team Balance change on their composition going into game number 2 against Team Team IClan? I think that their composition right now, or at least on game number 1, is more centered around crowd control. We have the Trevenant, we have the Pikachu, we have the we have the Blastoise. Right,
JJ, I want you to look at the lineup, of Balance and tell me what's missing.
They don't have damage.
Yeah, they don't have a Greninja. They don't have a Greninja. Pick the Greninja, and you're gonna clean it up. We saw. Okay, so I'm gonna be real here. Jokes aside, right? It feels like the composition on the side of Balance, it feels a little bit clunky, I dare say, because you got that Trevenant who wants the extended fights. You want to be aggressive early, but then you have this Charizard who has to wait till his Unite move to really make any impact on the map. Meanwhile, your War Turtle is just holding an Everstone. He never wants to get that Hydro Typhoon, or at least is prevented from doing so. And it just doesn't seem like it's coming together. They need something more cohesive here.
Right, now, I think their composition would have worked if and only if IClan were playing a little bit scuffed. By scuffed, I mean if they're playing, literally beside each other in the field. However, how IClan was playing is they are all spread it out, and then they pick off whichever Pokemon that they can pick off. Essentially negating the crowd control Pokemon moves that Team Balance has against them. And look at that, you see the Hydro Typhoon didn't even hit anyone.
It breaks my heart because you just think like, or you can just imagine if that Hydro Typhoon. No. Yeah, it is slash looking good. Yeah, but okay, jokes aside, I feel like, Bemco, he actually landed a really, really sick Hydro Typhoon in those last moments. You could imagine how everything could change if he just, if it was just a bit earlier, if it was just quicker to the touch, right? And everyone could follow up, but they just came in a bit too late. And just like that, Balance are going to lose out in game number 1, but IClan showing dominance here.
Right, so I think at this point on, if they can change up a little bit for Team Balance, I think what they need to do here is balance out their composition. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, they are a little bit biased into crowd control. Doesn't have much of a damage. They only have the Charizard as their damage dealer. Yes, there's the Pikachu, but it's not enough if you're going to have your main damage dealer as Charizard.
Yeah, it just feels like the Pikachu wasn't really set up for success there. In fact, I'd argue to say that a lot of the Pokemon on the side of Team Balance were not set up for success. Most of the time you want to give that War Turtle space to get to that level 9, but then you also have a Charizard that wants that space. Then your Trevenant's going in, but where's the backup? The Pikachu already got gimped in the early stage. So I want to see some adjustments here. I want to see them fire back here in this game.
Now, this I like. So far, the Pokemon that they're hovering in, the Pokemon that they're hovering on, this I like.
What do you like? What do you like?
I like their composition right now. It's a little bit balanced, We have the Absol, definitely huge help on that on the early game. Could definitely help them spike up. Perhaps a Charizard as well to ensure that it wouldn't get delayed anymore, just like what happened last time. We have the Venusaur as well that could be, a sub damage dealer, into that at the bottom path. We have Lurarine as well into the Hoopa. Really amazing support. mobility is good as well. But you know, they're going to be changing it up into the Mamoswine and the Machamp. Definitely, okay. Here's the thing now. They fixed the problem on the lack of power.
I guess.
They fixed it out. But I think they are focusing too much right now on power.
I don't know. I mean, we don't see Mamoswine, but you know, Mamoswine is the definition of a Pokemon that can really get up in your face early and put on the pressure.
Right.
So if that is their game plan, I'm all for it. Like, take it straight to IClan, break up that formation, mess them up. Just get in their heads as early as the get-go and then just take it from there, right? Because Mamoswine really can... Mamoswine isn't a Pokemon that a lot of people are used to playing just because it's a bit unorthodox. And if they are able to capitalize on that pick, they could really go a long way from there.
Now, if you're going to be playing the Mamoswine on your team, I think the win con here, the very first win con, obviously everyone's win con is Zapdos. But but other than that, you know, before the Zapdos, right? Before the Zapdos, I think the very first win con that they need to do here is pick off IClan one by one. Especially with the Mamoswine that can essentially just, you know, get in disruption into just one Pokemon with Ice Fang. Then... only then will they be able to steamroll against IClan, perhaps doing what Team Gap against IClan, you know, one of the top teams in OCE.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, IClan, they're definitely going to have to be put on the back foot here early if Balance want a chance. That's all I'm going to say. Because if they get off to that rolling start that they did in game number 1, that's just not going to be an answer. And this is looking pretty good for them because here comes Buster, gets the KO. So that's a good start. That's a good start right there that happened on your screen. Now, Untamed the G could answer right back, but the bulk up going to give him the movement speed to get out and run his little legs away from that situation.
Right, but we have to remember as well that they were able to pick off the Charmander rather into that at the bottom path. So that's, you know, they're putting them a little bit into the equal side. But we did see as well that the Bulbasaur is now an Ivysaur into that of the central area. So definitely would be able to help out with their team. But they need to get into level 7 first for them to get the Penalties if they choose to have that moveset. But look at this right now. It looks like the solo Ivysaur won't be able to do a lot here against the Lucario and the Duraludon. But Pangu, with that of the Meteor Mash, going to be able to push down away that Ivysaur and allowing them to be taken out. And I think that's pretty good. You don't want the carry of the other team. You know, you don't want the carry of the other team to get the power spike.
Yeah, speaking of carry of the other team, we talked so much about Bemco, you know, putting on the early pressure, but they're already getting a level disparity between themselves and the IClan bot path players. Level 5s on both the Ninetales as well as the Blissey in comparison to the 4. So things not really looking good for Balance, but score-wise, they're still keeping pretty even, so it's still okay for now, but we'll have to see after the first Beast and Dreadnought.
Right, and here we go. We're going to be seeing, you know, a little bit of a team fight here as the first Beast is going to be coming up. The second Beast rather, in just a few seconds. But right now, Buster trying to get away here from Duraludon and Lucario. Definitely huge damage dealers, huge CC, huge sustain as well. I don't think you would be able to do anything here. So the very... Well, the best thing that you can do here is have someone to be with you, just like what happened right there. Or, you know, just back off a little bit, not to risk yourself being taken out by the other team.
I didn't really expect that move. I thought that was going to be a hyperspace hole to rotate down to the bot path, but they actually bring their Charmeleon up instead. And yeah, they're going to be able to kind of answer back the IClan aggression in the top path for now, but that is going to be Buster taken out. So now, with one-man disparity, they're going to try and force this bot path fight.
Alright, IClan definitely is getting in the pressure against Balance, just like what happened in game number 1, but we have to remember that they have the Mamoswine as well, so let's find out if that's going to be changing up a lot. Dragon Pulse is going to be used to tame the G rather, and at the same time, look at what IClan is doing. They're ensuring that 2 of their supports and 1 attacker is just attacking down Balance to ensure that they are going to be giving their, you know, teammates some free time to take down the Dreadnought, and they did, and as well as take down 3 inside of Team Balance. And right now they're going to be able to destroy this first tier score goal into that at the bottom pad. Really amazing play here. Really amazing play here coming in from IClan.
I'm not gonna lie, it looked hairy for a short moment there because it was just when the hyperspace hole had brought 2 of the members of IClan back to their base, and then, you know, it was the Alolan Ninetales holding the line by himself, and it looked like the side of Balance, they were gonna swoop in for a steal, but Pangu recognizes that on the Lucario, sweeps in, finishes that one off, and secures it for the team. So really nicely done from that Lucario.
Yeah, dynamite. Dynamic punch, and close combat is gonna be the move pull here for the Machoke, but unfortunately gonna be taken out by the Duraludon. It's gonna be 2v1 situation instead of the top lane. You don't want that again. You don't want the Duraludon and Lucario hopping up to your carry, and if you're gonna be taken out, then you're going to be you're gonna be delayed here. You're gonna be taken out, and oh my goodness, extreme speed coming in from the Lucario. Definitely dealt a lot of damage. Close combat here coming in from Buster. Not gonna be enough though, but here comes the Charmeleon. Aura Cannon, however, is gonna be able to take down that Charmeleon, but Buster is gonna get busted right now as Untamed G is gonna be able to take them out. That's gonna be a tree down from the top path for
But oh no, the miss! The Verdant Anger thrown out, but just nice. Pegu dodges that with the invincibility frame coming out from the dunk. He still ends up dropping with Captain TMMH. That's going to be a very valuable KO for Kim, but you can't fight 1v1 against a Duraludon. Or can you? Or can you? No!
Can you not? Can you not? Is what happened with our game. It was so close. It was close. It was close. It was definitely close.
Yeah, I do. Okay, so I do want to say that balance, you know, they are still answering back a little bit here. 169 to 38. It's not looking the cutest, I'm not gonna lie. But you know, if they can get on top of Untamed there, then things could go wrong. But here we already have a team fight in the bot path.
Right, and here comes the rings about as well. Revolving Ruin is going to be used, but look at that, that's going to be one down. Buster is going to be busted again. That's going to be Cheetah into the side of Balance, but no, never mind. That's going to be a 5-man KO for IClan, and finally, they're going to be destroying the first tier Squircle, which they didn't lay earlier, just to retain those Audinos for their own XP. And right now, they are leading. They're leading against Balance by a lot, by countless amount of XP.
Okay,
nobody.
I'm so sorry, but we asked Balance to change. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm just confused. I feel like, you know, we were like, yo, this is a cool switch up, and then the pieces just sort of fell flat again. The tower of cards just kind of all toppled. It feels like Balance, they're fighting an uphill battle here, and it's just getting harder and harder for them to face off against IClan. They're not even going to contest this Rotom now.
Yeah, I mean, we both like the new composition here coming from Balance, but unfortunately, them getting pressured out by IClan and not taking a lot of risks as well. You know, going against IClan, I think that was that was the thing that made them kind of be on a disadvantage against IClan, you know. Whereas IClan doesn't really care. They want to get in. They're going to be getting in. They know for a fact that Balance is just going to back out, and from there on out, IClan was easily able to punish Balance.
Yeah, I do want to point out though that now this Mamoswine has hit his final evolution, right? So that high horsepower as well as the Mammoth Mash. Yeah, so he starts off getting a pick off, very nicely done. That's the Alone Ninetales down. Now they need to find what else they can do from it. The key thing to note here is that it offers so much AoE control and so much AoE throw, right? It just stomps in if they can break up the ball of IClan. This is what we talk. Yeah, what we talked about time and time again. IClan love to play in this constructed ball, but if you can break that up, that's when things can change.
Yeah, but here's the thing, you know. Here's the thing. What I mentioned earlier on as well, how we saw IClan play. They play a little bit spread it out, right? They play a little bit spread it out, and most of the AoE damage coming in from the side of Balance wouldn't be as effective if everyone from the other team is going to be spread out. You'd want them to be near each other for them to take full effect of your moves.
Yeah, final stretch here in just about 10 seconds as both teams Balance. They've already assumed the position in this top path. So as our observer is showing us here, they're trying to lay a trap. So everyone be quiet. Nobody reveal what Balance has, because this could be the game that decides if they stay in this tournament or not. Eos Cup on the line here. Wow. And IClan, they are going to get revealed as they come out. Barrage Blow out. Here comes the Mamoswine.
Revolving Ruin. Oh my goodness, here comes a Mammoth Mash coming in from that of Mamoswine, but it looks like they were the one who got KO'd, but they were going to be able to take down the Zapdos as well, away from IClan. But here's the problem now, here's the problem. Would they be able to get back in terms of scores against IClan? Now they do have 180 down, but only 180. It's still not going to be, well, it is enough for them to catch up against IClan, but is it going to be enough? Are they going to be able to defend their score goals away from IClan from scoring in? Because only one score. They only need one score to overthrow the score of Balance.
Yeah, but
And there's
the
no
thing
minute
is,
left.
no. This is ironically, the level disadvantage helped them there because the respawn timers were lower. Every second mattered, but the Koopa managed to make it back to the goal zone in time. And now, Balance, they're just holding their post. IClan, they need to find an opening in this last 1 minute here.
I think IClan, what they're going to be doing here is going to have the last moment, going to have the rings unbound for them to just, teleport down and have the final scoring. But here comes, in just for 3 seconds, we're going to be seeing more action here, more team fights from Balance and IClan. Let's find out what's going to happen onto the final fight. Here comes a slow warning as well, passive coming in from that Alola Ninetales. We're going to be seeing some rings unbound here. Not quite yet. Hyperspace Barrage Flow is going to be used as well. Going to be able to take down that Hoopa. Now they don't have rings unbound. They can't teleport anymore. And now they're just trying to defend this one up. They need to be able to take down Balance if they want to score in. And there goes the Hoopa. They're going to be able to take it down. There's going to be Charizard going to be taken down. There's going to be 2 down. The Duraldo's going to be taken off from the side of IClan. I think we're going to go into game number 3.
The bump off. Oh, it gets stopped.
Oh, no.
He almost did it for the squad. We didn't notice it, but he almost got that final.
That was close.
The points he was holding were just too much. He just needed to deposit any small amount, 20, 30 would have been fine. But he's way too close to the 50 mark, and IClan, they get absolutely robbed. What the heck?
Oh my goodness, IClan wasn't as aggressive. Definitely from game number 1 going to game number 2, they weren't as aggressive as they were in game number 1. Yes, Balance were a little bit on discrepancy in terms of disadvantage rather in terms of XP, but at the same time, as you mentioned, it actually played out to their advantage, getting lower respawn time, allowed them to defend their score goals away from IClan, and from there on out, it's just, it's them really putting up a play here against IClan.
I want to point this out because I think it came in clutch in the last moments. Of course, we talked about the Mammothswine and the effect he had in that final Zapdos to flip it. But one thing that many people don't remember is when you touch any of your own goal zones with that Mammothswine, any of the Ice-type moves, it actually slows the goal scoring speed. That's his passive. So that definitely came into play to stopping that attack. And that final last hurrah push coming out from the side of IClan, they tried, but they just could not get through those goal zones and those defenders.
I think, right now, however, going back into the composition of Team Balance here, I think it's all good. It worked out pretty well for them. Just that they, I think, have to play a little bit more risky. They have to take more risks if they want to have that, XP advantage, or perhaps be toe-to-toe in terms of XP against Team IClan. Because I think that's the very thing that is being punished here by IClan. They're being punished. They're not taking a lot of risks here, and they're just allowing IClan to be on top of them up until the very end. But we saw how that still worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, this was the comeback.
We're not going to be able to guarantee. They're not going to be able to guarantee that it would happen again. I think they would have to have a strategy that would be definitive.
Yeah, that's for sure. I definitely feel like there was some sort of... I mean, you're saying that the composition worked out. I have to disagree, JJ. I feel like there's still that split in terms of expectations. Like, they have a Mammothswine who wants at level 9. Sure, it can be aggressive, but who's really backing you up, right? You kind of have the Venusaur, as well as, once again, it was the Charizard. And this time they put him in the bot path, like as if it couldn't get any more kind of confusing. I do respect what they're trying to go for there, and they managed to make it work for them, but I do feel like, you're not going to catch IClan off guard again with that one.
Right, I mean, that's, essentially what I'm trying to say, except for the part that I think that the composition is working out for them. But, the composition didn't work for them, it didn't work for them. What worked for them was how under level they were, being as an advantage for them to defend, the very last moments of the game. But again, I have to agree with you that they have to, change it up a little bit for them to be able to play a little bit more aggressively, and from there on have the equal footing against IClan.
Yeah, all part of the plan here, and we always have to talk about the momentum. But as we get into game number 3, when you're coming in hot like this on the side of Team IClan, right, you sweep over game number 1, you're cruising through game number 2, and suddenly everything flips on its head. every Pokemon Unite player knows that feeling. You're having a good day of games, you're smooth cruising with the crew, and then suddenly you get one bad loss, and that can really, really get to your head. So, you know, IClan, their experience, I don't expect this to throw them off too much, but we'll have to see, because the momentum now definitely has to be on the side of Balance's favor.
Right. Look at this. It's they're going back with their Blastoise, obviously not with Bamco anymore, but with Captain. We're going to have Bamco into the Gridat as well. So this is kind of interesting as well. I think they want to go in for an invasion here into the other central area of the other team. And what do you think about this composition that they have right now against IClan?
So Greedent has always been interesting, right? Because Greedent is just such a Pokemon of its own. It doesn't really follow the conventional meta rules, you know, even when we have formed metas like Score Comp and stuff like that, Greedent fits in as its own little unit. Now, I think you might be onto something here when you're talking about the central area invades. They could have picked this Pokemon to try and throw that off and just cause chaos. And there's no better Pokemon to cause that chaos than Greedent, especially Squabble in the early levels.
Right, but we have to consider as well that, you know, what do you call this? It got nerfed a little bit. That's why, you know, the invasion strategy doesn't work out as effective as it did last time. Yes, it still works, but only if you could control it.
Yeah, I think, so the nerfs you're talking about, basically the cupboard no longer just makes it unstoppable, right? But in those early stages, I think the Squabble still could kind of pull something off here. As we see, he's already causing some chaos in the bot path, going behind enemy lines to pick up those last hits.
Picking up those Odino as well, you know, just to try to make some disturbance against IClan. And there goes the first core here into the side of Squavat. And I think this is not going to stop until later. You know, this is not going to stop until later. They do have quite a little bit of balance here. They have the damage. We have Buster into that of Lucario. We have the Hoopa as a support. We have the CC and damage coming in from that of the Cramorant. Obviously, as you mentioned, Gatling Gulp Missile. And of course, we do have another form of CC and damage that is the Squirtle. You know, the Blastoise, and of course we have the all-rounder kind of Pokemon, I'd say, that is the Squavat, the Gridat, you know, just causing disturbance all over the place.
Okay, he might be the one being disturbed right now as he dashes a bit too far forward. Maybe the greed is not going to pay off. No, Oran berries.
Going to be helping it out.
Yeah, every single Pokemon game is just the berries that come in clutch, right? But I do want to point something out, because whenever you pick this Cramorant, it's more often than not, you're going to see the Surf Hurricane just for the strong amount of control that it provides. Because as soon as you get caught by that move, you're just going to get into trouble. But IClan, whether intentionally or not, they have Pokemon that can deal with that. They have, of course, the Blissey with the Safeguard that can break up that combination, and as well as the Duraludon passive, right? The heavy metal, just denying that knockup entirely. So like we just saw right there, right? Frith, he's in the right spot, manages to get his teammate out of danger. So I wonder how Danger is going to try and make the most out of his moves.
Okay, I think I kind of disagree with the heavy metal one, because I would agree if it were just one time, but we have to remember that heavy metal only has a bit of a cooldown, and you know, Surf Hurricane does 3 attacks, 3 hits on a Pokemon. So definitely the first one is going to be, you know, the first one is going to be negated with the heavy metal, but like the other 2, I think that would be, you know, that would be a huge disturbance here coming in from the Cramorant.
Do you see that? Bamco, I believe he just got stuffed cheeks instead. This is not usually the case, but I mean, I guess it's a lot more favorable now just because of the covered nerf.
Right. And at the same time, you have to remember as well that, you know, Oran Berry is healing up a lot of HP, and at the same time, kind of, at least for Kvet, right? It increases your speed as well. But here comes Buster, gonna be taken out. No, actually goes to survive that one. But here comes the Water Tail, going to take the risk that I was talking about, but, you know, well, high risk, high reward, essentially, is what happened.
Yeah, that was quite an interesting move from Balance, because how often do you see the level 6 Cramorant, 7-minute rotation to top path? Usually it's a bit of the other way around because they want to fight over trade. But yeah, it doesn't manage to catch them by surprise there. It ends up being Balance who take the losing end of that trade, and now it's IClan with a good position on this trade.
And here we go. Let's find out who's going to be able to take down this Dreadnought. It looks like IClan going to be able to take down Bamco. Bamco trying to get away here. Not quite enough here. Oh my goodness. Actually has the belch. Sorry, not belch rather, but the Bullet Seed. Bullet Seed is the way to go here for the Gridette. But look at this. Going back up. They're going to go back with the Hyperspace Hull with a recovery here. But Lucario going to be able to take down Lucario of the other side of balance here. And it's still not going to be enough. They're just going to have the Dreadnought have a little bit of reset here. Another Hyperspace Hull for those, well, damage dealer to get into recovery. But look at that. As that is happening, they are just trying to repel away the opponent, balance away from this Dreadnought so that they won't be able to take this one up against them. But look at that. It looks like this. Lucario is going to be able to dance one more time. Pango going to be able to take down one. And it looks like the Waterfall is going to be taken out as well. Never mind. They didn't pay any attention. But Captain is going to be taken out. Oh, never mind. Not quite yet. Buster is here as well. Extreme speed into Buster. Going to be able to take them out. And Captain finally going down as well. Pangu with the KOs.
So they set that up pretty nicely there on balance, right? Because they sent the Greedent in, Bullet seeded down untamed on that Duraludon, but it just wasn't enough. The rest of the side of balance, they were just streaming in one by one and they continuously got picked off. It's kind of like going into the grinder, right? You don't come out of that situation. IClan, they managed to secure it even though the Lucario slightly mistimed the Aura Sphere. It didn't really matter because the War Turtle, not at that level 9 yet, finally hits it. So I want to see what impact he can have. Now, very
flush here. Yeah, Very Flop is going to be used here. That's going to be a 1-for-3 situation here. Doesn't have any backups at all just yet for them to try to take in this Rotom. I think that's going to be the play of the game here for balance. They want to take as much objective as they could, but IClan is just denying them all day long. Going into that of the bottom path right now, we're going to be seeing some action again, but into that of the top path, we are going to be seeing these Aura Cannons going to be popped out, but at the same time, the moment it got out, the Lucario from IClan is going to be taken out. Hydro Typhoon didn't hit anyone at all. They did get the 40 points, however, so that's a little bit of a good trade as well, I'd say. You know, a little bit of about 50-50 on that one. You know, yes, they did get a hit of the Hydro Typhoon, but they did get the 40 points, so it's kind of a... I can't say it's a fair trade. It's a Unite move.
That was an atrocious trade. I don't know what you're talking about. The Blastoise landed that Hydro Typhoon on exactly 0 people, and that's not gonna feel good because you were waiting for that moment for so long. I mean, sure, you have the point advantage, but it definitely doesn't feel good.
Right. I really wanted to call it a fair trade, but it's not. I'm sorry. It's not quite, you know, but like, you know what, going into the top path, we're going to be seeing that Rotom here. I think what they need to do here is just take in the Rotom and then immediately transfer down into that of the bottom path. That's what they did, teleporting right now, brings them back. But the Gridette's going to be able to steal away this Dreadnought from IClan. And here comes another one here that's going to be 3 down from balance. It doesn't matter if you're able to take in a Dreadnought, as we are going to retrieve what we lost from you taking away our Dreadnought.
Yeah, I mean, they grab the Rotom on the top side and the Rotom enters the top tier too, but it doesn't even matter because Kill Streak, once again, untamed. We see this recipe work time and time again. IClan, they're just cooking it up. Straight Bliss assistance onto the Duraludon. He just keeps firing away, and I really gotta say, Captain TMH, you know, he's trying to find the angle, but he just can't seem to breach what IClan are trying to put down, right? It's not like, I mean, yes, sure, the Greedent manages to steal it away, so really nicely played from Bamco here, but it just doesn't really amount to much as the rest of the team can't hold the candle to what he's doing.
Right, but here comes Bamco, going to be taken out here, perhaps. No, not quite enough, as there goes the Hyperspace Hole, you know, to support them up, just to, you know, get him some recoveries as well. But here comes another, I think we're going to be seeing the another objective here in quite a bit here. Bamco still disrupting IClan. I think it's working out pretty well for them. Yeah? It's working out pretty well for balance right now. They are ensuring that IClan wouldn't have as much of a gap as they did in game number 1 and game number 2. And in terms of points, well, they are the one just leading.
Yeah, okay, so they do, I'm talking about this like balance are out of it, but that's not the case at all, right? Like, I feel like this Greedent could really pull something out of the bag here, especially with this interesting build, and they do have the Hydro Typhoon, so there is a chance for a do-over here. If you can just land it, we haven't really seen insane Hydro Typhoons today just yet, but I believe, okay, I believe in this man on our screen right here. He's hitting the level 13 on this Blastoise. The whole team's fate is riding on his back here. They're gonna go in and fight.
Yes, rings on bounce going to be used here. Oh my goodness, we're going to be seeing Hydro Typhoon as well, but almost no one is going to be taken out as well because of the Unite move coming from Card Buff. But look at that as well. There's going to be 2 down into the side of IClan. They were able to destroy IClan. That's going to be a 5-man KO, and they're going to be able to secure the Zapdos for themselves. Only if the Blastoise is not going to be taken out with the Zapdos, then they will be able to score it into the first score goal. But they need to be really careful. They are very low on HP, and even if they can take down the Zapdos, IClan can just easily, can easily just take them out with this so low of an HP.
JJ, I don't know how you kept your composure there because that Missy literally almost ruined the game for Balance there. But this is kind of insane because Balance, they're in the front foot here and they're just about to knock out the returning champions just like this. It doesn't look like IClan can put up much of a fight. They're trying to answer back, but they're down a player. Buster's still getting the score in, 400 points up. Balance, have they just turned it around?
They might have just been, but we have to remember there's still 50 seconds left. If they can gather in the points here, then they can still probably slight chance, you know, to come back against Balance. But here comes the hyperspace hole of Buddy here. Hoopa is going to be taken out, and they don't have any more way to teleport immediately to the score goal of Balance. Very Battle 5 is going to be used by Bamco just to disrupt Team IClan. Here comes the rapid spin into the water spout as well. Is there going to be a lot here? Not quite enough, but it's going to be enough, however, just to defend the score goal. And it looks like the champions of March Cup of UCS Oceania region is going to go down just like that. Not going to have any wins at all in the Eos Cup finals. Balance is the one that's moving forward in this game in a score of 2-1.
How did this happen? We were like, yo, IClan, they're the other side of the coin, they're the top dogs of the region, and this is how it all goes down. Heartbreak from the side of IClan. They put up such a commanding fight, but to get it stolen away from them like that, it felt like they were in the lead, it felt like they were dominant, but through the scraps, through the pain, through just dragging them all over the map, Balance, they're the ones to move on instead, and they knocked the champions out.
They definitely knocked the previous champions out, and I think that one of the factors here is the huge change in the patch. Definitely affected a lot. You cannot deny that. It definitely affected a lot of teams that they have to adjust going over into the Eos Cup. But obviously, Balance here, we cannot dismiss their skill that they were able to adjust against IClan in game number 2, and then maintain that adjustment against IClan, winning this game against them, dropping down, eliminating the previous champions.
I gotta say, huge props. You know, coming into the games when caster of Balance, I was like, yo, Captain TMH, show me something. I want to shout your name. Give me a reason. But this time round, I really got to give props to Bamco. I feel like he was playing so solid on that support tank role. He just always made enough space for his team. And even when things look hard, even when things look scrappy, he was always there holding the line. And having someone like that to anchor your team and just make sure that, you know, you guys still have a chance. You guys still can make this happen. This second game on the Greedon, he just ran in and took out the most important Pokemon on the side like that. That's really got to give you some confidence coming into these fights.
Right, there were a lot of times where, you know, IClan was able to take in a team KO into the side of, Balance, but they were able to balance it out. They were able to answer back with their own team KO, and from there on out, as you mentioned, I have to agree with you that this grid dent really helped out a lot into the side of
Yeah, I mean, this last Zapdos fight, you know, we talked about that it needing to be perfect, and boy, was it perfect. Sure, the Hydro Typhoon came out a little bit late, but the job was done at that point. Lulurin as well, landing a spot on Hyperspace Fury, knocking down so many members, and just like that, they got evaporated. The burst damage coming out from that Cramorant as well, with the Gout Missile just firing off. And yeah, Dangerous over here, this is Ben on the screen that we're talking about. He didn't have the flashiest performance, right? He didn't have on the previous game. He was playing Charizard in the lane. It was a bit suspicious. We were like, what is going on, my friend? But this time round, he definitely holds the line. We were wondering whether he would be able to still contribute on the Cramorant, but he definitely made it work for his squad. And Balance, this could be a good look for them. Number one, they've just beaten the champions. Number two, you know, they looked a bit scrappy in the first series of the game, but then now they're slowly starting to form together, slowly starting to find that harmony. And if this keeps going on this trajectory, they could even take down the Kings. I don't know. Am I going a bit too crazy? Tell me, JJ.
That could be the story of OCE. You know, there could be the underdog, the King Slayers, as well. You know, if they can going back into the upper bracket, you know, into grand finals, perhaps taking out after taking out IClan, next would be, you know, the revenge match against Ground Zero. But you know what? I'd like to hear more from our panelists, Danny and Moonboy. What do you think about the last game?
Thank you, JJ Kun. Thank you, Permisnees, Moonboy. What? God, that ending was just so explosive, and I was holding my breath because everything was just so close. But I want to hear your thoughts. Break down your thoughts on what really happened in that final game. Like, are you surprised that IClan have been beaten? They're gone.
Everything just happened so fast, right? But balance really brought that to the table, and it's always the case, right? IClan was leading and all the way, but until the final moment that Zapdos really fell through to balance right over there. So that's what, you know, a underdog team usually does, right? And this is the story that we want to see, and we hope that, you know, Balance will be able to bring this all the way, taking down the champions of the previous month's cup. That is not an easy task.
I think this team has conned us because they've come into the tournament and named themselves Balance. Clearly, we're missing the name. Like, something's wrong. It must be overpowered because these guys, they're looking so good. But if anything, we've got to look forward to their next matchup. But speaking of next matches, here is the current bracket. So as you can see at the very top, upper bracket, we've got Ground Zero, and they'll be playing up against Bandit ESC, but we're going to ignore them first, right? Because right now, the losers bracket is where it's really all at. Balance is going to play against Collateral up next, and then Team Gap is paired up against Red v Spinnerax. Now, I do believe we're going to be jumping into Team Gap versus Red v Spinnerax for our next matchup, but I want to hear your thoughts. Like, how excited are you for that game?
Yeah, we actually saw Team Gap does his thing in the game against Ground Zero, but Redback Cinerect, that's a team that we haven't seen it before in this whole broadcast. So I hope that they will be able to bring something fresh onto the table. So we have been seeing lots of really interesting pick and really interesting Pokemon, especially that Greedon in the last game. So Redback Cinerect, I hope that they will bring more interesting stuff.
Absolutely, and don't forget to jump into the May Cup as well. As you can saw, if you saw on the screen just now, if you do want to get into competitive play, make sure you head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to enter, okay? I'm going to keep reminding you because if you have that itch to play, just enter. It's not going to hurt anyone's feelings. Now, we are going to go for a quick break so that the cast is going to break, so that Moonboy gets ready, because I know he's casting the next game. You're looking forward to that one. But once you return after our 4-minute break, we'll jump into our next game of the day. We'll see you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon Unite. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Eos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score.
What a goal!
That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training!
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. My name is Denali. I've been your host for today, and of course we are here for the Eos Cup Oceania Finals. We've just finished up our first 3 games of the day. We're going to be jumping into game number 4, and of course on my lovely panel we've had all the casters so far, but let's see who's going to be joining me this time. I bet I know who it is. JJ! How you doing, buddy? Hey, look, I saw you move. You don't mess with me, okay? You don't mess with me.
Alright, yeah, you know, this game is going to be interesting because we're going to be moving now into round 2 of our lower bracket. Of course, first one is going to be Team Gap, which we saw earlier on going against Ground Zero. Unfortunately, you know, losing both of the games. But this time we're going to be seeing a team that's a little bit new in the broadcast. You know, we're going to be seeing a Red B Spinnerax into the broadcast.
Stop. Okay, you need to say the full name because I can't believe you don't understand the meaning behind the team's name. It's a genius name. It's a genius name. I'll get into it very quickly. So here's the first
Spinnerax. There we go.
You don't understand. You're not Australian. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
So context. JJ.
What?
Okay, hang on. I'm just trying to think like, how do I say this in a nice way? Have you never heard of a redback spider before?
I don't think we have those here. That's why I probably don't know that. I'm sorry.
It probably makes more sense if they are something like redback baluts or something, right? Because Filipino, it's like a Filipino thing.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
But you know what? Let's focus a little bit onto the match. Again, Redback Spinnerax, there we go, versus Team Gap. Going to be the first time that they're going to be appearing in the broadcast. You know, it's going to be really interesting. You know, Team Gap, this is their last chance, you know, as well for Redback Spinnerax. Whoever is going to be losing this match, well, we'll have to say goodbye to Eos Cup.
Yeah. So this is essentially it for these teams, right? You cannot lose any more matches down here. You need to win every single one if you want to make it to that grand final. So the stakes are really high for these teams. But JJ, before we jump into the game, I want to hear a quick prediction. Who do you think is going to win this next series?
You know, for me right now, whoever's going to have the Trevenant on their arsenal would be winning the game.
So you're going to pull off a... Okay, he's pulling off a Permasneeze.
A Permasneeze here.
Alright, we're going to throw it over to our wonderful casters for our next game. It's going to be Team Gap versus Redback Spinnerax. It's the best of 3 of the lower bracket. Loser is out. Take it away, Moonboy and Permasneeze.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back! It's me, Moonboy, once again with my buddy Permasneeze, but he's not yet sneezing, so it's not permanent. So how are you doing? Redback Spinnerax versus Team Gap.
So JJ wants to cosplay me, right? So I am cosplaying him back in that first panel when he was muted. So do you get that reference? Just so we're clear.
Okay, get it.
Okay. So let me get to the actual important stuff. We have Redback Spinnerax coming up against Team Gap. Of course, Team Gap already showed us their power here, but we haven't seen Redback Spinnerax, right? I feel like this team, they've been talked about pretty highly by a lot of the members of the community, so I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table here, and it's definitely going to be a switch of pace, right? Because this is not a team that we've seen so far. I hope they bring something new to the table.
Yeah, something new in the table indeed. Mimikyu main on that Wigglytuff. That's something we have not seen the whole day. But you have to be really careful with his opponent. Having that Blissey as that safeguard might be able to cancel those sleeps if he gets that Sing online.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been this age-old duel of the pink support Pokemon, right? It's like, okay, if you have a Slowbro and you want to use your Slow Beam, then the Blissey is there to kind of save it. And then I'd actually argue the opposite, because I feel like Blissey, you need to keep a certain distance to make sure you safeguard, right? But if the Wiggly manages to get into a position and sleep you as well, you ain't keeping anyone safe. You're taking a nap. You're having nice dreams. You're going to be knocked out before you know it. So I would say that this is an interesting pick. Specifically, we're going to have to see how Mimikyu main positions themselves to land those things and get those multiple man sleep off.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, off we go. Redback Spinnerax versus Team Gap. This is a loser bracket semi-finals. So whoever gets lost this one is going home. So their tournament life is on the line. Both teams going with Redback Spinnerax going with 1-1-3, while Team Gap with the 2-1-2.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't gotten the chance to see Wiggly, but Wiggly's such a strong laner. Of course, up against a formidable bot path of their own. It's going to be a Alolan Vulpix along with a Blissey, rather, Chansey at this moment. And they're actually doing a 2-1-2 in this top side. So Kirin Mao going to be piloting that Machop. And key thing I want to note here is that it's once again a bit of an unorthodox top half, right? We're not seeing Serenas, we're not seeing the age-old Lucarios. We're seeing a bit of a switch of pace. The Machop against that Wartortle, rather Squirtle.
Yep, Machop being a really good Pokemon, their anti-crowd control, they would be able to just walk up to those freezes coming in from the Ninetales as well. If you could close the distance against the Ninetales, that Machop of sooner or later it will be a Machamp would be devastating. But however, a 3 versus 1 top lane is not where they want to be because that Machop is unable to get some skilling. But right here in the bottom side, Redback Spinarak already got that Wiggly online and they will be pushing it as the Ninetales has to defend and the Pikachu is just taking so much EXP off these bees.
Sick flank coming out from Changarag here as they just managed to swoop in and catch the side of Team Gap unaware. They're applying so much pressure in this bot side and really striking back. Yamisuke, he's gonna come a bit too far forward and find himself caught in that Thunder Field. Now Mimikyu main trying to deny those Citrus Berries from Jurak, but not able to. But already the goal zone down to 22 health.
Great timing of that hyperspace hole coming in from the Hoopa from Team Gas, sending the Calvary to the rescue as 4-man from Spinarak is just pushing them on. However, on the top side, that Machop is still alive. We haven't really seen him going down to Team Gap yet, right? There's a 3v1 on top and he still survived. I'm a survivor and I'm gonna be the winner, says that Machop.
Yeah, I mean, things are still pretty even overall, but definitely the level 9s coming in. I think the top half, we talked about it a lot throughout this entire game so far, but I really think it does signify the philosophies of both these teams coming in, right? Redback Spinarex, you know, true to their name, they want to be a lot more deadly, they want to pick you off, and that Machamp's definitely going to enable that and get on that back line. Meanwhile, Team Gap, they want to just kind of create a flat-out gap, right, in these team fights. They want to just melt you all in one instance, and the Hydro Typhoon is going to help with that. So I don't think any of these top half Pokemon are going to come to this Dreadnought fight, but this Dreadnought fight is really going to dictate the pace of the upcoming game.
Yep, exactly right. Whoever gets the first Dreadnought sets the tempo. I say this again and again because it is that important. 4 men from Redback on the bottom side. Machop is still on the Lone Ranger right on top, but it's okay. They got that Hoopa for their rotation, so they are absolutely okay. But Machop rotating straight right down as that Dreadnought goes live. Both teams converge right to that turtle. Who is going to get it first?
They need to be so careful here because both Central Park Pokemon very near their level 9s and OM Beagle has the Water Burst Shuriken. That could be a huge pivotal Unite move for the team fight. He's invis and he's going in straight with the Water Burst Shuriken, straight onto the back lines, onto the back, surf for one, surf for another, finishing off the rest, already 2 down, it's traded out for 1, but OM Beagle, he's doing so much damage. Meanwhile, the Blissey's gonna drop as well, but cleaned up, and we talked about this man on his Greninja, and he shows up in full force. Forget about your Trevenant, baby. I'm talking about Greninja here. KO streak of 4 as he heads towards the Dreadnought and wants to secure it for his team. But this is not... They need to be so careful here because he's trying to come in for the steal. Not in time. This is a beach and this is Greninja territory, baby. He continues to clean up another and the side of Redback Spinarak, they found themselves in a rough spot. The eject button out. Hydro Typhoon to finish it off. And we said it since the start. They want to just create this huge gap. And they've done just that here.
Wow, Team Gap with that micro skills on that Greninja. Those surf resets was on point, ladies and gentlemen. Taking 1, 2, no, but 4 members of Spinarak in that process and got that Dreadnought for themselves. Right here, Redback Spinaraks really have to try to figure out a way out. How are they going to control that Greninja coming in from Team Gap because he is going out of hands at this point in time.
You need Kirin Mao here to really just pop off. You need him to land a barrage blow onto 3, just knock the living daylights out of the side of Team Gap. But right now, they're going to start off with a pick-up on that Blastoise in the bot path, so really nice. Team Gap, they tried to start off on this Rotom here. It's at half HP, but it's going to get leashed. Meanwhile, the bot path being ravaged, and they need to rotate over. So Tufu Beam, we're a bit away from the action at the moment as there's a fight happening here as well. Tufu Beam versus this Machamp, but it's not a fight that you're going to win. He's really just keeping them off the goal. As off-screen, once again, OM Beagle with a KO streak of 3. Now finally popping the Hyperspace Portal, denying the Citrus Berry, but the rest of the squad shows up. They want to punish him. The Barrage Blow is out, but the punches aren't there. The backup isn't there. The dash is there. Dynamic punch away. Can he survive? Yes, he can, but this is a Rotom for Redback Spinarak here.
Wow, I mean, that Machan might have overextended a little bit trying to get that Hoopa, but it's nobody's home as the rest of the family comes right up to just clean up the squad. But there we have, Redback Spinnerex still pushing 4-man top with the Rotom. They're still dunking. They're trying to close up the final tier 2 hoops on the top side. 4 members they are retreating at this point in time. But Team Gap, they really have to figure out this one. How are we gonna deal with Redback Spinnerex? How are we gonna deal with this?
Yeah, Redback Spinnerex, I believe there's a bit of confusion in the team names there. It's a bit reversed, but don't worry, we got the right picture. Right now, Team Gap, they managed to get a pick off and they want to convert it into this Dreadnought, but the rest of the side of Team Gap, they're streaming in. Can they make it in time? The Water Bus Shuriken! OM Beagle! I'm telling you, this man is on fire. You don't mess with him at the Dreadnought, baby. You don't even touch him. He gets the Dreadnought for his squad. Just when it looked like Team Gap could try and make something happen, it absolutely falls apart.
Beagle is on the roll, ladies and gentlemen. Level 14. He's just 1 level away from max level, and we are not even close to the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. As there we have, Redback Spinnerex is just ramping up on their Unite move right now. They are ready for their big Zapdos fight. It's down to Team Gap. How are we going to flip this over? It's down to the last Electric Bird right in the center of Remote Stadium.
Living up to their name here, really creating a huge disparity in terms of the points. 69 for Redback Spinnerex over to the Team Gap lead of 293. They're already positioned nicely because they cleaned up most of the wild Pokemon on the stadium. So right now, it's all about this last bit of a maneuver. You want to try and force something unnecessary from the side of Team Gap. You're trying to push the issue. You're trying to make something happen for Redback Spinnerex. You need to make them waste the resources for you to stand a chance in this Zapdos fight.
Yup, and also something to take note that the Hoopa from Team Gap is actually running Trick instead of Hyperspace Hole. So that is, he will be providing a little bit of healing, but he's unable to rotate his team back in time. So probably that is the reason why they have been losing out so much in this whole team. Look at the movement and rotation coming from Redback Spinnerex. They are moving so fluidly around the whole stadium just because Hoopa has the Hyperspace Hole. But meanwhile, at the 2 minute and 30 seconds mark, this Rotom will be marching straight right down to the top side of Team Gap. Ooh. They are waiting for it. They're just capitalizing on that two times points with that Rotom, and this is going to be a huge distraction for Team Gap for that Zapdos fight. They are so distracted with that Rotom.
Ladies and gentlemen, learn this one for your own games. When you have the chance to, you want to delay that Rotom to the final stretch as soon as possible so that it eats up their attention, it eats up their time, and look at how Team Gap are positioned. They're already hiding. They know the side of Redback. They need to contest this if they have a chance, if they want to have a chance here.
Yep, Redback Spinnerex ready in position, waiting for Team Gap to walk right into the pit. No. They are ready for them. They are ready for the ambush, but Team Gap rotating straight right to the bottom side. They might be going in, but however, caught off by that Blissey as Machamp goes on this initiation.
They want to take this Blissey out, but managing to egg bomb and escape away. The Assault Fest and the reset coming in clutch. So Jurek, he's going to be back to this fight. He needs to be so careful. They still want to sync him up. Where is the backup kill? Rings Unbound Pop. And the rest of the squad on the side of Team Gap coming in. Starlight Recital, but the Snow Globe to answer. Where is the Hydro Typhoon? I'm looking for it. I don't see it at the moment. But Redback Spinnerex are being pushed back. Jurek finally to drop the deck. 2 down already. And finally the Hydro Typhoon. But is it too late? OM Beagle is cleaning up. He's the last hope. He needs to do something for his team. He's still at very high HP and he could surf it all. He could finish them off. Vexical, he split apart. OM Beagle! He does it for the squad again. This man is just out of his mind. Everyone just shout his name because this guy is playing out of control. You pick Greninja, you win the damn fights, you win the damn game. The surf bonus HP damage comes in clutch as he takes it over for Team Gap.
Those resets and those healing from OM Beagle is really on point. Ladies and gentlemen, already at level 50, there was no contest coming in from Team Gap. Team Gap put up a good fight, but Redback Spinnerex brought it right to them. And there we have, they will be marching straight right to this to just close up the game. 30 more seconds on the clock. Team Gap with only 69 points on their pocket. I don't think they will be getting home with this one. They will have to think hard. How are we gonna stop Redback Spinnerex in game number 2?
Yeah, if you take a look at the points, that is anything but nice for the side of Redback Spinnerex. They kind of lost out really early on, and it really was OMG. I'm telling you, just pick the damn Greninja. He just wins the game. OM Beagle, this master, came in at the perfect moment. It all started to go wrong as soon as the early Dreadnought fight. We saw that slight level difference, that slight EXP advantage come in clutch. He sneaks in with the smoke screen. They don't see him. Water Burst Shuriken straight on the back line, and we're talking about Mimikyu main on this Wiggly, right? We're like, okay, you know what? This is a cool pick. You can sleep the team, but what about your own team? They're getting absolutely destroyed by OM Beagle.
Yeah, that is definitely right? And that Wiggly Top actually went for the Starlight Recital upon the Hyperspace Fury. That actually did do a little bit of thing for Team Get at that point in time, but it's not enough to constantly deal with whatever the Hyperspace Fury have. The cooldown for Hyperspace Fury is just too fast. Those knockouts is going to happening again and again and again. Team Get really could not deal with that, and they just melted once and for all. And not forgetting OM Beagle, man, that MVP of this match, 81k worth of damage. Oh my god, goodness.
Yeah, I just gotta give a reminder to everyone watching that unfortunately we have a bit of a mix-up in the team names. It's not Redback Spinrex that won, it was Team Gap, but I'm sure we're gonna get that fixed up for you in right a bit. But right now, Team Gap are 1 game up on Redback Spinrex. Of course, Team Gap, we already saw them perform, but Redback Spinrex, it feels like they couldn't find their footing there. They named themselves after this deadly Australian spider, but I just wasn't feeling the venom there.
Yeah, those spiders really have to pick it up. They are going back home and they will be discussing in their war room, how are we gonna deal with Team Gap? And there we have, the winners of game number 1. They were the top 6 of that March finals, and Eos Cup match. They have won 4 games in this Eos Cup. Like, this is just, they're on the roll right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say this man's name enough. OM Beagle, he's just absolutely destroying. I want to see even more from him, but I do want to see Redback Spinrex fight back, right? Because I did my rounds, okay? I kind of tried to find out a bit more about them. And a lot of the members of the Oceania community say that this is definitely a team to be reckoned with. Maybe we just caught them in a bad game. Maybe Team Gap have their number here. But I want to see something change. I want to see a fire back. And this is the crucial moment of the fight. Look at that smoke screen sneak into the backline. Straight away evaporating the backline. He gets one surf reset, gets another, cleans up Mimikyu main. And who are you sleeping? The only person taking a nap is you, my friend. You need to back off from the fight. And just like this, the game just snowballs out of control.
Look at how he maneuvered the Greninja.
Yeah, look at that.
It felt like a Lucario to begin with, right? Those resets on those stuff felt like an extreme speed, but he brought it to perfection. Having that lead, having those early KOs, and I think that's probably it, right? At that point in time when OM Beagle was at level 15, that really seals the deal right over here. This is the final stretch right there. I think Team Gap actually have a really good, Spinnerak actually have got a really good positioning, but they just got overthrown by OM Beagle.
I just want to give a special shout out because I know there's chaos happening. We already lost our minds. So let's chill for a bit here and try and analyze this fight, right?
Okay.
It all started because of that Jurek Blissey. Got caught out in the brush. We thought, oh no, it's about over. They're going to be 1 man down. But baited so much time. You want to know why? Assault vest on the Blissey actually protected him for so long. And then by the time they almost got him down, Hyperspace hold right under his tail, and then he just dips away. They wasted so much resources to get absolutely nothing. And when you start a Zap fight like that, you can't really expect to win it, especially against OM Beagle.
Yeah, that is definitely right. So I think Redback Spinrex really have to try to recompose how they are going to work around this one, and probably they might want to zone down on OM Beagle because that Greninja really did a lot of effort, did the most of the job in this matchup. And if you are able to stop him, you might be able to have a chance or even a opening for you to just swoop in and just take the win.
I do want to say though, I feel like when it comes to the highest level of Unite, the matches that we're watching right now, it all comes down to those micro decisions. Every single one of those last hits actually matters a lot, right? And we need to see how well they balance that out, because really at that Dreadnought fight that turned the entire tide of the game, it was just a bit of EXP that Cinder Ace was off to get that level 9. The Blazing Bicycle kick could really turn things around, but I don't expect any change coming out from the side of Team Gap, but the other side as well, they don't want to change anything. Both teams just going with the same matchup as we saw in game number 1.
Actually, no. Redback Spinrex actually changed up their weekly top for a Blissey.
Sorry. I'm just actually no. Please get your facts right. Get your facts right. Stop lying. Stop lying to the audience.
But it's fine, right? Because knowing that Blissey, you could add a little bit more sustainability to the fight. Having those safeguards or even egg bomb, you could lift your opponent up or even knock him back. These are all possible moves coming in with a Blissey. There's so much more possibilities with the Blissey right now. So compared to a weekly top, I believe Blissey was a premium and Spinnerex actually went with this, and hopefully this new addition might just stir things up.
Yeah, I do want to say though that I appreciate that they tried the Wiggly, right? It was a really cool move. We didn't see it today, but that might be the reason why. There is one premier pink Pokemon on the scene right now, and it is this Blissey. Of course, I don't count Hoopa, okay? Hoopa, you don't need to talk about Hoopa. If you're not playing
purple.
Hoopa, purple, got a bunch of different colors. Let's not go there. We're talking pure pink, okay? And they picked the Blissey out for themselves, so I expect this to be a lot more even because they're going to have a lot more defensive tools on the side of Redback Spinarex.
Yeah, and Redback Spinarex actually went with the same composition with a 1-1-3, and on the bottom side, the tri-lane is just pushing so much forward. So they kind of know what they're doing, right? They could sustain their lead, so they got the bottom path secured. So now all they need to do is just try to secure this lead and just bully Team Gap, not allow them to have any space to breathe.
Yeah, I do want to point out, this was the point I was trying to make early on, but the slight EXP difference, right? We saw that Cinder Ace make the early rotation to try and help that bot path. Sure, it manages to get them off to a good start, but the whole time, OM Beagle is farming. That is the difference. That slight bit of EXP difference was the difference maker in the game. So they need to be a lot more careful about how they distribute their resources here. Speaking of resources, Redback Spinarex is going to clean up the majority of those Vespiquen and Combi in this bot path. Once again, Changarang is here.
You guys realize that OM Beagle waited for the Cinderace to actually move down to the bottom side before he ganking top, and there we have, a kill over there on the Machamp as well. But Team Gap is unable to just deal with the bottom side. 4 men on the bottom side for Redback Spinarex. They're just pushing in so much, and I think Team Gap really have to play on the defense right there before the cavalry arrive to save them.
Yeah, and I do want to say that I feel like Team Gap, they're really playing with such a fine tune to their actions. Everything as small as just waiting for the reveal of the flank maneuver on the bot side, right, from that Cinderace before showing yourself. You're not really expecting, the Machamp's not really expecting it. Maybe he's thinking, oh, they're seeing this gank happening in the bot side. They're going to go help, right? They're not going to come for me, but he just gets dogpiled upon.
Yep, there we have, Team Gap Team Gap's group manages to go with the hyperspace hole, so we will be seeing lots of rotation as per game number 1. I'm not sure what exactly Redback Spinarex Hoopa might go with, but instead it went with the trick, so this is the only difference, right? But we're going to see so much rotation with Team Gap in this whole game.
Yeah, that's just definitely going to power up their Cinder Ace here as he's laying down the hot fire onto Yamisuke. Needs to be careful, but he gets cleaned up by his counterpart, Orion V2, able to send in the ice and freeze him on the spot. So breaking open that top tier goal, once again, Team Gap, they're leveraging on their top path advantage instead. They want to get that War Turtle online to the Blastoise stage, and they're willing to sacrifice a bit in this top path for it.
Yeah, I think, the main carry right over here is definitely going to be OM Beagle with the Greninja. He's already at level 9, ladies and gentlemen, as we move straight right to the Dreadnought fight in about 10 seconds time, and he will be teleported down to the bottom side. The fight is on. Team Gap is ready. You bully my bottom side, I am here. I am here to defend my teammate, and I will take you down.
The defense not really working out for them as in comes the Waterman Shuriken, just trying to get into the fight. OM Beagle, he's used quite a few resources. He needs to be careful. I was just going to say, there's a bit of a level difference yet again. The Cinder Ace not at that level 9, and that's going to cause them Hoopa to drop first. What can they do here? Redback Spinarex, they're not able to secure it. Once again, you're in the wrong hood, my friend. OM Beagle is just going to clean you up. Haven't we seen this show before, Moon Boy? Team Gap, they're going to take a commanding win in this bot side.
It's deja vu all the way from game 1, and we might be seeing this situation again and again and again. Got that Dreadnought, immediately escape and retreat out of that position. You don't really want to push because that Machamp is near that goal zone. So even I could leave up the tier 1's goal. All I need to do is just dunk it on later on. No, I'm not in a rush to clear it. That's exactly what Team Gap think of this.
Yeah, I mean, Team Gap, they're definitely not in any sort of rush, right? They don't mind losing that bot path goal because they know that just means that's more conducive for their bot path to farm back up and get their advantage. Meanwhile, top path, Kite, gonna throw on the Hydro Typhoon eject button. The Blazing Bicycle Kick, not gonna do a lot against the barriers coming out from the Blissey. And now Mimikyu Bane trying to answer right back, but already 2 dropped on the side. Now here's the Blaze Kick, Changarang trying to do what he can, but there is the sustain. The Blitz assistance forced out, and they're trying to get on the back line, but they can't. The Blastoise just finishes him off. Changarang, he has the Blitz assistance on him, but he's 1 against 3 here. There's not much he can do. Has the Ninetales gone a bit too far forward under the cover of Aurora Veil, forced to pop the Snow Globe, but they have to back off now. That's just about enough. And Team Gap, they measure their aggression there. They lose a few, but ultimately that still gives them this rotor.
That eject button into Hydro Typhoon, oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, you can run from the storm, but I will bring the storm to you. That is exactly what the Blastoise said to Redback Spinarex, and there's no escape from that big typhoon over there, ladies and gentlemen. Team Gap have to start farming while Redback Spinnerex is distracted with that Rotom as their Hoopa is in position for the next Dreadnought. He's down at the bottom side ready, and he might be bringing his whole team down.
Okay, so quick analogy for you, Moonboy. How do you deal with a spider? You drown it. There's so much water coming out from the Hydro Typhoon, the surfs, and the ice as well. You know, ice is frozen water after all. But right now, the Rings Unbound pop for both of these Hoopas. They want to make a mark here in this bot path fight. This could be deja vu all over again. Or can Redback Spinnerex turn it around? Kirin Mao, he's going in on the back line, but there is OM Beagle to help his friends. He manages to get the Hoopa, but no way he gets out of this one. There's the cover of smoke screen. The rest of the squad back after the reset from the hyperspace hole. And OM Beagle once again. I feel like we're just replaying. Are you sure production isn't just replaying the same clip for us over and over again? There's no way they keep getting away with this.
Wow, Permasneeze, this is definitely not a replay, but this is just consistency coming in from OM Beagle, taking down once and once again, knowing when is the perfect reset for that surf, taking out most of Redback Spinnerex down. Those spiders have nowhere to run from those water shurikens as this Greninja OM Beagle is on the move.
And I think we sort of saw glimpses of what Redback Spinnerex need to do to try and come out on top in these fights, right? We saw Kirin Mao, he went in for the backline. Meanwhile, we have some action in the bot lane. Hold that thought. Slow glow out, straight onto 4. So much damage, but there's the Blitz assistance, getting the shields up. But it's onto the Hoopa. I don't know whether that's the one you want to put it on. Keeps them up and running, but now the chase is on. Here comes the Blaze King onto Jurag. He accepts his fate, runs back into disaster. Or does he? The hyperspace hole, not in time to get him to safety. So Redback Spinnerex, they fire right back. They don't need their Machamp. They just need to ball up and put in the pain, and they do just that.
Well, that was a really good safeguard coming in from the Redback Spinnerex and really defended his team, and so that they could go on the offense again and again and again. But however, as we are closing straight right nearer to the final stretch, 3 more minutes and 1 more minute on the clock to the final stretch, as Team Gap already got that Rotom, they are not going to delay it this time, so they are immediately sending straight right to Redback Spinnerex as they start to gather more EXP or more charges back up to their Unite move. So this way, they are ready for the Zapdos fight, because right here, we just need to defend the Zapdos and just take you down.
Once again, limiting the amount of moves that the Spinnerex can do here because of that Rotom, relying on 2 players on the side of the Spinnerex to just deal with that, which opens up the rest of the central area. Take a look at where Team Gap are positioned. They're just clearing up those yellow dots on the map. There is nowhere for Redback Spinnerex to even try and get a comeback advantage, sorry. They need to get this Dreadnought or else it's going to be a bust.
Yeah, Redback Spinnerex has only 1 win condition. It's definitely going to be that Cinderace. Probably if they funnel enough or protect the Cinderace with all their might at the final stretch, that is probably their only chance of winning. But as both teams converges straight right into that Zapdos pit, but Redback Spinnerex already got the pole position to them. But right here is down to Team Gap. How are we going to answer to this one? Because they are the one on the ambush right now as they already started the Zapdos. Team Gap moving right in from the center choke point.
We need to watch that Hoopa because we need to see where they open the portal. Now the Blissey is dunking some in the top side. They're not going to be too bothered about his Mimikyu main was only holding those 18 points or whatever number that was. I can't do the quick math, but what matters is the 156 to 116. Redback Spinnerex, they need to make a move here. The time is ticking low. They have to find an opening, but they don't have the traditional engage like that Blastoise. They're trying to Aurora Veil up. He's spinning on them. The rapid spin coming out, but shielded up. This is such a tense moment. They need to find an opening. Changarang has to dash away. Kite gonna get slowed down, but there's the Blazing Bicycle kick. The fight kicks off. The Hydro Typhoon on the 4, but the shield's not enough. The Machamp goes down, and disaster strikes for Redback Spinnerex. This is not the fight you wanted. Already 2 down. They're cleaning up. OM Beagle, baby. He's just here to play. Manages to dodge away from Orion as well, and that Ninetales just can't find him. They're gonna go for the resets, but there's not much you can do when you're out on the sidelines. Right now, it's time for this Yamizuke Ninetales to zone out his counterpart. The reset coming out from the hyperspace hole, so all is not lost just yet. They can still come and stream back in. Look at that Machamp. He's going for the top side sneaky dunk though, but he needs to contest his Zapdos.
While both teams staring down each other, I do the tango and you do the cha-cha, but Team Gap manages to get that one. But there we have Team Gap. OM Beagle stole the Zapdos off their pocket, and they will be rushing straight right in once again. Already got the lead, and they will be extending this one as the rest of Redback Spinnerex scatters and try to get that revenge dunk. 50, 100 coming in from the Machamp on the top side as well. But I don't think it is enough. Team Gap has so much gap against Redback Spinnerex.
I mean, Orion, he went for a bit of a sneaky move, but he knows that it's over. Unfortunately, for the side of Redback Spinnerax, it appears they do too. And a Hydro Typhoon, insult to injury, Team Gap. They put on an absolute clinic here in this losers bracket, round number 4 against Redback Spinnerax. You know, we saw a bit of a middling performance from them earlier on, but OM Beagle, he really put the pants on. He was done messing around. He's like, you know what? I'm out of here. I don't want to be in the losers bracket no more. I got places to be. I got people to defeat. And I got an Aeos Cup to win, baby. It's all business and it's nothing personal. Omega Beagle coming out on the front lines, showing up big time for his squad.
Wow, I think it's not just OM Beagle, but Kite himself as well. You guys see that precision coming in from those Hydro Typhoon. That eject button into Hydro Typhoon was pretty sick as well. And not forgetting that during the Zapdos fight, he popped off a really good Hydro Typhoon, so allowing the rest of Team Gap to just clamp up onto Spinnerack, and they just got held like a pincer holding a Spinnerack, ladies and gentlemen. And Team Gap just squashed them at a point in time and got the Zapdos all to themselves.
Yeah, I do want to point out though that we continue. Okay, that's my mistake, right? Because I keep pointing out OM Beagle, you know, he's going absolutely crazy. But look at this entire lineup. Every single part of the team knows what they need to do. Kite, every single time, he's just leading the charge with that Blastoise, forcing them to engage on him. You want to come up to me, you're going to get knocked out by the Hydro Typhoon. And Jurag as well, every single time on that Blissey, he runs the Assault Vest and the Egg Bomb, but it just deals them into such weird situations. You think you're getting the KO on a, oh, poor little innocent little Blissey, no egg for you. Have a nice breakfast, and then you're going down for the surf, right? So all these parts of the team, the Koopa as well, the Portals coming in, saving his teammates, it really just all came together and blended into perfection here as we get a look at the replay of the match.
Yeah, take a look at this one. Once again, OM Beagle utilizing that surf to its maximum potential. Taking down the Dreadnought, it's okay, but however, you know, it's moving straight right in, took down the Ninetales in the process. And we have seen this again and again and again. And there we have, you know, Kite on those crucial Hydro Typhoon that actually brought the team to victory as well. So this is just consistency coming in from Team Gap. So this is one of the teams to be watching out for in the loser bracket.
I think the key thing, right, is that we saw in that fight as well, it's not so much about taking them down, right? It doesn't matter if the Blissey or the Blastoise can't actually get those KOs. What matters is the fact that they've completely disrupted the backline. The Cinder Ace just can't stand and fight. And yes, you Barrage Blow on Kirin, but you just can't have enough hands. 4 hands is not enough. 8 hands is not enough. You're going to need a full squadron if you want to defeat OM Beagle. And he's just at full power right now. He's going absolutely crazy. And of course, I would expect nothing less, right? Because he has such a stellar team behind him.
Yep, exactly, Pharmacy. This is the power of friendship, of teamwork, right? So Team Gap literally showed us this today. And there we have, you know, OM Beagle. He's actually a Hoopa and Trevenant player. Wow, that's actually pretty interesting.
Yo, I swear, if these are the stats that they get from asking the players, all these players are straight up lying. Like, what is this build? What is this build, brother? They are just straight up lying. Like, they don't want to reveal strats. And I mean, if I were them, I wouldn't too, because the one they're piloting now, woo! Chef's kiss, baby. They're just working it to perfection, I feel.
Yeah, that is just perfect, like, right? But however, we got more interesting game. We got our last Oceania Cup, Oceania Aeos Cup game later on as well. Oh my god, I just started. That just
no, it's fine, it's fine. Everyone's so excited, right? But I'm sure Danny and JJ are excited as well. Let's toss it over to them and save you some face. Danny, what do you got to say?
We're gonna give Moon a bit of a break. I think Moon needs.
Moon boy.
Oh god.
No words for Moon boy. I mean, I have to agree. You know, everyone is kind of excited on what just happened, and definitely getting that loss, get 2-0 coming in from ground zero with Team Gap. I wasn't really expecting that to be the performance that Team Gap could bring us, and them just steamrolling the entire game, especially with Omega Beagle. Right? Omega Beagle with the Greninja. Man, it looks like well, we didn't need the Trevenant that I said earlier. I think we only need the Greninja to win the entire game.
Well, I mean, Premises did mention at the beginning of the day, right? It's like, it's got to be Greninja. That's the Pokemon you really need to watch out for. And so far, Greninja, the Pokemon in general, has just been such a high impact player on the team. But anyways, let's take a look at the brackets very quickly to see where everyone is at right now. And as you can see here, Team Gap, they are going to be moving on. And we are going to be finding out who their opponent will be tomorrow. The game that we're going to follow now is Collateral and Balance. Yes, we will be able to see this game to find out who is going to be Team Gap's opponent. JJ, I want to hear your thoughts about Collateral. Yeah, I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah.
Collateral and Balance, like... It's our last game. Is this a good way to end the day?
I would like to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would like to see what happened with Team Gap. You know, going in from earlier, they lost. You know, they essentially lost in their first game, and then going back up. You know, crawling their way up from the losers bracket. So definitely, I'd like to see Balance go against Team Gap, but we haven't seen Collateral yet. Okay, we haven't seen Collateral yet, but again, we cannot dismiss them. They were able to eliminate IClan. Okay, they were able to eliminate IClan on Aeos Cup.
Yep.
So if the pressure is on Collateral right now.
Pressure is on Collateral, but there we go, folks. Now, be excited. Now, if you are looking to get into some competitive Pokemon play yourself, don't be shy. Just register on battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite, enter your team in, and just for competing, we will be awarding you 20 HoloWare tickets for you to use for whatever you want to use. So make sure you register right now, get your team in, start getting that practice in. It's really something when you get into competitive play. You sort of have a brand new perspective when you're watching other people play once you have your own personal experience. But JJ, we're going to be going for a quick break. Any final words about Collateral and Balance before we head on over to our commercial break?
Yeah, you know, Collateral and Balance give us an appropriate match to end the broadcast for your region. That is all I ask, and I'm looking forward to your match.
All right, thank you, JJ. We're going to go for a 4-minute break. So go to the toilet, grab your snacks. Make sure you're back before then because we are about to jump into our last game of today. See you after this.
Hey, fellow Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite. Now we're going to cover the map layout, features, and key objectives. Remote Stadium, the crown jewel of Eos Island. There can be a lot to take in here for a new trainer, so let's go over key areas, mechanics, and objectives to get the most out of your game. Let's start by talking about key features of the map. You'll notice the stadium is divided into 3 major sections: a top path, a bottom path, and a central area. At the start of a game, your team will split off to control these areas by defeating wild Pokemon and gaining experience. Be sure to utilize different aspects of the map, like tall grass to hide from opposing Pokemon, and jump pads to quickly traverse to other areas. Each team has 5 goal zones. As you may know, this is where you dunk your Eos energy. But these zones are used for more than just scoring. When you're in a friendly goal zone, your Pokemon will gain a shield, a movement buff, and heal slowly over time, making combat more favorable for your team to ward off opposing Pokemon. Also, when multiple friendly Pokemon are in your enemy goal zone, you and your team will score faster. But that's not the only way to give your team an edge in battle. Let's take a look at the rest of the map and talk about key objectives. Take note of the very top, middle, and bottom portions of the map. This is where Rotom, Zapdos, and Dreadnought will spawn, and they give huge benefits to your team if you manage to defeat them. Let's start at the top. This is Rotom. Cute little guy, isn't he? Rotom spawns when there's 7 minutes left in the match. Defeat it, and it will make its way towards an enemy goal. But be aware the enemy team can knock Rotom out before it gets to their goal. Once it arrives, it will score your team up to 20 points and charge the goal for a limited time. That means your team will be able to score goals without the need to charge your Unite Ball, scoring instantly. Plus, the enemy team will no longer be able to heal or gain shields in their zone for the duration that the goal is charged. Now let's take a look at the bottom of the map. This is Dreadnought, an elite Pokemon. Pretty intimidating, huh? This tough Pokemon also spawns at the 7-minute mark during a match. Whichever team defeats it will receive a ton of experience and temporary shields for their team. This opens up a fantastic opportunity for your team to push and score on the opposing team. Once Dreadnought is defeated, it will spawn again after 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the timer at the bottom of the map indicating its next spawn. Consistently taking Dreadnought will give your team a significant lead in experience and excel in late game. Speaking of which, once there are 2 minutes left in the match, Zapdos will spawn in the Legendary Pit. This is often the climax of a match. Taking Zapdos will grant the player that knocked it out 30 Eos energy, and 15 Eos energy will be distributed to each teammate still left in the fight. Plus, all enemy goals will become charged for 30 seconds.
What a goal!
That's all you need to know for the basics about the map and key objectives. See you next time!
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. My name is Janely, and this is going to be our final game for the Oceanic region, Eos Cup Oceania Finals. Joining me for the panel, it's going to be none other than the Pema Sneeze.
Well, okay, that's something for an intro. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, thank you so much, Danny. It's a pleasure to join you here. Of course, we have a final exciting matchup for you guys before we end off the action-packed day, frankly, of Oceania first Eos Cup. And man, we've had so amazing matches so far, but there is one team I've had my eye on that I definitely haven't seen yet, but we'll have them coming up. It's going to be Team Collateral.
Yes, so our next series is going to be Team Collateral going up against Balance. This is going to be an exciting one. This is the game that's going to be wrapping up the Oceania games for today. Of course, for anyone that is following this tournament in particular, we are going to come back tomorrow after this game once we've concluded this one. But this one's going to be pretty exciting. Permacies, I want to hear your thoughts about what we could be expecting in this upcoming game. Who do you think out of these two is the stronger team?
So from the start, I always, coming into this tournament when I was looking up all these teams, right, and I'm getting myself more familiar, Collateral definitely really solid. They used to be FYB and they got picked up recently by their org. So definitely a team to be looking out for. But Balance, they just took down the Kings. They took down IClan. So I can't write them off either. This one is a bit of a hard one to call, especially since we haven't got the chance to see Collateral show what they got. They are in this losers bracket, but they still have made it pretty far. So I do want to see what they bring out in the first game before I make any kind of real call here.
Yeah, but let's try and make a bit of a call here. Like, what do you feel like is the thing that stands out for these teams? What are they good at? What are their pros? What makes them so good that they actually managed to make it here for the Eos Cup?
Okay, so the one thing I do know about Collateral is that they have very, very close connections to the region that's coming right up, right? Asia Pacific, Southeast Asia specifically. And the style of Southeast Asia is one that is a lot more aggressive, right? So we could expect to see that coming up from Collateral. And Balance, we just saw them, as much as they did defeat IClan, all credit to them, of course, it wasn't in the most dominant fashion, right? It took a bit of shambling together, putting the pieces together, and they just kind of have managed to find, for lack of a better word, that balance. So if FYB, the old FYB, Collateral Esports now, can just put that find the chink in the armor and drill it all the way through with their aggression, then it could be curtains for them as fast as it started.
Alright, looks like the game is just about ready to go, so let's pass it over to our wonderful casters. It's JJ-kun and Moonboy. Take it away for our last game for Oceania.
Thank you very much, Danny and Perma muted. Well, he wasn't muted that time, but like, thank you very much for tossing it to us. We're back as your casters. I'm JJ, and with me is Moonboy. We will be your caster for the very last match to get our top 4 moving to our semifinals for tomorrow. This is going to be Team Collateral and Balance.
Yeah, we have seen Balance took down one of the giants of the OCE region, IClan. So this team is definitely someone to be afraid of, right? Because right here, stakes are high. One little slip, you're out of the whole competition. But however, Collateral, we haven't really seen him in action right yet. But Shaker on that, Mr. Mime, are you sure, bro?
Well, I mean, Mr. Mime was, I guess, the meta behind Mr. Mime was built upon by the Indonesians in the earlier stages of the game, but now it isn't used as much, I'd say, well, compared to, ranked games. But right now, it looks like these teams, have been working out pretty well in terms of their composition. They have been using, a little bit of a balance for both of the teams. So I think it will all come down into how they would execute their gameplay against each other.
Definitely, and not forgetting the Collateral side actually have the Greninja, right? Like Perma's niece previously said, whoever picks the Greninja have the advantage. But the Greninja, yeah, let's find out, right? But however, we know that Greninja is really strong. Those resets on those serve is really devastating to be dealt with. So they have to try to control this Greninja, and if this Greninja is not held down, it's gonna go out of control.
Yeah, so let's find out if this Greninja is going to be, well, way on the road, on the path of the prediction of, Perma's niece, Perma muted. But, this is going to be the last game, game 1 of the last match for Oceania for day 1 of Aeos Cup. Let's have a champion time.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Captain immediately on that Bulbasaur in the mid-central area. That is something different, right? You usually see that Venusaur in the bottom lane, but however, in that middle path, he will be able to get much more EXP, and he will be a lot more scarier compared to what the others might do. But there we have, Buster on that Trevenant as well. If he is able to sustain, he's going to be really scary as a Trevenant. Those healing and those sustainability is just unable to be dealt with.
Look at that. Buster's going to be taken out easily into that of the top path. But, there's going to be 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams. Blitz is going to be going down. We have the Trevenant as well. But, there's not much of a not much of a delay, not much of a lead here, rather. But balance, still trying to maintain the balance that they already have going against Clan from game 1. Hopefully, they can bring up their morale, from that game to this.
Yeah, there you have on the top side, Collateral is just trying to go on the push. They got the numbers advantage, but right here, Balance got the hoops healing to deal with this one as well. Buster on the offense, I think he still managed to get that Frogadier off that pick as well, as Chase manages to just slip it away with that Hoopa.
Right, and just like that, Balance still has a little bit of a lead here in terms of the XP, and likewise, it's still, even with that 21 points, still not much. But what's important here, going into the second Bs of the game, right, would be the XP going towards the first major objective, that is the Dreadnought. But right now, we're going to be seeing a little bit of action into the bottom lane, not as much, they just want to move that out, get the pressure out away from there, shrug the pressure that Collateral is giving against Balance. I think based on what we're seeing right now, Moonboy, I think you'd agree with me as well, is that the gameplay of Balance here depends on who they're fighting.
Yep, that is definitely right. Yeah, that is definitely right? But however, on the bottom side, this Pikachu is just dealing so much damage, and if he manages to catch that Ninetales, he will be in a little bit of a trouble. So what's up over here is saying what's up, and there you go, he's on that safeguard and unable to get out there alive. Hyperspace Hole immediately porting those Pokemon back for reset, and back comes that Pikachu as well. So I think right here in the bottom side, Balance have a really good lead, and they just have to maintain it, and that Dreadnought is likely to be flowing straight right to their pocket, as that Venusaur is already at level 8, and he will be ready for the Dreadnought fight.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Earlier on in the early game, they were kind of a little bit balanced out, but that fight just there, that happened, just, I guess, would be the catalyst that they're looking for, the balance that would put the imbalance in this game. But let's find out who's going to be able to take this Dreadnought. Obviously, we're looking out into that of the Greninja, but here comes the curse here with the Leash Horn, or Leash rather, but not going to be enough though. But it doesn't matter. Even if they were able to take down the Dreadnought, they're going to be taken out 5-man KO by Balance. So there's no balance right now with Collateral. Collateral's literally collapsing right now.
Yeah, Balance just tipped up the scale, but right here they are on the move. Even though they lost that objective, they still got that level advantage. They won the fight, they got the dunk, and they're still pushing. Take a look at this. Balance is just so aggressive on this one, but Collateral managed just to pick a few out of the way, and there we go.
No
Collateral
reset.
might be able to flip this one.
Yeah, they weren't able to reset that serve, going into that Venusaur, but it doesn't matter. Collateral was able to answer back against Balance. Going to be able to take down 3 inside of Balance, and now you're going to be able to make down 4. Bastard are going to be going down, busted once again, but at the same time, they're going to be able to score into that first score goal, into that bottom path, allowing them to get in and recover a little bit against what Balance did to them.
This is what Collateral needs, right? At this point in time, they lost the first Dreadnought, they lost the first fight. But right here, this is their only opportunity for them to turn this thing around, as they are slowly crawling back. Like, they still got a little bit of advantage and still pretty even at this point in time. So Collateral is still not out of the game just yet, but Balance really brought that game to Collateral at the bottom side.
Right, and now obviously we're going to be seeing the Rotom rotation now for both of the teams here. We have the Trevenant and the Venusaur into that on the top lane, top path rather. We have the Greninja as well, trying to, go up top as well. Both of the Hoopas here trying to just position themselves just in case they have to move from either paths. But right now, it looks like Balance, without any contest, was able to get into the Rotom just to give in a little bit of pressure into the top path. And from there on out, just allow the Rotom up top, disrupt Collateral so that they could get in and buy some time before they position themselves onto that of the Dreadnought.
Yeah, eyes to watch is this Hoopa right over here. He's already at level 9. That means Rings Unbound is online for Collateral. In a team fight, that is not where you want to be, in front of Gigantic Hoopa. And there we go. Rings Unbound.
Verdant Anger is going to be used, however. And look at that. Psybeam as well. Verdant. Oh, Hyperspace. That Hydro Typhoon is going to be used as well. Going to be able to hit a lot here. But Bamco going to be taken out as well. Never mind. Not quite enough. But that's going to be a 3 inside of Balance. That's going to be a 3-for-3 trade right now for both of the teams. And it looks like Buster here is trying to get away here. There it goes. The Thunderbolt coming in from that of the picture, going to be able to take down 1 into the side of Collateral, and they're going to be able to survive this mesh, this fight. Balance is looking to balance things out right now. Hornless just to get away right now. They need to get away, or Danger will be put in danger.
That tree is just unstoppable at this time. He's strong, he's tall, healing back up all the time. Those Horn Leeches bringing Collateral out of their teammates' reach, and that is exactly what it did. So that their Blissey is unable to get any healing. But however, they're right here on the bottom side. Collateral is still on the move, and right here down goes the Trevenant as well. And I believe the Blastoise is the next victim, falling to Collateral.
Yeah, but at the very least, that Blastoise was at least able to get away. But now in just a little bit, a few more seconds, half a minute, we're going to be seeing the Rotom come up top once again. There's still not much of a gap here. Collateral and Balance have almost similar in terms of points and in terms of XP as well.
Right.
So it could still go either way. We have the damage here on the side of Collateral, but on Balance they have more of a CC and sustain and the damage coming from the Venusaur. Now here comes another attack here. Eggman is going to be used as well, but never mind, not going to be enough though. But Buster trying to get away. Here comes another attack here from the picture. Not going to be able. Going to be able to take down that Greninja, however, and I think I like what they just did. Well, not that I think, but I really like what they just did. They didn't take the risk of getting taken out by Collateral. They know for a fact when to disengage and when to engage, and I like that about Balance. That is what makes them Balance.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Like, going at and know when is the right time to retreat. They retreated, come back, the Rotom is untouched. I'm going to take it if you're not going to take it that. And Balance immediately took down the Rotom, and it will be marching straight right to the top side as Balance restarts and start to just get those farm, get those Unite move ready for that big Zapdos fight. As that Pikachu just did a little bit of scouting in the bottom side to see anybody's on the Dreadnought, but I don't think Collateral is in the position to just go for the Dreadnought. They need their resets.
Right, but you have to take note as well. The Venusaur into the side of Balance is already at level 14. Definitely, what Collateral doesn't want to happen here is that Collateral being together into that of the Zapdos fight. Because if they are, they're going to be eaten down by the AoE attacks here, by that of the Blastoise and, you know, the Trevenant and the Pikachu and the Venusaur. So what they need to do here is spread out, pick off one by one into Balance, and from there on out, just take in the KOs. But look at that. We're going to see the Hydro Typhoon as well. Verdant Anger, but hitting no one at all. But never mind, they're going to be able to take down one. That's busted. Sorry, Buster getting busted right there. But that's going to be 4v5 situation right now. Here comes the Ring Sunbound into the side of Balance. They're going to be able to eat away Collateral. Let's see what's going to be happening here. Psybeam is going to be used as well. There's going to be a tree down into the side of Collateral. One more Shuriken as well. But another one into the side of Buster. Not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. And look at that. The Trevenant's going to be going down. It's going to be 4 down into the side of Balance. It looks like Greninja is doing all the work right now. But at the same time, at the right time, Balance was taken out. Collateral, everyone has respawned. And they can now essentially just secure this Zapdos.
Those serves reset that Greninja. Ladies and gentlemen, Greninja is doing the work. But right here, Balance is going on their respawn. The rest of the team is coming. Balance got the Zapdos.
Wow! The Blastoise was able to steal away the Zapdos away from them. Bemco cannot get hit here because my goodness, that is oh no, that is not what you want to happen. It would have been more honorable, I'd say more honorable to be taken out by the enemy Pokemon, but to be taken out by a bee. They got stinged and it's like you're allergic to bees, get stinged and you're down.
But like a butterfly, sting like a bee, but that bee stung that Blastoise hard and immediately went down. But Balance got the Zapdos, but unable to capitalize on that one. Collateral is still on the push. 82 points going in for Collateral, and that is it. I think this is no turning back coming in from Balance. 18 more seconds on the clock. This is going to be GG. They have to think again. You know, they got a really good start. The start was pretty even. They even got the Zapdos, but they're unable to cash those points in.
Right. Oh my goodness. You know, I'd like to go back to what I said. Balance plays depending on, I'd say, how great their opponents are. You know, obviously, this is the different kind of balance that we're seeing right now. The balance that we saw, you know, going against IClan is a different kind of balance as well. So, Collateral right now was able to take advantage of that, how Balance plays, and from there on out, essentially just punish them. And at the same time, you know, while Balance was able to, you know, 4KO Collateral, at the very least at the right timing, as I mentioned, they were able to spawn in. The ones left from Collateral was able to take down Balance. And from there on out, you know, Collateral just took out what's left, take the Zapdos, and, well, they weren't able to take the Zapdos, but still, they were able to defend against Balance.
Yeah, that is exactly right? That Greninja really put in so much work, and even though at the very last moment it chased down that Blastoise, it managed to land a Shuriken on it, and thus the Beast manages to touch it and just KO it right at that point. So that Greninja actually did the work for the KO from the Beast. So I know big props to Eos on the Greninja as well. But however, Buster on that Trevenant really plays those Horn Leech really timely,
really well.
Yeah, very well. They got those really good picks, zoned that supporters of this team so that it wouldn't be able to support, and those moves were just perfect.
Right. So earlier on, we've seen teams who are, you know, more of a bias in terms of composition towards crowd controlling, right? But this time, at the very least, while Team Balance has a lot of CCs, at the very least, they can back it up with raw power, just like, you know, the Venusaur. We have the Blastoise as well with a very huge, very great timing of initiations as well. And there goes the Pikachu with the right timing into the Thunderbolts, stunning their opponents as well. And that, you know, the Pikachu dealing a lot of damage to Venusaur as well is just fascinating to watch. Hopefully they won't change their composition. I think it's working out pretty well. It's just that the timing of the respawn of the Pokemon from the side of Collateral was just quite unfortunate for Balance, that you know, that they were able to pick off Balance. But other than that, I think it's pretty cool. I think their composition is pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at this one. Look at how that Greninja moves in this matchup, and the ease on that Greninja is just so smooth. Manages to just pick up the whole team, and the Zapdos is basically his.
Yeah. So again, we're I was actually thinking about earlier, you know, in the early game into the mid game, I was thinking, okay, maybe finally the perma-sneeze curse is lifted. But apparently not. Apparently not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a prophet. I don't know, but we still have.
Oh, look at that! Mr. Mime's new holowear.
Yeah, that's a new skin, man. He's miming with 4 arms now, and it's super effective. Like, trust me, been there, done that.
Yeah, but you know, again, it's still the perma-sneeze curse here. I think we'd like to get lifted of the curse right now. Going into game number 2, if Team Collateral wins once again, then they will be proceeding and we'll have to say goodbye to Team Balance. But if Team Balance were to win this game, then we're going to be seeing a Balance into their points 1-1 going into game number 3. So let's find out who's going to be winning this game, as it seems as if, well, Collateral is going to be using Trevenant this time around.
Yeah, but that's an interesting pick, right? Like, knowing that what Buster could do with the Trevenant, maybe they are saying, like, no, I could do better past going with the Trevenant. Like, that is a possible answer, right? But, you know, Captain Tem, he on that Venusaur.
Machamp.
Yeah, they're removing the Machamp. I think they put in the Pikachu in it as well, right? So the Pikachu, they're maybe looking for a bit of burst damage or even, like, you know, distance damage coming in against the opponent. But Captain Tem, as I said previously, he is one of his the carry, right? He's basically what the team revolves around, and the Venusaur was so strong just now in the game number 1, but unable to capitalize because he actually missed that Unite move just before the Zapdos. So if he's able to just clean up all this place, they will be able to just try to take home game number 2, and we might even see a game number 3.
Yeah, so let's find out if we're going to be seeing that game number 3 that we are all hoping for. I think we'd like to see game number 3. I think you'd like to see game number 3 as well, and I'm pretty sure our viewers would like to see game number 3 as well. We would like to see all those Pokémon Unite action here on the Eos Cup, but I think we are just ready right now going into game number 2, perhaps the final one for OCE, if not the final one, because if this is not the last one, we still have one more of the same match, right?
Yes, exactly right. So this is match point going straight right to Collateral Esports. But that is it, you know, 1-1-3 competition once again with 2 Trevenant on the top side. But however, on the bottom side, I believe it's going to be the race to level 4 for Collateral. He needs to try to get to that level 4 stage to get into that Ninetales so that he could do a little bit of, you know, stunts coming, because no Blissey is part of this matchup. So that Ninetales is free to go for those freezes.
Right, Curse right now coming in from Buster. You know, we're going to be seeing the Trevenant here in just a bit. Fun jump still into the top path. At least we have the central area Pokemon going up top now with all the buffs trying to help up the top path. Perhaps, you know, try to pressure up right there as well. But now into that of the bottom path, we're going to be seeing it 1-1-3 action here. 3v3 rather. But let's find out who's going to be able to take down the first set of beasts in this game. It looks like most of them went to Collateral.
Yep, Collateral managed, the Blissey manages to pound off a little bit of that one as well. The Ninetales is online right now, and I believe he might be able to clamp down on Bamco on that Squirtle, because Squirtle don't really have much reach, especially at that Squirtle stage. So he maybe has to try to reach to level 5 as soon as possible. But right here, Collateral is not allowing him to have any breathing space.
Right, and here you go. In just a moment, we're going to be seeing some action here, I believe. And at the very least, they are kind of, you know, preparing a little bit too early into that of the bottom path. What's up is the name of the game here. Going to be able to get away, however, from a balance. And now, you know, again, it doesn't really matter if they are a little bit early into preparing, just because of the fact that both of the teams have Buka. So they can just go in and out of either paths at any given time, so long as they have the hyperspace hold.
Yep, that is exactly right. But I believe the Ivysaur might be taking its eyes on the bottom side soon, because right here, the bottom side from Collateral is just too strong. Level 6 onto that Ninetales already, as Balance is only at level 5 and 4. This is not where you want to be, and Buster's instead rotated straight right to the top side. And I believe with this KO, he might be able to reach level 9 just before the first Dreadnought.
Well, look at that. They are trying to delay this, you know, Frogadier right now to give them some time, give their teammates, buy them some time for them to score in. That's going to be 60 down into that of the top path. Now we need to see that hyperspace also, that both of the Pokemon from that of the top path would go down for the Dreadnought. Again, the one that's more important here is the XP, not the points. The points you can easily get that back once the Zapdos comes out. But right now, here comes another team fight. It is going to be the Dreadnought fight here. Whoever wins this team fight is going to be able to get this Dreadnought. Here comes the curse here, coming in from Buster, but Buster's going to be taken out. However, Blitz's is going to be used as well. Verdant Anger not going to be able to hit a lot here, but there goes the Greninja, going to be able to take down 4 into the side of Balance. And look at that. No, never mind. That's going to be 5. 5-man KO into the side of Balance. Collateral collapsing Balance. This is not what happened earlier. Earlier on, it was Balance that were able to eat away Collateral, and this time, you know what they said? Well, those who doesn't study history would be bound to repeat it, and they learn from it.
Yeah, that is exactly what you said. But you know, with those supports being so much higher level compared to their opponent, they are able to provide more coverage for Team Collateral. So this way, they are able to sustain a little bit longer, get that Dreadnought, get that push. But there we have Buster missing that Hornleech on that Rotom, and Sophia immediately pushed that Rotom straight right to their side. Curse online as well. Surf coming in from East, and they are pushing in. They are not allowing Balance to stop.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get in their Rotom and take the Beast as well away from Balance, giving them a huge gap right now in terms of XP. Although both of their carries right now are on level 10, all they need to do now is, you know, win a little bit of a team fight here, get in more XP so that they can dominate against Balance. However, if Balance continues this off, what they're doing right now, then definitely we're going to be seeing a lot more balanced gameplay right now for both of the teams. And now let's find out if they're going to be able to destroy the first score goal. But there goes the Trevenant, you know, trying to stop them away.
Yep, to be honest, right now it is looking really bright for Collateral, right? They got the level advantage as well. They got a little bit of zoning as well. But right here, none of the tier 1 has yet gone down. It's already at the 5-minute mark, but we haven't seen one of any hoops goes down. So Collateral might be able to, you know, might want to try to go a little bit deeper, but Chopper unable, so close, right? He's so close from the KO from Captain Tam. But right here, moving straight right to the second Dreadnought, as Collateral's Hoopa is ready at level 9. Rings Unbound is online. He's ready there in the tall grass, and there we go. Rings Unbound. Collateral is just bringing it to them. Balance. They have to try to get this Dreadnought.
Oh, I like what Collateral is doing, buying time for their teammates just to be able to take some damage into that of the Dreadnought. But look at that, that's going to be 2 down, 2 for 3, sorry, 2 for 1 trade. Nobody, no matter right now. 2 for 3 trade in favor of Balance. And at the same time, it looks like they're going to be the ones going to be taking down that Dreadnought. Never mind, it's Collateral that were able to take down that Dreadnought. But at the very least, they were able to answer back against Collateral. It didn't even matter right now. Bamco is on a roll right now. But look at that, my dude. Look at that. Yes, Collateral were able to get in the XP, but Balance were able to balance it out by taking out 4 into the side of Collateral.
Well, do you guys see that Trevenant? That amount of survivability, ladies and gentlemen, that is a tree. I would say he's so close to that world tree of the world. And he is so standing strong and straight. No one is able to bring him down, and yet it brought down that Venusaur in the process as well. Great micro skill coming in from Collateral's Trevenant, and there we have Balance immediately going in for the Rings Unbound, trying to take off some pick. Collateral is still on the push, and there we have
Thunderstorm's gonna be used by Danger here, and look at that, they're gonna be able to take down 2 for 2 trade for both of the teams here. But let's find out who's gonna be able to come on top. There's gonna be 4 down for Collateral. They are collapsing right now as Buster is split pushing into the top path, taking in this Rotom for their team. I think Balance here would really like to put an equal footing for both of the teams here, and would make the win con for both of these teams the flip.
Wow, I think this is the comeback coming in from Balance. This Rotom moving forward might cause a little bit of distraction. Collateral really have to try to take out this Rotom as soon as possible before their first Dreadnought fight. But both Trevenant is really putting out a good display of skill right here. Well, it's down to this Egg one. Bomb. It's still Anis, but it's game. What's up is on the Egg Bomb instead of that Helping Hand. So that is a pretty interesting one as well, as Collateral have more damage move coming forward.
Look at the Rotom! Look at so Yepa is just trying to push away the Rotom so that it wouldn't go to the second tier score. I like what they're doing, just repelling away the Rotom. But right now, we're going to be seeing another action here. The Dreadnought, the last Dreadnought of the game is going to be coming out. Oh, well, it's already out, but nobody's going to be able to take that one up as the final stretch is going to be up in just a few seconds. Now, Balance has the positional advantage into that of the Zapdos pit, but let's find out if Collateral could get in on Balance. Now, here we go. Hornlet is going to be used by Soyepa, but look at that. Hydro Typhoon is going to be used for an Anger to take down 2 into side of Collateral. That's going to be another one as well. Now, Hoopa trying to get away right now. Unfortunately, going to be able to survive for Balance. Now, Balance still needs to be able to take the Zapdos if they want to win. Both of the teams are still under 100 points. Now, Bliss Assistance is going to be used here just to get instant sustains. They need this. They need the sustain. They need to get the Zapdos, and whoever's going to be able to get the Zapdos would be winning this game as well. They need to recover a little bit, but looks like the Greninja is going to be able to try to score it in up top, and look at that. They're going to be able to get in 60 points as well. Nobody's going to be taken out. There's still a minute left for the Zapdos to come up. Here comes Aurora Veil coming in from that of the Ninetales, but here comes another one. Let's find out another initiation of the fight into the Zapdos pit. Both of them just trying to recover right now, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Balance got that great start of that fight, but unable to capitalize on that Zapdos. Both teams already back online as they will be getting a right opening for them to go. Most of the Unite move has been exhausted, so this is our traditional Unite fight. No Unite, and it's all down to micro skills. As that we have Balance is on the move.
Oh, here we go. Balance might be the one who would be taking this, but Snow Globe is going to be used, and they're going to be able to take down the Zapdos away from Balance. No more Balance at all, but okay, it wasn't the Snow Globe, but it was the Greninja that was able to take down the Zapdos, but it doesn't matter. Collateral is going to be able to put in some scores here. Now that all they need to do is just defend the score goal so that Balance won't be able to balance out the scores, and there goes 298 for Balance. There's still 10 more seconds for them to get in. Now here comes the great defense from Collateral. We don't know who's leading right now. It could have been Balance, could have been Collateral. We might be going to game number 3. We don't know just yet until we see the final result.
Wow, that was a great display. It all boils down to the final moment. But however, as those points tallies up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, trainers of all ages, Collateral get this one 2-0, and he will be moving straight right on to next round tomorrow. And oh my God, this is a great display. It's basically whoever gets the Greninja wins the game. Like I'm going to put it as that.
Okay, so new meta right now. We just built a new meta for OCE. I'm not sure yet for APAC because APAC is really diverse and nothing. It's very destructive in APAC. But at the very least for OCE, Greninja equals win. Greninja equals win.
Yeah, but
there's nothing much else to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's something else to say. Is that big props to Balance. They brought in a really good game, and this team is just awesome, right? Beating IClan in the first round of the loser bracket, or bringing himself all the way right here, but unable to just close it against Collateral. But oh my goodness, Collateral is just insane. That Shaker on the Ninetales is just doing so much damage. Like, you know, especially those ice globes was so impactful with so many people in range.
Right, they were able to do a lot of collateral damage, unfortunately, against Balance. And from there on out, they just dominated that game. I mean, I wouldn't say dominated as much, but that very last moment where they initiated the team fight and essentially stealing away the Zapdos is just fantastic. It's just magnifique, I'd say.
Let's just take a look at this replay right over here as well. You guys could see how well the Collateral move together as a team, and look at what's up, right? Trying to sustain his team as much as possible, and this is the play coming in from the Trevenant as well. You know, just surviving for so long into this matchup. Curse into Hornlich, into Curse, into taking down the Venusaur, into running away. Like, goodness, he didn't even fail that whole entire fight.
Yeah, and here we go, you know, going into the Zapdos fight. There goes the Snow Globe as well, coming in from that. It'll be a little Ninetales, which I thought was the one that took out the Zapdos. But, you know, again, it was the Greninja. It's always the Greninja. It's never not the Greninja making the win plays.
And there you have, East previously on the Grand Ninja. I don't trust this. I don't trust this screen anymore. These players are just submitting things like Blastoise with energy amplifier. I have no idea, guys. What are they trying to do?
Right, but I think that's more of us going into OCE. I think we are ready to bring about our, well, the panelists, Sneeze, and generally, what do you think about what just happened?
I don't think anyone expected that, right? I was looking forward to a game 3. I was like, it's fine. I think we're going to a game 3, and
Yeah, nobody expected that at all. Who could have ever predicted that the team with Greninja would win? I don't know. Couldn't be me though. Did any one of you guys say something as smart as that?
All right,
I don't know.
I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Coming down. We're only halfway there. We still have one more region, Mr. Prophet. So we still have more exciting things coming.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, but jokes aside, right? Jokes aside, I do want to say the region has been action-packed, right? It's kind of like the first showcase that we have. It's the first broadcast that we have, and they definitely brought the heat. A lot of upsets, a lot of unexpected games, and they really brought their A game today. So what a exciting way to go into day number 2. Sorry.
Yeah, and let's give our viewers a bit of a refresher as well, and let's take a look at the bracket to see where everyone sort of ended up, who got eliminated, who's going to make it on through. So for our teams that are still in the competition, it's Ground Zero and Bandits ESC. They're going to be playing in the upper bracket, as you can see. And then we've got Team Gap and Collateral in the lower bracket. The winner of that series will play the loser of that upper bracket match. And then, of course, the winner of the lower bracket final is going to be going to the grand final against whoever wins in the upper bracket match. Super exciting, but guys, we started with 16 teams and we're now down to 4. I can't believe we've had so much happen within the span of a single day. Now, just a quick reminder as well, this is the format that we're running with for the tournament. We've just finished day 1. Day 2, it's going to be best of 3s until the grand final. The grand final itself will be a best of 5, so we could be in for a bit of a slugfest there, especially if the competition is really close. And so far, it seems to be the case. But wow, I can't believe day 1 is over. We've got day 2 happening in just a minute. But also, a very, very quick announcement here. Here is the leaderboard. And this is the money that these teams are currently playing for. And this is sort of a rough estimate as to where everyone is at. So the winner of the tournament is going to take home $10,000. Second place, you'll get $5,000. Third place, you get $4,000. And then, as you can see, it's slowly going down. And if anyone's wondering, what does the individual mean? It just means that's how much money each player on that particular team will get. So, wow, that was just... We're only halfway! For anyone that's confused, when we keep saying we're only halfway, okay? We have another region coming right up in, I do believe, 10 minutes. So we've just finished up OCE. We're going to APAC. And I know you guys are really excited for this one.
Yeah, no bias at all. We're really looking forward into APAC, definitely. I think Sneeze here and Moonboy are looking forward to it as well. And definitely, while we did see a little bit of a similar kind of gameplay for OCE, I don't think we can expect the same for APAC, as that region is destructive. Nothing lasts.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we can leave all the APAC talk for later, but I do want to give a special shout out to OCE as well, because this was kind of like their first showing to the world, right? To show what they can bring to the table. You know, a lot of the times, you know, they kind of, it's a small region, you know, but people might not give it the respect it deserves. But after seeing the games today, you got to put some respect on their name. It's kind of crazy also, I want to point out, that 2 out of the top 4 from the previous month are already out. IClan gone. Right?
That was a shocker.
That was a shocker for sure. So these teams, they're bringing the heat into day number 2, and I just can't wait.
Yeah, and especially that especially right. We have seen so many strong teams and so many strong plays coming in from the OCE region, and I'm really happy to be able to bring this action live to you guys, because I enjoyed every single game, and I hope that this region is going to be shown to the world, and everybody will say OCE is not going to be messing around. They're a big deal, something like that.
Yeah, they made it this far, and if anything, they deserve to be where they are at right now. But to all of our viewers, thank you so much for tuning in to the first half of our broadcast. Yes, we are not going anywhere, but we are going to go for a quick 10-minute break. So if you need to do anything, do it now, because once we return, we're going to be jumping right into APAC. Don't go anywhere, or if you want to, you got 10 minutes. See ya!
becoming a tree into the side of Team Gap. It looks like they are not going to stop until they take down everyone, and they did. Ground zero.
And no one's grabbing this Rotom just yet. They're just dancing around, playing their field. But there's the Charizard, he disappears.
Wow.
What?
That was
just
quite
goes
a
in.
big off. Stolen Ruin. Oh my goodness, here comes a Mammoth Mash coming in from that of Mamoswine, but it looks like they were the one who got KO'd, but they were going to be able to take down Use as well, going to be able to take down the Hoopa. Now they don't have rings and bounce, they can't teleport anymore, and now they're just trying to defend this one up. They need to be able to take down bounce if they want to score in, and there goes the Hoopa. They're going to be able to take it down. There's going to be Charizard going to be taken down. There's going to be 2 down. The Toronto's going to be taken out from the side of IClan. I think we're going to go into game number 3.
Can they make it in time? The Wonder Bus Shuriken. OMG goal. I'm telling you, this man is on fire.
It's going on there. Respawn, the rest of the team is coming. Balance got the
Wow.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Eos Island will go down.
Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Eos Island.
In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Eos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Eos Island, stay tuned. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Eos Island.
São 3 jogadores já batidos pela Clube TV. Último vivo, Freeze tá no chão. Afro Brasil vence a briga e vai pegando os rápidos a seu favor.
I'm Basil, I'm the attacker from Brazil, and I'm currently in part of the team that won twice in the World Qualifier for the SA server. I'm a Switch player. Me and Soto are both Switch players, and we both started like at the release date of the game. I was actually in another team called Overheat, which is like one of the top teams in Brazil as well. We were all from separate teams, except for Gisin and Soto. They were both in the same, but every single other player was in a different team. Every single one. And then there was this one tournament in Brazil that some things happened, and like I decided to leave the team I was before, and I was like, okay, I want to gather every single best player in every single role and make the best possible Brazilian powerhouse. And that's when I was reaching out to the guys, and I was, hey, do you want to join? Do you want to join? Do you want to join? And glad everyone accepted, and glad it really worked out in the end. We have actually never met in person. Everyone never met, like, we live in 3 different states, so that says a lot for how hard it is to meet everybody, especially in Brazil, because like states are really big and really far apart. We're hoping to meet in London. For whoever is going to face us at Worlds, don't sleep on us, because we're going to try and begin hard.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon UNITE. Today, we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon UNITE. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Eos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score.
What a goal!
That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training! Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Eos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
From both Gyarados. Who's able to get this secure? It is the Ninetales from Blossom.
Are they going to use it here to try and pick off a player here? They're just throwing flames everywhere. There it is. Blossom, where are you? I need your help, says Ren. They need to get some points in. There they are, 384. Retsu up top. Retsu up top.
Trainers, and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. My name is Danny and I'm going to be your host for the second half of today. For anyone that's just tuned into the broadcast, yes, we are technically in the second half because this morning we just covered OCE. Now we're in APAC and my casters, they are super excited. Let's introduce them to anyone that's just tuned into the broadcast. It's JJ Kun, it's Moonboy, it's Pemisneeze. Gentlemen, welcome. It's APAC. How excited are you?
You know, we're so excited we want to be on London right now. That's how excited we are.
I'm sure all these teams want to be in London too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, straight to London. Just get us there, everybody. Grab everyone along. Top 8, you know. Let's everybody in the bus. Let's get there.
How about you, Moonboy? Wouldn't you like to go to London as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, London, guys, Pokemon Rose. Who is not excited for that? Every single player here is going to be playing for it, and we are casting for it. So get us there, guys.
All right, guys, we got to pack the canoe, right? Who's rowing? Who's rowing the canoe?
One of us, we gotta rock, paper, scissors it out or something. Someone's gotta figure something out. All I know is I'm on it.
Alright, let's take a look very quickly at the qualified teams for APAC so that we know who is going to be competing in today's matches. And as you can see on the screen here right now, these are our 16 teams that are going to be playing. At the very top, we see Renaissance, we have Star 9, we have Reach Pokemon, we have Rise, we have KRT, we have Team Overdrive, we have Odin, we have Rohan, we have AFR, we have RAA, Night Fox, S Supreme, Real Life First, RJ Gaming, GR, and finally we have Captain Hughes. These are the teams that we are going to be looking at today. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to catch every single game because we do have some time constraints, but we are going to try and catch as many as we can. And let's take a look at the leaderboard very quickly, just to sort of see where the teams are currently at within this region. Now, at the very tippy top, as you can see, we have Renaissance sitting on 2,558 points. Second place, we have Star 9. Third, we have Reach Pokemon. And then we have Divinity sitting in fourth place. But so far, gentlemen, how do you feel about Renaissance and APAC? Is this team really as dominant as they look?
Well,
there's no words for Renaissance right now, I think, and I think the other casters would agree as well that they are currently at the top right now of the food chain in terms of APAC. Wouldn't you agree?
yeah, definitely, right? They are winning everything, be it like, official or even community tournaments. Everything that is in their faces, they would just clear it off like an easy path. They're always taking wins in the region, and I think this is the team to watch. They are really, really scary to be dealt with, especially in such tournament format.
It's not to mention that this team has also been around since the get-go, right? Ever since the Switch release, this is one of the first few teams. All the members are OGs of the scene, and they definitely show it through their experience, right? It's no surprise at all that they're at the top of the leaderboard here.
Now, just a quick refresher for anyone that doesn't quite know how we're going to be playing the games for today. So we are on day 1, it's May 7th, and so far the teams have been put into groups of 4, and we've got 4 single round robin groups. And unfortunately, only the top 2 teams from each group is going to advance to the main bracket, and most of the games have already been played today. So we're only going to be seeing 8 teams compete in this next section. So as you can see here, from Group A, we have RJ Gaming and Renaissance making it through. For Group B, we have Rohan and Reach Pokemon. Group C, we have Star9 and AFR, and then finally we have Rise and S Supreme coming in from Group D. And then, of course, we do need to take a look at the main brackets after this, but is there any surprises, like any teams that you were surprised that didn't make it through? I'm going to start with Permasneeze for this one.
Did you guys see that Group A? RJ Gaming is 3-0 in the group with Renaissance. I need to find out what's going on with RJ Gaming, because they're relatively unknown to me. I know they're from Taiwan, but we haven't even gotten a chance to see them yet, which is why this broadcast is so amazing, right? We're finally going to give them a platform. I want to see what they can bring. If they beat Renaissance in single round robins, what's to say they can't do it again? Are the Kings going to be dethroned?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, what's to say they're not saving strats? Because let's be realistic, right? I mean, you can't show everything at the very beginning if you are a team that everyone's focusing on. You gotta keep something in your back pocket. And also, let's not forget, we've just had a patch. I know, JJ, I want to hear your thoughts on this recent patch.
Wow.
Do you think it is as influential as we think coming into the tournament today for APAC?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to add into the point earlier on, right? Saying that they might be just still being secretive of their actual, strategy makes them more scary. Makes them scarier. Now, going over to the patch, right? Going over to the patch, a lot of the teams on APAC are following the scoring composition from Japan, which are now almost everyone has been adjusting to the newest patch. So I think when APAC is already kind of destructive in terms of the meta gameplay, I think we'll see more unstable gameplay for all of these teams that we have right now.
Interesting. Anything to add there, Moonboy?
Yep, I mean, speaking of the patch, the body barrier actually got nerfed recently. You can't exactly stack up body barrier. And, these speedsters are just going to be up in value right now. Absol, Gengar, but not forgetting Rebounds from Renaissance is one of the best Absol player in the world. So if he gets his hand on that Absol, it could be pretty devastating later on in the tournament. So, we have to be really careful of this guy. And if he ever picks the Absol, it's going to be bonkers.
Now let's take a look very quickly at the prize pool to see what these players are currently playing for. Now, of course, it's not just a spot to London that they're playing for, but we have some money on the line for them. So as you can see here, the team to take the crown will be able to take home $10,000 for themselves. Second place, you get $5,000. Third place, you get $4,000. And then fourth place, you get $2,000. And as you go down, you'll get less and less money. But these top 8 teams, if you think about it, right, these teams have secured at least $750, but it can go up to $10,000 depending on your placement. But of course, I mean, everyone's aiming for the top, right? But I think the most important one is that spot to London. Everyone wants to play in London. You want to be on the world stage.
We want to go there as well.
I know you. You stop. Okay, you're not. Stop it. Jinxing himself.
It's not just the players, man. It's not just the players.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to send you away with Permasneeze. You guys need to calm down because you are going to be casting our first game of the day. Moonboy, you're staying with me. We're going to sort of take a look at our first matchup of the day. So bye, JJ. Bye, Permasneeze. We'll see you in a second. And Moon Boy, aka Mooney, let's talk about our first game of the day. So our viewers are probably thinking, who are we watching? The game that we're watching is RJ Gaming versus Renaissance.
Yeah, so Renaissance is here for redemption, right? We saw in the group stages just now, RJ Gaming took the win against Renaissance. But here we have that group stage doesn't matter anymore because right here, Renaissance got their redemption and they're here to prove themselves that they are worthy to win this Aeos Cup. But the first hurdle is RJ Gaming that actually took the win in the very first game.
Yeah, and we're both like unsure as to how they took that win, right? Because we didn't even get to watch the games. We didn't see what happened, if it was maybe a strange pick or if it was a brand new strategy. So it's, for us, we're also sort of finding out, what kind of happened. But we also need to remember as well for these teams that they've got two chances to technically lose now, right? Everyone's in the upper bracket. If you drop this next game, you've got one more chance to go. But after the next chance, if you drop again, then you are officially eliminated. But I do believe the game is about ready. Moon Boy, I want to hear your prediction. Who do you think is going to win?
I think Renaissance is just going to put up a good show, and my bet is definitely going to be on Renaissance because homeboy team, their home team they have to take it home.
All right, thank you for that, Moon Boy. We're going to throw it over to our wonderful casters, Permasees and JJ-kun. Take it away for our first best of 3.
Here we go. The very first match that we're going to have for APAC. Again, just like OCE, this is going to be the first time that we're going to be seeing Asia Pacific on broadcast. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to be unfolding. Permasees, I know... Well, you have to unmute the mic first. I know you're excited as well. Just to double check, my man. Just to double check.
Nah, I'm just playing. I'm not muted anymore. We out of there. That's the old me. That's the Oceania me, baby. We're back here for APAC. No muting at this point in time. Renaissance, the boys that me and Mooney we've been. It feels like we're seeing them all grown up. It's throughout the entire circuit so far to make it to this point, to the first official APAC broadcast. There's a lot of pride in my heart, but of course, I'm not gonna write off the team on our left over here, RJ Gaming. I feel like how do you just 3-0 in a group with Renaissance? That means you beat Renaissance somehow. I want to find out how they beat Renaissance. Yeah, I want to find out how they did it, and I'm excited to see what they play.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the It's definitely going to be the revenge match here for Renaissance. Getting in 3-0, defeating Renaissance, which we have been saying that is currently the best in APAC. Defeating them definitely is a huge statement. So the thing here right now, the thing to look out for, the team to look out for would be Team RJ Gaming. Now, let's find out how Arnis is going to be adjusting against them if they would take the revenge match against RJ Gaming.
Yeah, the thing about Renaissance that have made them such a top team for so long is their ability to adapt. Sure, they've been caught off guard multiple occasions, but they always find a solution. They always find a way, and especially with this new patch, I feel like with the buddy barrier nerfs like Mooney was talking about, it really unlocks the potential for different Pokemon to be picked here, and we're gonna see perhaps some sort of new adjustment coming into this, basically what is a rematch in this quarterfinals here.
Wow, okay, here we go. We're going to be seeing, both of the middle area here, the central area, both of the Greninja, Cameru still, knowing that really amazing player as well. Let's find out how they're going to be able to fare against RJ Gaming. But again, I'm most interested on how RJ Gaming was able to, well, essentially defeat Renaissance. That's really something that's really interesting me.
Yeah, keep in mind that the single round robins, they are best of 3s as well, which meant that RJ Gaming didn't just take one, but it's not like a surprise cheese strat or something that caught them off guard. They outsmarted and outplayed them twice. Now, I just want to let the ladies and gentlemen and just everybody listening know, this might sound like, we're all super biased towards Renaissance, but when looking at the stats here, Renaissance are the champions of the March Cup. They came in, They basically came in second place in Feb. They've been dominant for so long, and all of a sudden, RJ Gaming coming out of nowhere and upsetting the Kings. This is a huge story that's about to unfold.
Now here we go, the first bees of the game. Most of them coming into the side of, unfortunately, coming into the side of RJ Gaming. I think we are slowly but surely seeing the action here of what transpired of RJ Gaming going against Renaissance. They're going to be able to pick off that Squirtle as well. Cameru, we don't, we usually see Renaissance play a little bit aggressive, right, towards their opponents. But this time, I think RJ Gaming is ensuring that they're keeping in check. They're keeping Renaissance in check.
Yeah, so we've seen different variations of this Trevenant, right? It's a Pokemon, we talked about it just now during the Oceania broadcast. It is one that got buffed, as you see the curse damage just popping off, going crazy right now. And we've seen different takes on this Pokemon. For Renaissance though, their take is that it's good in the bot path as, you know, a supportive tank kind of role, which is what NT is running right now.
Right, and here we go. We're going to be seeing in just a few more seconds. We're going to be seeing the second set of Bs in our game, and then the first objective. I think that is going to be the catalyst of the game here. Whoever's going to be able to take in more objectives than the other would, you know, essentially control the game that we have right now. But as things are right now, it's still a little bit balanced. It's still a catalyst. It's still equalized. Nobody's taking a lot of risks. This is not like Renaissance. They don't play like this.
Right, but
they're
maybe
usually aggressive and they're usually risk takers.
Yeah, I'm just scratching my head because could it be that they're a bit shell-shocked from losing to this team? I bet they're feeling really wary because I don't think they're used to just being defeated so easily like that. And we're going to see some action happen in the top lane as Komiru, he's going to sweep over them, take that advantage, take one man out, and that's one KO going over to the side, but they're immediately trading it right back. There is Shirdesu. He's going to claim it right back on that Greninja, but gets cleaned up in return. So Renaissance, they're going to take this advantage in this top half fight.
Yeah, and now I'm seeing how Renaissance is just trying to be, you know, a little bit careful right now. At the very least, because there's a huge difference between being careful and being scared. Now, what Renaissance is doing is being a little bit just too careful, you know, going against RJ Gaming. Look at that. There goes the Surfer coming for Ikura. Going to be able to take down one. Never mind. Red Bongs is still alive in this match. But look at that. Power Up Punch is going to be used here, but going to be punished as well. Into the side of Renaissance, they're going to be able to take down the Dreadnought as well. It's going to be 2 down, however. 2-for-1 trade in favor of RJ Gaming, despite them getting in the Dreadnought, but the Gulfing Bomb Missile is going to be used as well to take down 2 into the side of Renaissance, definitely keeping Renaissance in check.
I think it's really interesting to see how both these two compositions are playing out, right? Because in essence, they kind of want to do the same thing. You think about Kramer, you think about Ninetales. Kramer wants to stand there, lay down the Gatling Gulp missile and just hold his ground. Same kind of situation for this Alolan Ninetales. You want to stand in your Aurora Veil and protect your team. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two Pokemon who are essentially executing the same game plan, how they clash in these team fights. Now, in that bot path just now, we saw Renaissance able to get that Dreadnought and they're going to rotate top and take the Rotom as well. So excellent objective control as the fight kicks off.
Water Shuriken is going to be used right there, and they're going to be able to take in that Rotom as well, just to ensure that the Rotom is going to be pushing in into the first tier score goal, into that other top path, and destroying that in the process as well. But it looks like their Ninetales into that at the bottom path needs a little bit of help here, you know, for them to just, you know, ensure that RJ Gaming wouldn't be able to push through onto that at the bottom path. And that's what's happening right now. They're trying to rotate down into the bottom path. And let's find out who's going to be winning this team fight again. It looks like the Greninja into the side of RJ Gaming is going to be able to take down that Hoopa into the side of Renaissance. Renaissance is really looking low right now, but you know, they still have the lead in terms of what do you call this, the points, but in terms of XP, well, they still have the lead, but in terms of the execution, I think that is where they're having problems right now.
No, like the past 30 seconds was just a bit confusing because it seems like Renaissance, they had a bit of a confusion with regards to where they want to split their resources. At first, it looked like they wanted to contest Giraffe here in this top half, but then as soon as they realized Yang was under some threat, his focus went proc, but it kind of seemed like they weren't decisive as to whether they wanted to take the fight or not. But now with the Dreadnought coming up, it's not going to be a question. This is a fight they need to take.
Yeah, they definitely need to take this, but look at that. Rings of Blood is going to be used here by Mevius, but Red Ball's going to be picked off right here. But is it going to be enough, though? Hydro Typhoon is going to be used. Water Shuriken as well, going to be able to take down that Lucario. But look at that.
Renaissance!
Fury, and they're going to be able to take down that Dreadnought, but that's going to be 2-for-2 trade. Let's find out if Kamira is going to be able to take down one more, and they are going to be able to take that one up. Z-Ray as well is going down, and everyone from the side of RJ Game is going to be going down. Renaissance needs to push this first tier score goal into that at the bottom path right now if they want to get the lead, and they did. They do have the lead right now. They just need to maintain this. They cannot take a lot of risks against RJ Gaming because they can see that just a small mistake, RJ Gaming can punish them.
I mean, so immense respect coming out from Renaissance here for RJ Gaming, but I still got to give props to their teamfight execution there. Rebounds going in, dropping a little low, and baiting the entire side of RJ Gaming to collapse, and that's when he pops the Hydro Typhoon. So really catching them off guard there. Things look a bit pickly, but he ends up managing to claim it anyway. So Renaissance, they have firm control of the objectives, and they break open the bot tier 1 goal. They're up 186 points. RJ Gaming, you know, they beat Renaissance before, but I'm not really seeing the firepower that's going to kind of take them this win in this game number 1.
Right, but you know what? We're close to the Zapdos, close to this what do you call this, the final stretch. So we might be able to see more action there and then. But it looks like they're gonna be able to pick off that Cramorant really good here coming in from Renaissance. That huge backlane damage is something that they have to pick off a lot, because Cramorant is one of the biggest threats right now against Renaissance.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen that Renaissance have no trouble collapsing on him. Between NT as well as the Green Ninja, they're so able to just get into that back line and dish out the damage, and the Cramorant just can't stand his ground. And that's something that's really scary, right? Because you want that Bliss assistance to go out on your Greninja. That's your main damage dealer, but then you're sort of leaving that poor little Cramorant behind.
Right, definitely they have the frontliners, they have the backlane damage, and they have those mid attackers that forms into that of the Cramorant and of course the Greninja. And then there's the support, just like you mentioned, just essentially making their composition a really balanced one rather. But right now it looks like Renaissance is just going to try to get in, the positional advantage against RJ Gaming into that of the Zapdos. But let's find out who's going to be able to take this Zapdos. Both of them just sneaking right now, hiding from the bushes, hiding from the grass, from the tall grass, right? And waiting for the Zapdos to come up. Now, in 5 seconds, there's going to be one that will take the lead. But here it goes. The final stretch is very quiet right now, Sneeze. One sneeze is all we need. We need the sneeze right now.
JJ, don't give them away. JJ, don't give them away. They're trying to start the Zapdos. It's in secret. J-Raf, he's ducking on this top side. It's another 50, so the points are going to go up to RJ, but the fight has broken out.
Oh, wow, here we go. Our Rings Unbound is going to be used now. The sneeze has now popped up, but there goes Water Burst Shuriken as well. Phantom Force is going to be used, but there goes RJ Gaming, going to be able to take down everyone from the side of Renaissance. What is going on?
That just one sneeze is all it took. They break open the gates, and Xing Desu over here on this Greninja, he got shown up for most of the fights by Renaissance, but he comes back swinging, and that is when the Greninja is so deadly. I'm not gonna lie to you, there was so much thrown out in that short span that was really hard to keep track. We're gonna have to go back to the replay to find out what happened later on. But Renaissance, we were wondering, RJ Gaming, how did you beat them? Yeah, how did you beat them? It's Xing Desu.
Xing Desu popped up the Unite move, Water Burst Shuriken, and from there on out, everyone just was taken out.
Yeah, I think, just a bit of miscalculation. I don't know, Renaissance, they waited around for so long and they weren't able to get the team fight that they wanted. Now, it's going to look a little rough because they're 500 points down. Of course, they have 40 seconds and this is not out of their reach just yet. They're pushing forward though, and they're opening the gates for the rest of their teammates to score. Now, they're looking towards the central area. Can they dunk in the remaining 30 here?
Okay, I have a question right now. I have a question for you, Sneeze.
You're getting real quiet. I'm a little scared. What's going on? This is literally 20 seconds until the end of the game. What's the question?
Okay. Here's the question. Why haven't we seen more of RJ Gaming? Right?
Yeah, I mean...
They have been really quiet.
Yeah,
out of nowhere, RJ Gaming just dominated the entire thing. And again, as we were boasting that Renaissance is currently at the top of the food chain, and here they are just dissecting Renaissance.
No, okay, to be fair, we can't completely say that's the case, right? Throughout that entire game, and we'll see in the graph later on as well, Renaissance was in the lead. It really came down to the decision-making at Zap. It's that snap moment that we don't see that much in this patch anymore. It's something of older patches, right, where it's a Zap fight with the immense body barriers that comes into play. Now that they can't be stacked, that's a whole other thing out of... that's a whole thing that's out of the question. But RJ Gaming, they still execute that final team fight to perfection, and they're able to get that advantage when, frankly, they really shouldn't have been able to.
Right, and definitely we now see the power of RJ Gaming, the power of the team that got a 3-0 in that very huge group, the one that took down Renaissance, and the one that would be bringing down Renaissance to the lower bracket, perhaps if they win again on game number 2. So
yeah, it's kind of scary.
We cannot dismiss Renaissance just yet. There's still game number 2. They can still bounce back up.
Look at this team sheet. Feb finals missing, March finals missing, Eos Cup match losses 0. These guys are on the tear. Who sent these assassins from Taiwan?
What?
Hello, are you there? Is it your turn to be muted? Hello? Yeah, JJ, are you there? Are you okay? Did they get you too? Someone check on JJ, please. It doesn't sound like he's doing okay, guys. We need to Is he okay? Oh, there he is. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. You kept quiet for too long. I thought you caught the muted disease.
I'm just really surprised. As you mentioned, as the graphic has shown us, they were not in February Cup.
Yep.
They were not on March Cup. And all of a sudden, they come in on they come in on last chance qualifier, and they did this to Renaissance?
Yup, I don't know. Because the thing is, we throughout the entire game, we're like, oh yeah, Renaissance has got it, man. They're in the lead, you know, they're getting this objective. Look at that, they get the Dreadnought as well, they get the Rotom, you know, they have a point lead. Look at them again, they're positioning nicely for this Zap. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. They understand something we don't. They just take the Zap and they're just like, I guess we win these. And Renaissance,
I think that is something we need to understand.
Yeah,
I think that is something we need to understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see this in the replay because I don't really know. Look at all these team fights. They go surely into the hands of Renaissance here. They're still doing well and they get the objective. They get the team fight wins. But how did this all turn around? I'm just waiting for that replay to pop out because I sincerely have no clue. Like what happened?
Now, I'd like to agree with what you said, right? It
wait,
doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter for RG Gaming, right? It doesn't really matter for RG Gaming if they can take the Zapdos. They are just using the Zapdos, okay? They are just using the Zapdos to bait out Renaissance. And that is what happened. And from there on out, they were easily able to eat Renaissance with the help of the Zapdos.
Yeah, so just to give you guys some context here, in case you don't recognize this player name, in-game, he's using some Chinese characters, but we're just going to call him Xing Desu, and you know, he went absolutely off on that Greninja. Look at his thumbs up. He knows what's good. There's the Greninja sitting right on top of his thumb, and he absolutely played that to perfection. I mean, he really came through in the fights when his team needed him the most, quite literally the Zapdos fight, right? Earlier on, he was sort of, let's be real, he was sort of getting smoked by Kamiru, but it doesn't last for long, and yeah, this is, JJ, you're absolutely right. This is definitely something we need to understand because if they can just make it look this easy at the Zap fight and just flip it around, then Renaissance have something coming.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, going over into game number 2, I think it is up to Renaissance to adjust against Team RJ Gaming. And if they can't adjust against RJ Gaming, then we might be looking at the next top team of the food chain in APAC.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because, you know, at the start of the OCE broadcast, I was like, yo, you know what? Greninja's gonna carry the whole way, right? And he ended up doing so, didn't drop a single game. And even though both teams have a Greninja this time, I'd like to raise you an analogy. Don't you think that RJ Gaming are kind of like assassins in their own right? Ninja assassins appear out of nowhere, just like out of the smoke screen. Surf, instantly execute the best teams in the region. And we have it happening right in front of us. This is a story that could not be written any better. RJ Gaming, if they're able to knock Renaissance down to the lower bracket, this is a huge start for them.
Okay, but let me give you a better one. I think they are just the sleeping dogs right now. The sleeping dogs of our tournament. I think they were just waiting for the right timing to wake up. And now that they are awake, they're choosing to dominate the entire competition. And they just did. They were able to win against Renaissance once on the round robin, and they are doing it again on the double eliminations playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if those are the dogs that are sleeping, I struggle to imagine what they'll look like once they're awake. But it's without a doubt, RJ Gaming, they're coming in with the heat, and they're going to pack the exact same lineup here. It looked a bit dicey with the Cramoran because we were wondering if they were able to be able to hold their ground on Ikura, but he played that really well, continuously managed to get the picks with the Surf and the Hurricane, and now it's time for Renaissance to respond. They've already lost almost 2 to 3 games. We don't know the exact number, but they've already lost this many matches to RJ Gaming. Are they going to eat yet another, or are they going to turn it on its head? We'll have to wait to find out.
Wow, okay. So it looks like they're not going to be changing, you know, at least Renaissance is not going to be changing anything in of their arsenal, of their composition into the side of RJ Gaming. I don't think they changed anything at all as well. So, and then again, for RJ Gaming, at the very least, you know, it's working. You don't need to change anything. But what do you think would be the complication here that Renaissance didn't change anything going against RJ Gaming?
So I'm not going to claim to know more about the game than Renaissance. I'm sure they've done tons of research. They've been here for a very long time.
Right.
But one thing I did notice is that their health items, a lot of them are still hanging on to that buddy barrier. That item has been nerfed. It's no longer as good as it used to be. The health values have just been completely axed, right? The shields aren't like what they used to be. And
I'm just wondering, maybe with this nerf to the stacking of the buddy barriers, could this have been their downfall? Could the slight... I don't dare to say this,
in
but...
In this patch, buddy barrier doesn't stack anymore to a singular Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. So you kind of need to come out on top and really time the use of your Unite moves. But when you have such crucial Unite moves that need to be popped off at the exact right moment, then that becomes an issue, right? When you have someone like the Blastoise, if the Hydro Typhoon needs to go off, it needs to go off. You can't be thinking, oh, sorry, the other shield hasn't been down yet. You just need to pop that off.
Yeah, I mean, that is also why, you know, a lot of players have been removing Buddy Barrier and Score Shield as well altogether off their arsenal for a more, how would I say this, a more aggressive kind of itemization for a Pokemon, depending obviously on their composition with their team for that synergy. But right now, going into game number 2, yeah, it is game number 2, best of 3, game number 2. Game number 2 of match 1, of round 1, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Renaissance still needs to get that early lead against RJ Gaming, because if they're not going to take the lead against them, then I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of the history, a repeat of game number 1.
Yeah, as the bees spawn, and they're going to be able to clean up most of it on the side of Renaissance. That's what it looked like, at least. I can't tell for sure. But one thing I want to point out is rebounds over here on this Squirtle, right? He's assumed, you know, in a team full of superstars, this always happens in a lot of different games that and professional teams that you see as well. When you have so many stacked players, some of them have to take a more supportive role, right? Some of them have to play a bit more of a backseat. And rebounds, we're used to him dominating on Absol. He doesn't really get that kind of Pokemon anymore. We see him on the Ninetales, we see him on the Squirtle, or rather the Blastoise. And I just wonder, you know, do they need to switch things up a little bit, because they don't seem to be packing enough heat to take out RJ Gaming right now.
Right, and another thing that is an advantage of having an all-star team, at the very least, you can switch up your Pokemon depending on the situation. You know, okay, I'm not working. It's not working out. If I am the carry, maybe you can carry. But at this point on, you know, RJ Gaming is just eating Renaissance away. Shing Desu right now going to be able to take down 2 into the side of Renaissance. There goes the oh my goodness, Hurricane as well, and the follow-up damage from RJ Gaming is just beautiful.
That was sick, Kramer. That was disgusting. That was like, that wasn't any Hurricane or Whirlpool you just dragged that. That was like sick, straight out.
Clean.
That was swamp water. That was swamp water. That was dirty. Do you see that? Kamiru was just about angled for the surf resets and popped up into the sky.
Wow, I like how RJ Gaming doesn't have any tricks up on their sleeves. They're just playing cleanly. They're playing by the rules. They're playing by the game. And, playing by the book. Mastering that book, mastering the basic of the basics right now is what's eating Renaissance.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even have this dominant of an early game in game number 1, right? But they're showing up strong here. They've kind of, it looks like they almost have Renaissance's number, and they're rotating exactly everywhere Renaissance wants to be. Now it's the Dreadnought fight. 7 minutes, they're being pushed back, and Waterburst Shuriken is out.
Right, and there goes the Surf once again coming in from Shing Desu, and they're going to be able to take down 2 into that Renaissance. But at the very least, you know, Renaissance was able to take down that Dreadnought for themselves. Now they need to disengage a little bit. They can't be too risky. They can't be aggressive, because if they do, they're just going to be eaten up by RJ Gaming. Now, Renaissance already having the Dreadnought, just needs to stay up top, perhaps taking the Rotom as well, taking all the objectives, while actively trying to avoid as much fights, as much skirmishes against RJ Gaming.
Yo, I gotta be real. RJ Gaming are playing stone cold right now. Did you see that? Kamiru, he was setting himself up for a beautiful Dreadnought steal. Sneaked in with a smoke screen, didn't notice him. He dashed out. He threw the Waterburst Shuriken in, could have been beautiful. But as soon as they spotted him, all 5 members of RJ Gaming turned around, used their moves, and knocked him out immediately, denied any sort of a combo that could come out. And even though they get this first Rotom, like we said time and time again, it's not gonna be that big of a deal.
Not yet. Not yet. Maybe perhaps later on the game, where, you know, the timer's a little bit lower, then it's going to be a big of a deal, especially that, you know, they haven't had any score yet. Renaissance doesn't have any score just yet.
Yeah, how often do you see this Renaissance just getting absolutely dipped, right? Like, even in the first game, you know, we were talking about Renaissance, you know, they were playing so well in the early stages, they were really getting those advantages, but right now it seems like very uncharacteristically flailing, and they're being thrown off the wrong foot just by RJ Gaming's beautiful standard play. Like, it's all the fundamentals coming into play here.
Right, and here we have, of course, Shing Desu just trying to get in all the XP that they need, going, you know, preparing for that of the final fight. But look at this Ikura right now using that. Oh my goodness. Barraskewda to just attack, you know, the other Pokemon right now. They are just dominating. I mean, it's really hard to say for sure what is what Renaissance is getting wrong here. That RJ Gaming is dominating a lot. I mean, RJ Gaming is just playing by the basics, just playing by the book. But right now, both of the Hoopas are going to be used here during Unite moves, Rings Unbound, to teleport everyone in. And let's find out who's going to be able to take down the Dreadnought. But it looks like Water Shuriken as well.
The Hydro Typhoon!
Phantom Forest is going to be used right there. But it looks like it is going in on the side of Renaissance. Finally, you know, getting the second Dreadnought of the game. But again, they still need to win against RJ Gaming. Yes, they might have been able to get in the Dreadnought, but it's not enough.
Once again,
you might have gotten the Dreadnought, but you're not going to be able to attack us.
I mean, you say that, but here comes Kamiru. He wants to clean up here. We're going to be able to get two and make it a third. So answering back, we've seen him have some complications with getting these resets so far, but able to at least answer back, and they're going to score their first points on the board at 6 minutes. Is this Renaissance we're looking at?
They might be. I think, okay, I think this might be just the time that they are waking up. They might have been still sleeping on game number 1.
Yeah,
they might have still been sleeping game number 1, and we're definitely seeing, you know, a little bit of revival here in the gameplay of Renaissance. So let's find out if they're going to be able to answer back against RJ Gaming, or is RJ Gaming going to eat them for dinner?
Yeah, I think right now they need to be so careful. There's Power Punch coming out for Giraffe, trying to do the damage in the close combat as well. Going to be able to secure up that Rotom. So a slight bit of hesitance from Renaissance. They are not able to clean up the Rotom, and now RJ Gaming, they want to push for more, but think better of it. They're going to back off happy with that objective secure.
Right, and now I think we're going to be seeing, 30 more seconds. We're going to be seeing that Dreadnought. Could be anyone's game. I think if Renaissance wants to win against RJ Gaming, they would need to secure this Dreadnought, getting in that gap, because definitely being the equal footing in terms of XP against RJ Gaming is not working out well for them.
Yeah, I think you really need to fight in your ball. You need to rely on rebounds of all people on this Blastoise to land you that beautiful Hydro Typhoon, and then you have a hope of Kamiru maybe sweeping through in the fight. I mean, right now we're really not seeing the effect in this second game of this Trevenant as they're setting up for this Dreadnought here. Who's going to grab it?
Oh, it is going to be Xing Desu going to be able to take down that Dreadnought. They now have the lead in terms of XP going against Renaissance. Again, just increasing, just widening the gap that they already have against Renaissance. Yes, Renaissance might have been able to get that, but the execution of RJ Gaming is still, I'd say, better than that of Renaissance. And, you know, on the team fights, on the execution, and the fundamentals that RJ Gaming has, that is where Renaissance is losing right now. And I think we're going to be seeing a repeat of a history here. RJ Gaming just allowing Renaissance to poke in on the Zapdos, so that when they're a little bit low, they can just get in and finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, RJ Gaming, okay, wait, Kamiru! Kamiru's revenge!
Oh my goodness! Yes, certainly, that's going to be 2 down for RJ Gaming. Hopefully, they are going to be able to secure this Zapdos without any contest. And from there on out, they might be looking for a game number 3. And it looks like the Hydro Typhoon is going to be able to secure the Zapdos. They just need to sweep down RJ Gaming and put in more score. That's going to be 4 down right now for RJ Gaming. And I think we're going to be looking at game number 3 right now.
RJ is back. You guys had it in the bag. You guys, what are you doing, Shigdesu? Where you drop you switch or something? What's going on, my friend? How did this all go wrong? They play picture perfect from start to finish, and you choose the final stretch to kind of get caught out like that. That is not the move.
Okay, there's still a minute left. RJ Gaming has been dominant right thus far. They're going to be able to take down Kamiru. They're going to be pulling up some points here. They still have the Hoopa. They still have the Rings Unbound. So they can still do some final points here if they can take out Renaissance. Now, let's find out if they're going to be able to successfully do that.
Okay, they're trying to make a concerted push here. Here comes the Power Punch threatening the engage. The rest of the side of Renaissance Gaming, they'll be joining with the jump pads for sure, as the fight's still not to be broken out. They want to conserve their resources, and it looks like they understand. They don't need to defend this tier 2. They have enough time on the clock to try and make the effort to defend the central goal zone instead. So I like this patience coming in, but RJ Gaming, they want to win.
Right, and look at that. Whatever shuriken is going to be used here, Aura Cannon as well, going to be able to take down everyone from RJ Gaming. But there goes a 19-point.
It's not enough.
Well, into Renaissance, but it's not going to be enough. But what I do like right now, at the very least, is Renaissance is back. Renaissance is awake. What they just did is Fuyo.
JJ, I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know if you're just along the Renaissance camp and you're a little bit low on energy, but how did you not lose your mind? Like, Renaissance came back from that. That's insane. That's almost like the opposite of game number 1, right? They flip it on their head, and like you don't sound surprised at all. Did you expect this?
No, really, I'm not really expecting that. You know, from the early game up into the mid game, it was a little bit kind of a steady match. It was, well, not a steady, but a slow match rather. And nobody's really attacking a lot. Renaissance not getting a lot of not taking a lot of risk as well. So I was thinking maybe this could just be a repeat of a history, a repeat of game number 1. But you know, Renaissance proved me wrong, proved my thinking wrong, and I like that. I like that. And now we're going to game number 3. Could be anyone's game. Could it be Renaissance going down? Could it be RJ Gaming adjusting to Renaissance? Or Renaissance still maintaining this prowess against RJ Gaming?
Yeah, what a series we have in front of us right now. I feel like what a strange story we found ourselves to start the Eos Cup for Asia Pacific region here. It's basically the kings of the region against these complete unknown factor who have just forced them to the limit. Even in that game number 2, even though, you know, they managed to win it out in the end, RJ Gaming didn't make it look easy. It was only because of one pick-off onto Shingdesu in the end that it all fell apart.
Would you think that if they weren't able to pick off Shingdesu, they would have won the game?
100%. Like they really leveraged that you know, advantage in terms of players to really kind of snowball forward and secure that game. And then by the time everybody was up again and they could make any sort of concerted move, you know, it was just too late. And I mean, RJ Gaming, they show a lot of team coordination in these team fights, and they are able to come out on top for the most part. But you know, in very uncharacteristic based on the 2 matches that we saw. Like it was a slight moment of, I don't know whether it was greed, I don't know whether it was miscommunication, I don't know who made that call, but it ended up being their demise.
Right, and I think both of you, I think you'd agree, we wouldn't know what to expect in game number 3. I don't think you know what to expect in game number 3. Could be Renaissance, you know, still being that, you know, sleeping kind of a player from the early game up to the middle lane, middle game rather, going into the late game where they just, you know, pop off, or they might have just found out a way to, you know, answer back against RJ Gaming. Obviously, that of being picking them off one by one. But you know, in terms of a team fight, right? In terms of a team fight, they don't win. They can't win against RJ Gaming. But if they can pick them off one by one, then I think that is a strategy that they need to take advantage of. But now that we're in game number 3, I think you'll agree that RJ Gaming would be cautious, more cautious on that pickoffs.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit conflicting, right? Just really, guys, I don't know if you guys are listening on the side of Renaissance. Give Rebounds Absol. Just let him have it. Just let him have it. Let him tear everyone up. Absol really strong now in this meta as well, just because of the fact that he can really put on that early pressure in the lane. He's single stage. All his moves do immense amount of damage, and he can snowball the lead. That's exactly what we need to see from Renaissance. We don't want, you know, as much as this is cool and all, we don't want it to be on a knife's edge. You don't want to be so uncomfortable the entire game. You want to grab the lead early on and push it through in typical Renaissance style.
But you know, what's really interesting here is, again, we have to remind you guys that we are playing a double eliminations match, so it doesn't. Well, it matters, you know.
Yeah, it does matter.
But what I'm trying to say here, right? What I'm trying to say here is, at the very least, whoever's going to be losing here wouldn't be eliminated yet, just yet onto our tournament. They still have to play on the lower bracket. But again, if you win this, then you have the advantage of staying on top of the others. And right now, we're going to be seeing the next draft here for both of the teams. I think instead of seeing that Absol in the hands of Rebongs, we're going to be seeing it to Giraffes.
Yeah, so I mean, he's definitely got something to prove here in this game number 2, because I mean, his Lucario play was stellar, but I mean, Yeah, game number 3, sorry. His Lucario play was stellar, but I think, this might be a little something we got cooking up. I mean, I expected to see a lot more Absol, and we're seeing it out here. We didn't really see that Pokemon come out in OCE, but it's definitely an Asia-Pacific specialty.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, getting to see this Absol obviously means that they want to take the early advantage. And from there on out, a steamroll up until the very end. As we all know that Absol is getting caught up by other Pokemon by the late game. So the only time that they want to get that advantage is the early game and maintain that up until the late game so that they can get in, the prowess, the power spike, the skill, not the skill, but the power spike, right, against the other team until the late game.
Yeah, but of course we'll have to find out whether they can spike at the right moments here as we get into game number 3, the deciding match between RJ Gaming and Renaissance to determine who stays in the winner's bracket and who drops to the loser's bracket.
Right, and here we go. Renaissance is going to be more aggressive now. This is a different Renaissance. We didn't see this kind of Renaissance in game number 1, not in game number 2, but now that they are more aggressive, I think they are going back to a more, their strategy, going back to their roots, going back to the comfortable strategy that they always have in them on, community tournaments and UCS.
Yeah, they almost get the touch off onto NT, but he's going to be able to hang on to his roots and stay fighting fit in this bot path. Right now, Renaissance, I think there is something to say about this Absol pick just because of the fact that even though RJ Gaming, they had dominance in that entire game number 2, they ended up losing it out because they weren't able to put on that pressure in the way of points, right? Yes, they were up in levels, yes, they won the fights, but at the end, when the final stretch ticked around, they were still neck and neck in terms of points. So they want to change that with this Absol pick.
And we are definitely seeing that, seeing the the changes that Giraffe is bringing into this team fight with that amazing battle pass holoware of the Absol. Definitely they'd like to call it the businessman, right? The businessman, the pianist, the jazz player, Absol right there. But let's focus back into the game. Giraffe here is getting a push back here by the Water Telegraph Balls here, and look at that. They're gonna be able to get in some retreat back, trying to call themselves up, get in a little bit of a breathing room for themselves. They want to take a risk. They want to take risks, but not too much of a risk that they are gonna be losing everything.
Yeah, this is a very quiet game, uncharacteristic from Renaissance here, but expected after what transpired in the past 2 games, right? Now, the Hoopa Hyperspace Hole is going to bring them to wherever they want to apply this pressure. It looks like for Renaissance, it's going to be this top path as they gear up for the spawn of the bees here.
Right, and here we go, the second beast. Let's find out who's going to be able to take that one up. It looks like it's going to be mostly into RJ Gaming with Xing Desu, taking it all out, and now currently at level 8 as well, taking down the Trevenant in the process.
Yikes, that is not the way you want to start your fight at the bees with Kamiru going down, and that ends up just, as soon as that happens, you kind of got to back off, but now they need to conserve all their resources to try and fight at this Dreadnought, because if RJ Gaming get this first Dreadnought, we've seen what they can do with this early lead.
Right, and here goes the Water Burst Shuriken as well coming in from Xing Desu. Going to be able, oh my goodness, look at that. Absol's going to be taken out. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade. And no, never mind, 1-for-2 trade. No, make that 3 right now. No, make that 4. Maybe he's trying to get away, but unfortunately not going to be able. So, Xing Desu, I have to say, still has been and still is the MVP thus far.
This entire day has just been the replay of the same clip, I'm pretty sure. Every single time we see a Dreadnought fight at bot side, the first Dreadnought fight is the Greninja who steals it with Surf. And then from there, they just snowball. I feel like this is the same tape playing over and over again. And RJ Gaming, the movie masters here, they know exactly how to play this. They know how this show goes, and Sucker Punch out onto rebounds. Look at the early aggression paying off. Giraffe 2 levels ahead of that War Turtle. He can't make it to that crucial level 9.
Right, and here you go. Renaissance was able to take down this Rotom, but would they be able to push down the first tier score goal? Let's find out together. Minion Slash is going to be used here by that of the Absol. Going to be able to take down Tree in the process. RJ Gaming is currently dominating still on all parts of the map, on all parts of the field. Renaissance needs to have some answer back against RJ Gaming.
You know, out of all people, I'm surprised that Renaissance aren't the one running this combo, right? They have like one of the best Absol players in the world through rebounds, and we've seen how much RJ Gaming can do, right? Shingdesu as well as Giraffe. It's what both of these Pokemon set up for one another. Absol with the huge crits enables that Greninja to serve in with that percentage HP missing damage. Same thing the other way. If the Greninja serves in first, Absol crit just finishes the deal. It's so hard to stand up against this duo.
Yeah, definitely you don't want to be near the Absol when you're low on health, because again, with with the passive of the ability rather of Absol, allowing it to have more of a critical rate and critical hit as well, is definitely something you don't want to have against you. But Water Burst Shuriken here is going to be used, and look at that on Rings Unbound as well to pull up all the teammates into this team fight. Let's find out who's going to be able to take that one.
Shingdesu!
Looks like Shingdesu again with a very late Water Burst Shuriken, going to be able to take down two into the side of Renaissance, and I think they're going to be able to take down this Dreadnought as well. Never mind, it is going to be Renaissance going to be able to take down the second Dreadnought of the game, taking down two in the process, 2-for-2 trade. But I think we have to agree that Renaissance won the team fight as they were able to take in the Dreadnought as well.
Yeah, rebound starting to show up, starting to come alive on this Blastoise here, and sorely needed. The Kamiru Greninja just got picked off so early on, and it looked like Shingdesu was just going to be about his regular business again, but there's a Hydro Typhoon to put a stop to it, but some action on the top side is Kamiru going to drop.
Right, and look at that. They're going to be able to take down the Greninja into the side of Renaissance as well. Rotom is now down. Could be anyone's Rotom, really. Could be Renaissance just trying to poke down this Rotom so that RJ Gaming won't be able to take that one up. Hornleash just to push it away. Now currently at half health, we're going to be seeing one more action here before we see the Rotom take. But Hornleash again just to push this Rotom away. But look at that. Water Spout as well just to deal some damage. They're going to be able to steal that away from Renaissance. And look at this. Another one Hurricane again with the Surf attacking and hitting 4 into the side of Renaissance. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of follow-up damage from RJ Gaming, which is kind of fine as well. You know, they don't want to take the risk. They are almost into that of the Zapdos fight, so they definitely don't want to give more advantage, more resources to the other team. So I like the decision, the micro decision that RJ Gaming just did.
Yeah, I think RJ Gaming, extremely disciplined players, as you can see through their play. They understand that just because they have the Rotom up, just because they've chunked out the most side of Renaissance, they don't need to force an issue where there's no issue, right? They just back off, they understand they have their advantage. Greninja sitting pretty at that level 13, and he's only going to continue ramping as we get towards his final stretch.
Right, here we go. Oh my goodness, Absol's going to be picked off here by Renaissance. I think we're seeing what happened earlier be done again. They're trying to pick them off one by one, and I think that is the play here. I think that should be what they need to do, you know, so that they would win against RJ Gaming, moving on to the next round of the upper bracket for Aeos Cup. And right now they're going to be able to take in the last Dreadnought as well. Now try to position themselves into the Zapdos. They just need to get back a little bit, try to get some recovery. They don't want to poke RJ Gaming like they're doing right now. They definitely don't want to get punished by RJ Gaming. What they want to do is pick off RJ Gaming one by one, and from there on out, I think that's going to be the win con here for Renaissance.
Final stretch, as we were looking for the opening for rebounds. Once again, it's going to be the Hydro Typhoon that sets all of this up. They need to get in. The Hornleash first, slightly off the mark. NT has to back it off and run for down. Rings Unbound popped by Mevius as they get popped up by the Hurricane. And here comes the Isis Fury. They've taken down the Cramorant.
Able to take down the Cramorant.
Yeah, that's a good start. That's a good start. They need to get more here, though. They're on to Z-Ray as well as the fight kicks off.
Oh my goodness, High Beam as well is going to be used. Midnight Slash is going to be used. It's going to be 2 down to drive RJ Gaming, but unfortunately that Midnight Slash is not going to do a lot here. Whatever Shuriken from Shingdesu. Oh my goodness, it is going to be Renaissance. Going to be able to take down the Zapdos, and they were able, almost able to take down Shingdesu. 4 down from RJ Gaming and Renaissance, picking them off one by one. Just as I mentioned, the win con here for Renaissance. They just did that. They were able to just ignore Shingdesu, take the Zapdos, pick them up one by one, take down 4, score in, and just have to rotate back. They can't take a huge risk right now. They can't take a huge risk right now, knowing the fact that RJ Gaming can eat them up anytime.
Yeah, the matter is that I don't know whether there's enough Eos points on the map for them to actually reverse this lead, right? They're 400 points behind right now, and that entire fight just devolved into chaos because, once again, this man on our screen, Rebongs, he knew exactly who he needed to target down. Him and NT went straight for the Cameron, not allowing him any space to breathe, and RJ Gaming, they were trying to be cute with their positioning, but it ends up costing them as they need to make a final hurrah push in this top side.
Right. I think what our viewers need to understand here is that I think this is something that I just understood as well. You know, I don't think that RJ Gaming and Renaissance are playing slowly. They obviously don't play like this normally. They don't play like this typically, but they are playing like this right now because they know and respect each other in terms of their team strength, in terms of their synergy, and they don't want to take as much risk, you know, going over the other. I think that is something that we need to understand a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, that is a one way to end the final game of a best of 3 series between Renaissance and the people who beat them in the single round robin, right? RJ Gaming, we can definitely start to see glimpses of why they might have been so dominant in that single round robin. But of course, Renaissance, they're able to adapt. It's not the prettiest, it's not the cleanest, but they get the job. Yeah, they get the job done, and they managed to take this win here and stay in the winner's bracket here.
Wow. And look at the damage coming in from the recovery from NT, really coming from the trap round, really, you know, almost at 50% of the bar. But I think that's pretty much it. At the very least, you know, Renaissance here, congratulations again for being able to adjust against RJ Gaming, knowing their priorities and realizing their priorities at the very last moment for them to win, moving forward into our upper bracket. But again, not to dismiss RJ Gaming, I think they are still a threat going down into our lower bracket. You know, I think they have a pretty good chance of crawling back up into the grand finals.
Yeah, without a doubt. You see the way they play, it's all very clean. The things that they do lose, the fights that they do lose are all because of micro mistakes. But when you're up against a team like Renaissance, that's exactly what they need. You give them the inch, they'll take a mile, and we see that happen time and time again. It was just that Greninja pick-off in that second game that turned the tides. And from there, they were able to find a few more chinks in the armor and really just exploit those in the team fights, right? At the end of the day, it was Rebounds with his decision-making during the team fights that ended up pulling it through for the side of Renaissance.
Right, and let's take a look at the replay again. You know, we can definitely see how Renaissance was struggling in the early game, but you know, by the mid game, you know, by the mid game, at least they know for a fact that they don't have to take as much risk. They don't need to be as aggressive. They just need to pick them off one by one, and that's what they did, and that is what made them win the game.
Yeah, we were talking about the immense burst damage, but as you saw there in that final fight, it didn't come off exactly how we've been seeing it the entire game, right? I feel like throughout the entire early stage of the match, we'd see the Absol and the Greninja tag team up. But as we saw in that final fight, the Absol went in first with the Midnight Slash, but the Greninja was just on the wrong side. He was stuck at the top half, nearer to the top half, and he ended up only coming to clean up when they had already sustained up. So just a bit of a disconnect, and just like that, Renaissance are able to swoop it away 2-1. I think this is one of the few, throughout most of today, we've seen quite a few 2-0s. We barely see game 3s. There are 1 or 2, but this series was definitely one that you want to go to a game 3, and I'm glad we saw that because, like you said, RJ Gaming, after anyone in APAC watches this,
right,
RJ Gaming are definitely on the radar. They're definitely on the radar.
Definitely. Just like how, you know, AFR, Eos Forest Strategies, you know, coming in from winter tournament, out of the blue from a Japanese tournament, you know, taking up top. But, you know, we're going to be seeing more of RJ Gaming, and definitely we're going to be seeing more of, Renaissance when we come back later on. But for now, let's call upon our panelists, Danny and Moonboy. I think you can agree as well that that was a pretty good game.
Man, if anything, I have to say that was probably the best way to start the second half of the day. Technically, we are still second half of the day. We haven't just started, guys. We had games in the morning, we've got games in the evening, but Moonboy, that was such an explosive ending. I want to hear your thoughts as to why you think Renaissance was able to secure that last Zapdos, because ultimately it came down to the Zapdos. Was it really the Kremrat pick-off that was the turning point, or was there something else that you feel that really kicked it into gear here for Renaissance?
I think, you know, when it comes to this particular point, maybe we could go all the way back to game number 1, where Renaissance lost that Zapdos in just one swoop. I believe the losing point there was that Hurricane from the Cramorant that caused them that big loss, right? So moving into game number 2 and 3, they learned their lesson, and the Cramorant is the one to pick because that Hurricane knocking everybody up is just so impactful against the opponent. As the whole team knocks up, the opponent just cramps them down and just pin them down, and there's nowhere to go out from that one. So yeah, so you know, big props to identifying what is the problem, and then Renaissance would be able to just capitalize on that and just take the win with the Zapdos kill.
So we're going to be seeing some more Renaissance in the upper bracket, but we're also not going to say goodbye to RJ Gaming. They are just going to go down to the lower bracket. We'll be seeing a little bit more of them. But as you can see here, we finished our first round of upper bracket games. So we have S Supreme going up against Reach Pokemon in the next round, and then we have Renaissance who'll be playing up against Star 9. This is going to be super exciting. From what we have been told, we are going to be watching S Supreme going up against Reach Pokemon. So that one should be a really exciting one. I know JJ in particular is really excited to see Reach. So I want to hear your thoughts here, Moonboy. Like, who do you think is actually going to take this next game?
Wow, I have no idea, to be honest. Like, these two teams coming in are the cream of the top of their respective country, right? So we have a lot to, you know, this is probably a 50-50 split coming in. But however, on the other side, both Singaporean team, Renaissance going up in Star 9, they are homeboys, they know each other really well. That is actually one of the more interesting one in this bracket.
Man, we've got some fantastic matches lined up for all of our viewers at home. If you do have a bit of an itch to play competitive Pokemon Unite, make sure to sign up for the May Cup Open Qualifiers. Registrations are open. Just head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to enter your team. And just for competing, we're going to give you 20 HoloWare tickets. So if you do want to enter, do so now. But as for us, we are going to go for a 4-minute break before we jump into our next match. Any final words before you head on over to our commercial break, Moonboy?
Wow, I mean, this is just the start of SEA or APAC, right? So this is the start of APAC, and we got so much more to show you guys. And you know, don't go anywhere, guys. This is the best, one of the best start that we could ever find.
No bias here, but here we go. We're going to go for a 4-minute break, so make sure if you need to, go to the toilet now, grab your snacks, call your friends, but make sure you're here for when our next game begins. We'll see you after this.
Now, we're gonna talk about items. There are 2 types of items in Pokemon Unite: battle items and held items. Let's go over battle items first. Battle items are active items, meaning they need to be activated with a button press and they have a cooldown. There are several battle items to choose from, and your choice should be determined by your playstyle and by your choice of Pokemon. You won't start with many, but as you level up, you'll unlock more and more. Let's cover a few you'll probably see quite a bit throughout the series. One of the most common items you'll see in the current meta is the eject button. This item is simple. It teleports your Pokemon a short distance, and while the effect is simple, the applications for it are vast. You can use it to escape an opponent, rush a goal to get a quick score, or even teleport through walls. It's useful for nearly every Pokemon in many situations. There are also items that can boost stats in a pinch. X-Attack is an excellent choice for offensive Pokemon, giving a big boost in attack and special attack. This is a great option for Pokemon focused on offensive objectives and who plan on being in battle a lot. That's just a few of the battle items that you can use in-game. Be sure to check out more for yourself and try them out. Now let's talk about held items. These are items you can give your Pokemon that grant passive effects. There are a ton of held items, so we won't cover them all here, but we do want to give you some tips. You can equip 3 held items to a Pokemon, and you'll want to make sure that you're using items that will benefit a specific Pokemon. For example, Pokemon that deal physical damage use their attack stat, so you'll want to equip an item like Muscle Band that will boost your attack. Pokemon that use special attack would benefit most from a held item that increases their special attack, like Wise Glasses. In addition to passive stat boosts, there are also held items that activate with certain triggers. Buddy Barrier is a perfect example of this. When a Pokemon holding this item uses their Unite move, the user and the ally Pokemon with the least amount of health both gain a shield to help them last during major team fights. When a whole team has this item equipped, it can really help everyone from getting knocked out. There are also items that have stacking effects. For example, attack weight will increase your attack each time you score a goal. The effect will become more and more powerful each time you score a goal up to a certain amount. So try and score early and often with items like these to get the maximum effect throughout the battle. Held items are extremely important to giving your Pokemon an edge in battle. So be sure to always take some time to equip your favorite, most optimal items for each of your Pokemon and for your team. All held items can be upgraded using item enhancers that you earn throughout your time on Eos Island. That's all from us on items. Enjoy the show.
Trainers, and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We're here for the Eos Cup APAC Finals. It's day 1, and we have already had our first game of the day, and it was a spicy one, but we are jumping into game 2 in just a moment, and this time we're going to have JJ-kun on the panel. He's a little bit upset because it's Reach Pokemon. Of course, he would love to cast through his homeboys, but JJ, how are you feeling about this next one? It's S Supreme versus Reach Pokemon.
You know what I'm feeling about this right now is, well, they're currently in this stage, of the tournament, and I think they have a pretty good chance of winning. But at the same time, we cannot dismiss S Supreme just because of the fact that on the previous round, they were able to take out Rise. I have to say, Rise is one of the powerhouses of APAC as well. So we're looking at more of the, I'd say, more of the underdog story for APAC. But at this point on, Reach Pokemon being one of, I'd have to say, arguably the best in the Philippines. Arguably one of the best in the Philippines, along with AFR, Eos Reach, Eos 40's Regis, which is currently on the lower bracket now. I think this is going to be a lot of a amazing match, but unfortunately, it is Star9 going to be winning that one away from AFR up on our upper bracket, so they are now down into the lower bracket.
Yeah, so here's the winners bracket for the teams that are playing today. So as you can see, only 4 teams unfortunately are going to make it through to the winners bracket. The remaining teams are going to be sitting in the lower bracket and are going to have to fight their way through. But for the match that we are watching, it's going to be S Supreme versus Reach Pokemon, so it's going to be a very exciting one. The other bracket that we're playing simultaneously to this one is Renaissance and Star9. Now, unfortunately, we are not going to be able to catch that match, but we will be able to see what's going to happen after that one. So, JJ, I know you know a lot about Reach Pokemon. Let's sort of focus on the match that we're about to sort of see. Let's talk a bit more about S Supreme, because we already know a bit about Reach from you, but how about S Supreme? Like, what do you know from this team thus far?
Supreme right now, they have been appearing in a lot of tournaments, usually more of a community tournaments as well. Supreme is coming in from Thailand as well, so there's a lot of competition in Thailand. They have been appearing in a lot of Indonesian tournament, in a lot of Southeast Asia tournament, and they have been performing quite well as well. So I don't think this is a team that we can't dismiss as well. That I think they're going to be giving us a pretty amazing match right now. This Reach Pokemon, arguably one of the best in the Philippines and arguably one of the best in Thailand. I think we're going to be seeing the action pack right now from both of the regions.
I don't know if this is a good idea, but the game is about to begin. JJ, I want to hear your prediction. Who do you think is going to take it?
No comment.
Alright, Moon Boy
Alright.
Purpose, take it away. I want to hear your predictions. Who do you guys
Yeah,
think
it's
is gonna
okay.
win?
Don't worry, we got mad comments for this game right now. It's okay, JJ. We'll take over from here. Of course, for a bit of Singaporean bias before we get into this game. Of course, I'm heartbroken that I don't get to see my boys Renaissance and Star9 duke it out for like the 20th time. But yeah, we're gonna see Thailand and what Philippines has to offer, right? Everybody knows the story of AFR by now, right? They came out swinging in the winter tourney, and just like that, they had a red cross painted on their back. Unfortunately, they're not here at the moment. But right now, we have what JJ describes as the best in his country. It's going to be Reach on one side against S Supreme, the best of what Thailand has to offer on the other.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams are here to trying to paint their new picture, right? The picture of the Eos Cup. What kind of journey are they going to make, and what kind of end goal are they going to achieve at the end of the day? But however, before that, they got this winner semis to clear, and both teams just happen to be meeting each other right here. So it seems like Lucario is going to be picked on both sides, but Sunzage on that Absol. The ice is going to be on that one. I love Absol. This is a speedster meta right now, but I'm going to looking out for the Absol.
Yeah, you say that as only one speedster is picked out of 10. Don't mess with me, Moon Boy. I just want to say shout out as well to the Sylveon picked on one side. We saw some teams in Europe especially have quite good success with that. So I want to see how they pilot it, because my understanding, I'm not very good at the game. Let's put it out there. We're casters for a reason. But my understanding of Sylveon is it's just not quite as strong as a lot of what the other attackers can bring. Now, I'm interested to see what their idea of that Pokemon is and how they want to pilot it. Of course, Reach, I think JJ preached a lot about them, but as Supreme as well, we had the chance to, ask some of their players some questions. And one thing was consistent. They were all kind of messing around answering the questions. But the one thing that stood out to me is they seem immensely, immensely confident. So I want to see that confidence translate to Aeos Stadium.
I mean, you are the best in your country, right? So you're coming in, you gotta be strong, you gotta be confident. Without this confidence, you will really fall behind. But ladies and gentlemen, as we go straight right to remote stadium right over here, as Supreme going up against Reach, it's 0-0. It's anybody's game. Winner semi-final.
Yeah, don't ignore that little yellow box on the top side. We'll get that fixed up for you in just a bit, but it is 0-0. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't miss any action. This is just game number 1. As we see already, a pretty interesting orientation. It's going to be a Dragon Knight attacker in this bot path. And I'm scratching my head about it, but MXI, he looks like he's going to be the first one to suffer from this. The first KO of the game goes over to Kuka.
Wow, look at this. As Supreme, no Pokemon in the central area is actually starting on those central Pokemon. Immediately, the rotation of the Dratini from the bottom side straight right to the middle central area. That is something interesting. No one has actually done this before so far in this tournament, and this is a really good maneuver, right? Get that early lead in the lane, go back to the central area, get your level 5, come out a little bit stronger, maybe about level 6, and then hopefully you could reach level 9 before the first Dreadnought.
This is really exciting here, right? Because you know what it looks like to me? This looks like part of a script that has been rehearsed. They went down to the bot side, they get that early advantage. At the same time, the top half laners of S Supreme, they've cleaned out what's left of the jungle. So they allow that central area to be repopulated when those wild Pokemon respawn, right? So you're making the most of the resources you have on the map, which is super cool to see from S Supreme.
Yep, there we have, that Sylveon is already at level 5 right now. Sylveon is online at such an early stage in this game that Sylveon will be able to bully your opponent, especially with the bees coming up really soon. That Hyper Voice will be able to clear those Vesper Queen really fast.
Yeah, they've actually put, most of the time when you have these team compositions, the central area Pokemon is the one you're looking to carry the game, right? They put that responsibility on the Sylveon, and it's a bit inconsistent with what I understand about the Pokemon, because for me, that Pokemon thrives off the Hyper Voice and that early level 4. Now, it hasn't really been able to utilize that to perfection just yet.
Yep, speaking of the central area, the race is on to level 9. Sylveon is already at level 7. And the Dragon Air is just reached level 7 recently. So that is not exactly the speed that you want to be as a central Pokemon. So that you have to be level 9 before the Dreadnought. That is the goal, right? So you have to farm up as much as possible. But Ezreal already got a few picks off their opponent on the top side previously. So if he's able to maintain this pressure, that Dragon Knight will be coming really soon. And those Hyper Beam will be devastating in the later game.
Yeah, right now both teams still remaining very wary of each other. They don't want to make any overextensions. They don't want to give over any lead that could, swing the game away from their favor. Out comes the Dragon Knight and already the Hyper Beam. So they need to be so careful because even though this Sylveon's level 7, the Hyper Beam power spike is not something you can displace. Now in comes this Absol dashing in, but not enough to clean them up. Goes to the hyperspace hole. Out comes the Blissey as well, but they're looking elsewhere. They're looking at Boy, and Boy is gonna get sang down. Can he get to the Citrus Berry, the Focus Band as well, keeping him safe, and he makes it back to his goal zone. But right now, Reach Pokemon, they have a good position on this Dreadnought. Where is the backup? The Dragon Knight, he's not there. The Hyper Beam wasn't out.
Unable to get the Dreadnought to themselves, but right here Reach is on the push. Supreme have to block off this one, but I don't think it's possible. Absol coming into the fray as well, goes down to that Blissey, and Reach is marching straight right on in the bottom side. The Absol dive in just right really early in the Dreadnought, but unable to get it. But Reach here is still on the push. Supreme is really backs against the wall right here, as War Turtle is still a War Turtle.
Yeah, they need to find a way to get him that level 9, and they are trying to give him as much space as possible in the top half. But I do have to wonder, Azrael, where were you in that fight? We were looking for the Hyper Beam. It seemed like he was a bit late. Maybe he missed his bus, but it just a bit of miscommunication there. They needed that Hyper Beam to secure the objective, and they lose it out now. So a Power Punch and close combat coming out from Lucario. I believe we've seen this multiple times today, and I think, could this be the new meta?
Well, I think so, right? Like, those are probably the Pokemon that actually got really affected by this patch, and they are really strong, right? Coming in as well. But Ezreal on this Dragon Knight, he's not capitalizing enough on this Hyper Beam. They are not exactly hitting those objectives that he needs, and the team is not exactly rolling just because Ezreal is not getting these last hits.
Yeah, we were so impressed with the plan that they drew up for the immediate early stage of the game, right? But it seems like past that, they're looking a little bit lost. They don't really know where they want to respond to Reach. And Reach, they're kind of outmaneuvering them at this point. Now they're running forward, trying to punish, but it looks like they're just playing around a little bit. They just want to scare the side of S Supreme off, and they succeed.
Yep, I believe hopefully that Absol from Supreme would be able to pull his socks. All eyes is likely going to be on that Absol and that Dragon Knight. These two Pokemon is the crucial for Supreme. They are the main damage dealer, and they have to shred Reach down as fast as possible. But look at this, that Venusaur and that Lucario and Blissey is not the easiest Pokemon to be taken down.
Oh, the Sucker Punch straight onto Olenams. He needs to be so careful. The Midnight Strike as well. The Absol's on the back line. Can he finish him off? No, the shields are there, but the Hydro Typhoon to cover. Now backed up. Sunsage in a bit of trouble. Brings up bow on both sides. The Renault is falling low right now. Here comes Blitz Assistance. Who's going to grab it? It's going to be Reach. They grab it. They grab straight the Dreadnought. Straight out of the reach of S Supreme. And now they're surging forward. Here comes Strength. The sustain is there. And the reset. The reset, crucially, keeps them fighting fit. Azrael is not able to secure that yet again, and they're able to sweep that away with the Power Punch close combat combo of the Lucario. And just like that, they grab the second Dreadnought.
This hyperspace hole always comes in on time, right? Just bringing them out before the dangers happen, bring them back in and continue the push. But right here, Reach Supreme is actually changing their attention straight right to the top side. They're populating the top side with all their Pokemon as well. But Reach, they're trying to defend with just a Hoopa. That's not enough as the rest of the team comes to the fray. Sylveon is really low.
He just walked in there with like no age. He's like, have me, take me. My friend is gone and I do not want to be here anymore. Just delivers himself on the golden platter, and that is not where you want to be. As Supreme, this could be the moment for them to strike back.
Yep, Supreme, getting together their force right here, trying to take down the Rotom as Reach Getters. They're just scrambling. They're just trying to get as much EXP as possible by the side lanes as the Rotom marches straight right to them, because right here, both teams are on even foot, right? So Supreme having that Rotom as a 6th member, they are trying to get this push and maybe get some picks off this engagement.
Yeah, even though Reach Pokemon are very much in the lead here, I do think they need to be careful because we saw how it can all go wrong. If the Absol can get over to the back lines, can pick up that Sylveon, it was only a matter of Button Barriers and the Blissey being quick on the fingers that Olunams was able to survive there. MXI really the standout player in terms of keeping the important Pokemon on his team alive. But if S Supreme are able to reach that back line, if they're able to grab that Sylveon unawares, then they could all come crashing downhill.
Yeah, right here, Supreme already rotated all their Pokemon down to the bottom side. But however, the lone Dragon Knight just walks right into the central area. Instead, I think Supreme is giving up that Dreadnought. I think they are starting to get those EXP from that central area and just get all the EXP away from Reach, right? If you're going to get the Dreadnought, I'm going to get whatever that's on your side of the court.
Yeah, I mean, so it ends up being a pretty even trade altogether. Reach, they managed to get the third Dreadnought of the game in a row, but now they have a pretty decent positioning coming into this final stretch. Now, the trade-off is that as Supreme, they did manage to get some dunks in, so the Blissey managed to deposit 40 Aeos energy in that top goal zone, but it's not down just yet. So it's not like there'll be a threat to the central area, but looks like the fight is about to kick off. They have the touches of the Blastoise and he's gone! That's your team fighter. How are you going to fight now? Now it's going to be the Blissey next. Has to turn tail and run, and that is a way to start, alright. Reach Pokemon just use the vines and grab that Blastoise up. This is a rivalry that goes as long as Gen 1. You know the typings, you know how this works. Sunsage against Olunams one-on-one, but the Hyperspace Hole gonna get him out. The Ring's Unbound is popped and the Hydro Typhoon over their heads. Now as Supreme, they're starting to take control of this fight. The Rapid Spin all over the shields, they're there, but it's not enough. Blitz assistance on this Blastoise. He's gonna try and do as much damage as he can. He is the last hope for his team. The spins, the torrent damage, is it enough? The overgrowth to counter, the vines are out, and Jade gets the last touch. Reach Pokemon, it looked disastrous for them in that early stage of the final fight, so they managed to clinch it back in the nick of time. Punished! Supreme was punished having that Blastoise being caught off so early before the Zapdos fight. Going down this early is going to make a 5v4 situation. Reach knew that, and they went onto the offense, suppressing Supreme down. Even though the Blastoise came back with the Hydro Typhoon, it's not enough to sweep off the game, but Reach manages to just take the Zapdos, and they will be marching straight right to Goal Zone. Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds, and it's 1-3-3 versus 6-0-1. Yeah, and I really got to look back to that Blastoise. 5-0 on that Blastoise. Got caught out way too early. You know, we see some of the time, right? The Blastoise, you know, just wants to bait a little bit, bring people into the false sense of security and get that Hydro Typhoon off. But right now, you know, you're saying all this, but the game isn't over just yet. The Blissey has the score shield available, so going to be able to get this 45 dunk in. 300 points down, that's a 90. They're trying to push on the bot path, but there are the defenders from Reach. Can they repel this aggression? They've managed to pick off one, so Olunam's down as well, but that's MXI, notoriously hard to take down that Blissey because of the sheer amount of health on that Pokemon. But now they managed to take her down. Where is the backup? Where are the responding members? They have to be coming in right now, but already starting to even out the score. It's only 100 difference. Can they get the last goal in? This one's going to be tied as the time ticks down. Who has the score shield? Who has the points? Who can grab it in? It's only 20. That's not enough. You don't have time. You've got the KOs, but that is not going to matter. You can't get the points in, and KOs don't matter, Mooney. As you like to say, it's the points that win you the game, and as Supreme, they're able to, sorry, not as Supreme, but Reach Pokemon, they're able to repel the side of S Supreme all the way till the end to narrowly take that victory. Wow, I mean, that was a really tight match, right? S Supreme really brought that game all the way to that final second, unable to get those dunks, even though Reach Pokemon is only left with only 2 members of the team just to defend. But, you know, without this score shields, without this body barrier, S Supreme really felt the pain of this nerve coming into just these 2 items. Take a look at this, that Absol 76k damage. Wow, that is just some insane damage. But however, Ezreal on that Dragonite unable to capitalize it just by sniping off those objectives. And I do have to give a special shout out. It's not really a positive one, but I feel like that Blastoise, that's where it all went wrong in that fight. They spent so many resources to try and bring him back to the front lines. They even used the Blitz assistance on him, and I'm just wondering, you know, a Blitz assistance perhaps on the Dragonite, or the Absol instead, could that have been the turning point for them? Could that have been the difference maker in defeating Reach Pokemon? I'm not entirely sure, because that's not what they did. They just put that on the Blastoise just to keep him up, and it's a bit of a questionable decision for me. Yeah. I believe like the play that actually caused them to drop that round was indeed that Blastoise, right? That Blastoise being caught was a really terrible mistake right over there as well. But, you know, take a look at this replay as both teams even it out in front of that Dreadnought. Look at this, that damage coming in from Dreamt. Dude, that's a lot from the Petal Dance. Yeah, Olunams and Dreamt. I mean, once we see this composition, we kind of know how they want to play, right? They want to ball up, they want to just roll through you with their Hyper Voice and the Petal Dance. That's just so much AoE damage. If you go by the sides, you get knocked out by the Petal Dance. If you're trying to aim from the front, you get Hyper Voice down. That is the whole composition. They want to barrel you down like a steam train, and it ends up working out for the most part in this early stage, right? They have enough sustain, they have the nice hyperspace holes like you called out, Mooney, and they're able to get the advantage early on. Yeah, I think this is the final moment where the Blastoise got caught by Reach, and that is it. Like, look, that really is the beginning of the end for Supreme. And there we have
Reach just taking down the Zapdos all to themselves after that team wipe and marching straight right in, and that is just GG.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think about Sylveon as the tankiest attacker per se, but we do have to remember that once she pops that Fairy Frolic, she gets a lot of health back from using her moves, right? So the Hyper Voice, as much as it's damaging, it's also healing up this Sylveon, which allowed her to stay strong throughout the fight. And big shout out to this player right here, Dreamt, really put on a monster performance on that Venusaur, really carried the game from the get-go, using the pedal dance and leading the charge for his team.
Yeah, big shout out, man. I mean, Reach coming in, that composition, we start to see that they're maybe going in for the peel, right? They got the pedal dance to peel them down, they got the Hyper Voice to peel them down, and then with that Lucario, that is the cleanup crew, and he will be going in with the extreme speed 1-2 and just cleaning the whole field up. So that is possibly what we might be seeing in game number 2. There's no reason for Reach to change their composition, but it's all down to Supreme. How are they gonna adapt to what Reach is gonna offer?
Yeah, JJ's not on this cast, but I know he's sweating buckets there because he's trying to back his boys up, but it wasn't as clean as he probably would have liked. Reach, they did put up a good performance, but I feel like the side of S Supreme really brought it to them. It wasn't very far apart. It was close as I don't know. Like, I feel like this is not over just yet. I think we're gonna see a game number 3, but that all boils down to the decisions that they make. S Supreme, they need to be a bit tighter with where they choose to fight and how they choose to start these fights.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Those two are not. This is not exactly the tightest game, but both team, there's no pure favorites coming in. Supreme still have a chance moving forward as well. So it's all come to this one, right? Information is already laid on the table. I've seen how you played, and I know how you're gonna react. So right now, it's all about the strategy game, right? How am I gonna counterplay to your play?
Yeah, so obviously the side of Reach, they have the power of JJ backing them up, but this is the time, if you're a Thailand Pokemon Unite fan, you need to give this team your energy and help them get to a game number 3, because that's definitely what I want to see, right? Something doesn't sit right with me about Sylveon being this strong. Like, something's up. Show me it's wrong. Prove me wrong. Okay, I don't think Sylveon's that good. I want to see it kind of, for lack of a better word, I don't think it should have popped off that hard. I mean, they did give it the central area priority, which was interesting, but it felt like they never really properly addressed it, right? It was allowed to kind of snowball throughout the game, and even though that Absol almost picked it off, it was really nice play coming out from Reach to cover. So I mean, it's you can pick him off. I believe in you, Absol. Go work your magic.
Yeah, but I think Sylveon is pretty strong in this meta or this patch because of the body barrier nerf, right? Knowing that everyone is not as tanky as before, this Hyper Voice and Calm Mind strategy would be able to shred your opponent down as fast as possible. As long as supporting with your team composition as well, you got your Venusaur and you got the Sylveon, but Sylveon is not that main cleaner. The cleaner is definitely going to be the Lucario. So they are just there shredding most of the HP down, and for Lucario to just clean it up.
Yeah, that is definitely a voice you do not want to listen to if you're on the side of S Supreme there. You're gonna have to figure out something, maybe grab some earmuffs, I don't know, just like if someone's singing at you and you hate it, just don't listen. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely spot on with that analysis, Moonboy. It was, as much as I'm talking about the Sylveon, it really was the other members on the side of Reach to clean it up, right? It was the consistent pedal dance damage as well from our MVP player that we pointed out, Dreamt, on that Venusaur. And like you said, I don't think they're gonna change anything, but I do wonder, maybe this is a bit of a misconception, because so far in the games that I've seen Sylveon picked up in the competitive environment, they've largely put that Sylveon on the attacker path because they are in the bot side. Because the thinking is, with this Hyper Voice Power Spike level 4, it's kind of the same as like a Ninetales or Pikachu with your Thunder and your Blizzard. You kind of want to, Avalanche. You kind of want to throw these out and you want to dominate the early stages of the path. But, when you get that Sylveon to such a level advantage over the other Pokemon, that's why Hyper Voice can really, really cause some pain.
Yeah, having... Usually you play Sylveon in the attack lane, right? Like the bottom side, where the Combi and Vesper Queens are at, because those Hyper Voice come out in a cone shape where, those have a really good reach against those beasts. But however, having those additional level coming in from the central area, that means that, those movements or those... ambush coming in from the central area would be really strong because he's still at level 4. However, most of the central area Pokemon exit the central area at level 5. That means the Sylveon is up and running, right? He's ready to go, he's ready to ambush, he's ready to take some KOs on the lane that they are ambushing. So those are possible moves coming in from that Sylveon.
Yeah, not to mention as well, a lot of the times, because Pokemon Unite has evolved into this situation where once your central area Pokemon makes their first clear or makes their first round through your side of the central area, then that's where you start to look for a flank maneuver, whether it's in one of the paths, you try and identify where's the best place you can make the move. Now, specifically for Sylveon, she's going to come out of that central area with the red aura as well, as if you needed anything else to keep them inside the Hyper Voice, right? So that code of absolute pain and misery isn't, you're not getting away from that one. I think that's the idea of Sylveon, and we didn't note this as well, but that Sylveon actually was running X speed.
Yeah, so with X speed, he's able to chase down his opponent with his beautiful voice, right? So like, take a look at this one, double specs into a X speed as well. So those double specs is going to enhance the amount of damage coming in from that Sylveon. So that is going to be, that's possibly the reason why this Sylveon has been so optimized in this team composition. But however, on the other side, Supreme, it doesn't seem like they are switching it up.
Yeah, I'm okay. So I can kind of see the game plan for Supreme here, but it felt like maybe the 2 to 3 minute mark in the game is where the game plan sort of got a bit misconstrued. I'm not really sure what they were going with it. As well, it was the key moment at the Dreadnought fight you needed to show up. So I don't think he'll be making that mistake again. But yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out, because the side of Reach, it's not that they played completely clean, but they definitely played well enough to deserve that victory. So if they just keep this momentum going forward, if they keep to their game plan, they should best it over as Supreme here. But of course, it's still a game number 2. It still could be forced to a game 3. This is the best of 3 after all, and we're talking about Pokemon Unite. There's always the chance of a flip.
Yeah, that flip, that Zapdos, right? That final stretch is what matters the most. And, you can get as much lead as possible in the early to mid game, but however, into the late game, into the final stretch, you got to capitalize on your advantage, get the Zapdos and take that game. If not, the losing team would be able to just snatch the Zapdos off you, and you might be robbed of a game.
Yeah, as we get into game number 2 here between Reach Pokemon as well as Supreme. Philippines versus Thailand here in the Asia Pacific Aeos Cup as we are into our winners bracket semi-finals. This is game number 2. Reach Pokemon able to narrowly claw that one out over Supreme in game number 1. But we're looking for a lot more consistency and a lot more coherence here for this game number 2 from Supreme.
Yeah, something interesting is that Lucario is not alone, that Hoopa has already gone upside to just help him out, right? So even at being a Hoopa with the hyperspace hole, he's able to just pot in and out or rotate downwards if he needs to. But right here, Mixie might be a little bit of a danger right there, but managed to just pop off over there with his little of health.
Yeah, and once again, I'm expecting to see this Sylveon run out of the central area and just cause absolute havoc, right? I might have to, after this game, might have to issue a formal apology to all Sylveon enjoyers, because this time, that's on me. I didn't, no respect for the Sylveon, and it looks like as Supreme, they didn't really respect it either, and that caused their downfall. But yeah, I'm looking for where this Sylveon appears in this first maneuver.
Right, I mean, he's already at the top side assisting them, right? It's going to be a 3v2 on the top side with Hyper Voice already online. Even though Ezreal is already on that Dragon Air, I don't think he's strong enough to deal with that Sylveon, right? Like, take a look at this. This Squirtle is immediately caught off as well, as they will be chasing down that Dragon Air. But just, having this maneuver, kind of like avoid Dragon Air from any point of scaling. Unable to get any KO, he's not able to get any EXP.
Yeah, whoever made that call on Reach Pokemon, big props to them, because do you see that as soon as they came up from the hyperspace hole, all of them made a beeline straight for that brush. They knew that Squirtle was in there and they pick him off with ease. The hyperspace hole gonna get KYY out of danger. I say that! Sunzage finishes him off before he can get through the portal, and now Jade has to run away. The Citrus Berry is still gonna be picked up by Jade though, so still keeping himself fighting fit in this top half and able to fend the rest of the attackers on Supreme off. I say that, he's dashed back in, but the eject button out. Now the Hyper Voice, could prove some trouble for them. There's the touches with the red, with the orange aura, and now the Hyper Voice finishes off the Squirtle again. So even though that Absol manages to get out to safety, the Squirtle is the real one suffering in this top half.
Do you guys see how much damage the Absol did to that Sylveon? It takes so much to actually shred the Sylveon apart. But here we have Supreme on the rise, taking down the Lucario in the process. The Hoopa is nowhere to is going for the retreat as well. Hyper Beam hitting no one, but I think Supreme is going on the push here. And if they manages to dunk this 30 points right here, and that would make a difference.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, slight adjustment, but as Supreme as well, he definitely learned from game number 1, right? He knows I need that level 8 and I need to be where the objective's at. He manages to just focus on getting his EXP up and get to that final stage evolution, and now they're showing up for the Dreadnought fight.
Yep, hyperspace hole rotating everybody straight right down to the bottom side. But however, Reach, Hoopa slowly strolling in. He might be late for the party, but right here, both teams is scrambling.
Yeah, they have to be so careful on Drem because he's out on the front lines, only level 7. Meanwhile, first KO to go down is Absol, and the hyperspace hole gets them all out to safety. The Ivysaur is going to be the drop in return. Now Olanams as well. The Hyper Voice is coming out. They need to be so careful of this Sylveon, but they're still able to push through and get some dunks off. Now the Hyper Beam out, but the Dreadnought, they've already started it on the side of Reach Pokemon, going for a quick reset in the hyperspace hole, straight back into the fight as both Pokemon from S Supreme, who went down, try to stream back in. But Azrael, he's going to drop on that Dragonite, coming a bit too far forward. Nice play from Reach Pokemon. They just all stop hitting the Dreadnought, but here comes the Absol, unable to secure it in the face of the Pedal Dance, and Drem, he's gonna clean up shop here as he grabs to make it a double with the help of that Sylveon coming back into the fray. And just like that, Reach Pokemon take an early advantage here in this bottom path.
I love how Reach plays this, right? Prioritize the target that is the most dangerous, and at that point, that Dragonite is the biggest threat. You have to take him down before he Hyper Beam that Dreadnought away from your hand, taking the Dragonite out, removing all those steal potential coming in from Supreme. Reach had that Dreadnought all to themselves.
Yeah, so Reach just one step ahead here, right? Because as Supreme, they make the adjustment. Ezreal realizes he needs to be in the fight. But as soon as they see that Dragonite, they understand the Hyper Beam steal potential, and they just all stop hitting it, right? You can't steal it if it's still half HP.
Exactly. And there we have, Reach trying to rotate straight right to the top side and not allowing Supreme to have any break. Supreme with the hyperspace hole, teleporting 3 members up to just defend the Rotom, as the Dragonite is still at the bottom side. There's no steal coming in for the Rotom. I think that Supreme might not be interested to contest that Rotom.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme, they're starting to get corralled back here. In comes Jade, but there are the punches out onto Sunzage, and he's going to be the first one to drop. Once again, this Wartortle not at that crucial level 9 yet, so unable to repel this attack. There's the helping hand and the safeguard as well, but the Blissey's just going to come out, show her face, and walk away because there's not much else she can do.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this, right? The level department right here. Each Pokemon is just so high on level. Level 9 on that Hoopa as well. Coming straight right to the second Dreadnought. That level 9 Hoopa is going to be making so much difference. And so right here, Supreme really have to try to catch up. If he's unable to get a Hoopa up in 20 seconds to level 9, they are losing this Dreadnought once again.
Yeah, okay, I mean, you say that, but there's always the Hyper Beam steal potential, right? But we've seen time and time again that they're just able to secure it with the help of the Venusaur. And with, okay, the fight's gonna start, interrupting that thought. They're straight onto the Blastoise yet again. This is not the Pokemon you want to find first. There's the Rings Unbound and the Hydro Typhoon, tossing up all of them. Sunzage trying to go on the back line, but Hyperspace Fury is down and knocks down 2 Pokemon to boot. They're just gonna clean up this fight from here and Reach Pokemon. They've gone in deep and they've taken out S Supreme. 4 Pokemon to fall, and this Dreadnought, this second objective is gonna fall straight into their hands.
What did I say from a sneeze? What did I say? Rings Unbound is what's needed for their second Dreadnought, and their Reach Pokemon brought it to Supreme, even though Supreme initiated that better earlier. But the Rings Unbound is available for Reach, right? You could have hold on a little bit later. Maybe you could wait for your own Rings Unbound, but no. And initiating right over there, Reach with the Rings Unbound, those knockups, you can't contest with that.
Yeah, the power-up punch almost catching Sunzage off guard there. Actually finds the Blissey, but finishes him off. That was so cold. Do you see that? MXI was like, yo, my Lucario's got this. I don't even need to bother. Just jump pads away. That is nasty.
Wow, power-up punch and close combat, this is something that we haven't seen. I mean, we saw it earlier in today's OCE game as well. But this is pretty interesting, right? It seems like Reach might be going in for a little bit of a steal style, right? You still have that Lucario to secure a little bit of objective with that power punch.
Okay, they need to be careful here because there could be a Hydro Typhoon. I say that, but completely ignoring that objective is S Supreme. They want to go for the dunks instead, but they need to watch out because the chase could be on. Now, bot side though, they're looking towards this Dreadnought as they're able to take down Sunzage yet again. So we were vouching for this Absol throughout the first entire series, right? We're like, this Absol is so strong, it's an Apex specialty, but it's really falling flat here for the side of S Supreme.
Yeah, I mean, he has to capitalize, right? Absol always have to be ahead of your opponent in a sense. So if you're not ahead, you're really falling behind because those crits are not hitting it right, especially when you got really tanky Pokemon like the Venusaur and the Sylveon as well. Like those Pokemon, the Absol might be not really a good pick against this Venusaur and Sylveon.
Yeah, on paper you have a lot of burst, right? You have the Hyper Beam as well as the Absol damage, but with the way that Sunzage's game has gone, he hasn't really had the best start. He's not been able to snowball, and we talked about the early pressure that Absol brings. You know, if you just get slammed down so hard in the early stage, there's not really much you can do. They just ignore you, and the shields are enough to keep you away. Now, Rings Unbound in the central area though, they're on to Jade, so it's a 1v1 in this top side. The Aura Cannon out, but we're looking at the Z fight, and now the team fight is broken out. The Hoopa Rings Unbound gonna bring everyone in. The Zapdos is falling low, and the side of Reach Pokemon, to no one's surprise, they're gonna grab it again. Formal apology to be issued to this Sylveon from me, because Reach Pokemon, they make it look easy, and special shout out to Olsen, because man, this central area Sylveon is just completely wrecking the side of S Supreme here.
Wow, the amount of damage potential coming in from the Sylveon is just too much to be dealt with. Right here, Supreme's back is against the wall. There's no way that they could defend against this. Hyperspace Hole porting Reach back to their base. I think right here, they're just on the defense right now. There's no point to push, right? It's all waiting for Supreme. They need to get their neutral Pokemon up, clearing their side of the field so that this way, Supreme would not have any points in their pocket.
Yeah, it's exactly like you said, right? They exercise so much discipline. Reach Pokemon, definitely a lot of a cleaner game than the first one. The first one felt a little bit more scrappy, felt like they had some moments where they were lost, but this time around feels like they know exactly where they need to be. Now, they're being very reserved in terms of how they want to defend this, right? They understand there's no reason to kind of try and go out and defend a goal zone that you don't have the jump pad on. Now, when S Supreme are pushing in, that's where you come in for the defense. Sunsage actually using the eject button to get out of that situation, to get a small dunk in of 6 points, but Dremt still on the front lines along with his buddy on Olunams, just cleaning up. Sunsage dashes away, and here comes the Blastoise, the Hydro Typhoon straight onto Dremt with the sustain. This Venusaur's not going anywhere. They're going for the counter dunk. This is just nasty Reach Pokemon. This is slight disrespect if I do say so myself. 912, they know they've won this, recalling right in front of the base of their opponents. That is not a nice play. You gotta be feeling good if you're the side of Reach, and they definitely deserve this win here as the final defense comes up from S Supreme, but it's all just for posterity. As Reach Pokemon able to take this win with a huge lead.
What? What's the point of defending when you could go on the offense? That's what exactly Reach did. Knowing that Hoopa has the Rings Unbound, sneakily walk up to the central goal zone, pop the Rings Unbound, bring the rest of the team, and they are gonna have a party at their opponent's goal. Like, that is exactly what they did. 9-1-2 to 3-7-6. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is definitely MVP. It's KYY and not Dremt.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, Dremt and Olunams, there's no question about it. They did a ton of damage in that game, as we're going to look at the damage numbers in just a bit. But like you said, the MVP of this match, without a doubt, is the supporting cast, right? KYY and MXI. They're always there with the sustain, always there with the portals to get their teams those crucial resets and allow the sustain to just go on, and S Supreme just didn't have an answer.
Yeah, big props to the Blissey as well to keeping these Shredders alive, right? Without the Blissey, the Venusaur and the Sylveon would not be so healthy as what it is. So this healing egg Pokemon is like, here's an egg, here's an egg, here's an egg, everyone's healthy, let's go. Like, that's basically their game plan, and you know, Reach just tore it apart.
Yeah, really nice play coming out from all these players here. They're on your screen, and I mean, JJ's gotta be happy about this one, right? Quick look at their past achievements. Fed Finals, they were top 6. March Finals, they're second. And you know what? They can only go up from here, right? It's gonna be the champion that they're eyeing for. And yeah, Reach Pokemon, with the way that they're playing, if they continue this upwards trajectory that we've seen them grow from game 1 to game number 2, they can definitely vie for the title here.
That is definitely right, but this is not yet over for Supreme. This is a double bracket elimination. That means Supreme will be moving straight right to the bottom bracket. But however, take a look at this replay right here of both teams.
Yeah, the Rings Unbound just in time to dodge out that Absol's move. Really clutch coming in from KYY. And from there, the Hyperspace Fury as well as the Psybeam just cleans it up. They all gather in that area over the Hyperspace Hole. And by the time this Blastoise comes back, it's already too late. He wasn't there when the team needed him most. And it's just unfortunate. Slight bit of disconnect causes them to lose this initial Dreadnought. And it feels like it just all starts going downhill from there.
Yep, something that I realized coming in from Supreme is that they always have their engagement really early, right? They started even before their objective goes live, and that is probably the reason why they kind of fell short against their opponent. Like, take a look at this one, right? Even though they started the initiation really early, Reach is able to respond to whatever they have, and that Rings Unbound really did change the game at that Zapdos pit.
Yeah, so really clean play coming from them because it's just a matter of everyone on the team exercising, you know, their role, like putting in the work to get Dreamt up to that just undefeatable Venusaur stage, right? He becomes this iron wall that we've seen time and time again that this Venusaur can become if given the space. And yeah, they just make this standard strategy work. You know, how many times have we seen it before? The Venusaur with the sustain, it's an age-old combo, the Blissey as well, and he's just able to stand there, and it gets to the point where even though they have burst damage, it's simply not enough.
Yep, that's all we have for this segment, right, ladies and gentlemen? Let's just toss right back to Danny and JJ. I'm not fumbling this time, so take it away.
Thanks, me boy. Thank you so much, Perma Sneeze. JJ, that ending. Come on. That ending.
They were, Sneeze here and Moonboy were thinking I should be very happy right now, but you know what? I'm trying to contain it, and all I can say is that grow up so fast. So fast. These are my boys right there.
And you might still watch them grow because we are going to be seeing more of them in the future. But wow, man, Reach looked so good. And was it Perma Sneeze that was just completely underestimating the Sylveon pick?
Yeah, he got that coming.
He got what he deserved. Alright, so
you know what? Let's take a look at the bracket right now. Moving forward, it is going to be Reach Pokemon. That is going to be our first team. It's moving on to day 2. The first team to get in on our winners finals.
Yes, and now just as a reminder for some of the folks watching the stream, some of these games are still ongoing, so it's not 100% complete, but one thing we know for certain is that we are going to be watching a losers bracket game next, which is Rohan versus Rise. That is going to be our next match that we will be watching, and we'll find out what happens here with Renaissance and Star 9 because this is still happening. I'm genuinely curious to see who's going to be coming out of that series. Like JJ, who do you think is actually going to win that?
It could be anyone's game, really. Going into the next one, it's going first into the winners bracket, right? Renaissance and Star 9. I think the other casters would agree as well that they are currently the first and the second top teams right now.
Yeah.
In our in APAC, really. So it could be anyone's game. They are heading toe-to-toe usually. So they pretty much know what they can do. So at this point on, I can't really say anything. It could be anyone, really.
It could be anyone. But let's focus more on our next game that we are going to be tuning in. But before that, very quickly, if you do have an itch to play competitive Pokémon Unite, make sure to enter your team into the May Cup Open Qualifier. Registrations are open now. Just head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to enter your team. And just for competing, you'll be able to pick up 20 HoloWare tickets for every participating member. So make sure you register now before it closes so that you can jump into the May Open qualifiers. But JJ, I do believe we are going to go for a quick break before we jump into our next game. It's a lower bracket game between Rohan and Rise. I want to hear your thoughts because I know you're going to cast this and we won't be hearing from you for a little bit.
Rohan here is definitely a team to look out for. They have Hamu Ranger, we have Otoki Ranger, most of them are Ranger, coming in from Indonesia. I think both of these teams really are coming from Indonesia, so they are going to be eliminating their fellow Indonesian as well. So Rise as well, Rise is one of the, I have to say, biggest powerhouses along with along with Star 9 and Renaissance. They are the combined team of Rise Omega and Rise Alpha from the previous UNITE Championship Series. So this is going to be the all-star cast here by Rise going against Rohan, which is, I'd have to say, a force to be reckoned with as well. So this is going to be an interesting match.
All right, we are going to go for a 4-minute break. So as usual, go to the toilet, grab your snacks, you can call your friends, maybe even squeeze in a very quick game of Pokemon Unite, but make sure you're back before the next match begins. So until then, see you soon.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome back to Pokemon Unite. Now we're going to cover the map layout, features, and key objectives. Remote Stadium. the crown jewel of Eos Island. There can be a lot to take in here for a new trainer, so let's go over key areas, mechanics, and objectives to get the most out of your game. Let's start by talking about key features of the map. You'll notice the stadium is divided into 3 major sections: a top path, a bottom path, and a central area. At the start of a game, your team will split off to control these areas by defeating wild Pokémon and gaining experience. Be sure to utilize different aspects of the map, like tall grass to hide from opposing Pokémon, and jump pads to quickly traverse to other areas. Each team has 5 goal zones. As you may know, this is where you dunk your Eos energy. But these zones are used for more than just scoring. When you're in a friendly goal zone, your Pokémon will gain a shield, a movement buff, and heal slowly over time, making combat more favorable for your team to ward off opposing Pokémon. Also, when multiple friendly Pokémon are in your enemy goal zone, you and your team will score faster. But that's not the only way to give your team an edge in battle. Let's take a look at the rest of the map and talk about key objectives. Take note of the very top, middle, and bottom portions of the map. This is where Rotom, Zapdos, and Dreadnought will spawn, and they give huge benefits to your team if you manage to defeat them. Let's start at the top. This is Rotom. Cute little guy, isn't he? Rotom spawns when there's 7 minutes left in the match. Defeat it, and it will make its way towards an enemy goal. But be aware the enemy team can knock Rotom out before it gets to their goal. Once it arrives, it will score your team up to 20 points and charge the goal for a limited time. That means your team will be able to score goals without the need to charge your Unite Ball, scoring instantly. Plus, the enemy team will no longer be able to heal or gain shields in their zone for the duration that the goal is charged. Now let's take a look at the bottom of the map. This is Dreadnought, an elite Pokémon. Pretty intimidating, huh? This tough Pokémon also spawns at the 7-minute mark during a match. Whichever team defeats it will receive a ton of experience and temporary shields for their team. This opens up a fantastic opportunity for your team to push and score on the opposing team. Once Dreadnought is defeated, it will spawn again after 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the timer at the bottom of the map indicating its next spawn. Consistently taking Dreadnought will give your team a significant lead in experience and excel in late game. Speaking of which, once there are 2 minutes left in the match, Zapdos will spawn in the Legendary Pit. This is often the climax of a match. Taking Zapdos will grant the player that knocked it out 30 Eos energy, and 15 Eos energy will be distributed to each teammate still left in the fight. Plus, all enemy goals will become charged for 30 seconds.
Goal!
That's all you need to know for the basics about the map and key objectives. See you next time!
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. It is the Eos Cup APAC Finals Day 1. My name is Dana Lee, and joining me on the analyst panel we have Famous! Sneeze. How are you doing today, Mama Sneeze? I know you just got out of that game. Super excited. We're going to be jumping into Rohan versus Rise in just a moment. This is the loser bracket round 1 for viewers that are just tuning into the broadcast. But Permasneeze, I want to hear your thoughts. What are we looking forward to in this game?
This is the clash of the kings of Indonesia, right? These two guys, these two teams have probably very, very familiar with each other, and like to share a little tidbit because for the longest time Indonesia, it was always Team Overdrive and Team Rise. Now Rohan's coming out from the ashes, coming to challenge them. Now Overdrive is out of the tournament and it's gonna be Indonesian team versus Indonesian team. And key thing to note here is that Rohan and Rise, whoever wins this game is gonna go up against Star9, so a really formidable foe. One player to point out here is definitely Thorfinn, and the reason is, as JJ mentioned earlier, if you guys didn't catch it, Rise used to have 2 divisions, right? They had Rise Omega, they had Rise Alpha. They combined the best of the forces that they could and brought together this current Rise team. Now, key thing is that Thorfinn was part of one of the Rise divisions, so he would know this team best. It's kind of like going up against his own squad, and he's gonna sort of be a bit like an insider, right? He's gonna know all their tricks, all their secrets. But then again, this is a new patch, so it could be anyone's game today.
Man, I'm wondering how they're going to maybe try and throw him off, because having that insider information, wouldn't it be a double-edged sword?
Yeah, that's for sure, because I think there'll be times where, you know, you're like, oh, you feel like you have this read on your teammates, but at the same time, these are no longer your teammates. These were your teammates from one patch ago. These are your teammates from a couple of tourneys ago. They would have changed, they would have grown, they would have, you know, increased their understanding of the game, and, you know, once you have that slight bit of disconnect, then, you know, it could end up biting you instead. But I do think at the end of the day, you know, having that knowledge is still better than, you know, not having it. It's just about how you utilize it, right? So we're gonna have to see how Thorfinn leads Rohan to success against Rise. But, you know, Rise, they're no pushovers either. They're one of the strongest teams in Indonesia for a reason, and I'm a big fan of them personally because back in one of the grassroots tournaments that we put together in the APAC region, I just saw that man Bongo C go absolutely off. So I want to see it again.
Are you going to maybe go for them in your prediction? Because I do believe the game is ready.
Yeah, I'm going Team Rise all the way. If Rohan upsets them, so be it. But Team Rise, they have a special place in my heart.
All right, thank you so much for that Permasneeze. We're going to throw it over to our wonderful casters right now. It's going to be JJ Kun and Moonboy taking it over for this best of 3. Gentlemen, take it away.
What's up, everyone? Thanks so much for passing it over to us, guys. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by JJ. This is a next round right here is fighting for the best in Indonesia. They're fighting for pride right now. What do you expect, JJ?
Well, definitely what I'm expecting here is Indonesia will be the one coming up top from this matchup.
For sure, right? For sure. So let's just move back to the big space right here. I think.
Why are you laughing, Moonboy? Isn't it true though?
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I'm not saying that you're wrong, JJ.
All right, here we go. Let's now head into the game. Bongo here, I think, is one of the most anticipated players coming from Rise, especially with this comfort pick of the Venusaur. Bongo has been using this since the early days of Pokemon Unite and still hasn't dropped this Venusaur, so that is something that they need to look they need to mark on. But now Thorfinn as well, a really good support coming into the side of Rohan. We have Lanaya as well into that of the Greninja. Definitely these are the players that you need to look out for in this match, as I'm pretty sure that they are the ones who will be controlling the match in in this game, Rohan versus Rise, and whoever goes on top, well, what's for sure is that it is going to be Indonesia.
Yeah, that is definitely right. But I think, if you guys realize that Blastoise actually have double specs on him, right? Like it's a Blastoise with 2 spectacles, and that being said, I think they are going for a little bit of a special attack kind of direction. Likely Water Sprout into Rapid Spin, or even that Hydro Typhoon is going to be very devastating, as with those 2 specs, it's going to be hitting much harder than usual.
Right, I think with that double glasses, right, they are going to be going in for more of an attacker kind of Blastoise, not more of a defender, not more of a crowd control, but more of the aggressive one. And I think, Blastoise being aggressive is actually a very good set as well. We've seen quite an aggressive Blastoise from the earlier matches, and it worked out pretty well for them. And let's find out if Rohan would be able to do that as well against Rise.
Yep, this is a double support going up against a double tank matchup right over here as well. I believe, especially, you know, with the Trevenant, they're going to be going with so much sustainability from Rohan.
Right, and look at that right now into that at the top path. I think Rise is having a little bit of trouble right now going against Rohan, knowing the fact that they are getting a little bit outnumbered here. But with the help of the you know, a central area Pokemon here, which is that of Bongo with that Venusaur, I think they would be able to bring a little bit more going towards Rohan. But again, still not at level 7, so it still doesn't have the Petal Dance, but it does have the Giga Drain. Here comes the Razor Leaf coming in from Bongo, going to be dealing a lot of damage and going to be able to steal, you know, that beast away from Rohan. So at least they were able to maintain that lead, that XP lead that they already have against Rohan, going over into the next part of the game.
Yep, something to take note is that Lucario is not yet at level 5. But however, on Rohan's side, we have seen that Sylveon terrorized us in the previous game. But would Rohan be able to, you know, use this Sylveon to the optimal?
Right, and let's find out if they're going to be able to make sure of that, as if they can do that more going forward into our game. As you can see, Frogadier currently at level 6. We have this Ivysaur as well at level 6. Still at level 7, still doesn't have the what do you call this? The purpose. Sorry, the Petal Dance, because it's both P. Sorry, so the Petal Dance, right? So it's not going to be able to help out a lot just yet to team fights, but I think we're going to be closing in just a few seconds. The second set of Bs is going to be coming up, and then the objectives, the first objective of the game. So I think we're going to be seeing, you know, the catalyst right here, the imbalance of Rise going against Rohan.
Yep, that being said, Rohan really have 3 men down in the bottom side as well. Their Greninja is already at level 7, so this way, you know, he would be able to do a lot of that devastating blow. Bongo is at the top side. He has that Hoopa to actually go with the Hyperspace Portal to bring him down to the bottom side to break it even. But there we have, you see, the Hyperspace Portal is coming in, and the whole team will be scrabbling straight right down to the Dreadnought pit.
And it's currently Bongo currently at level 8 as well. Does have the Petal Dance, just one more level for it to have the Verdant Anger. But look at that, Hoopa's going to be able to take down that Water Turtle. That's going to be 1 down into the side of Rohan. Is that going to be added up? No, not quite yet, as we're going to be seeing some retreat here coming in from Rise, just to be able to get in some treatment as well, recovery, so that they can get back, get the reset going against Rohan right now. Nobody still is taking in the Dreadnought right now, but look at this. It looks like Caller Rangers. Now, Caller's Ranger right now is trying to repel away Rise and allowing them to get in, but it doesn't matter. Rise now has the positional advantage into that of the Dreadnought, and I think they have a huge chance here of taking that one up against Rohan, and they did, and they're going to be able to try to pick off this Water Tail away from Rohan. Are they going to be able to? I think what they need to do now just yet is that Bongo buying some time so that they can destroy the first tier Squirgle into that of the bottom lane, into that of the bottom pad rather. But look at that very amazing placement of the Hyperspace Hole to save up Bongo so that they won't get picked off.
Wow, I mean, take a look at this, right? If Rohan knew that they know that they won't be able to win that Dreadnought fight right over there as well, so immediately retreating that Hoopa straight right to the top side, score a little bit of gold, get their Hoopa ready for the level 9 for the second Dreadnought, and that is basically what you're looking at. If I lose this objective, it's fine. I'm gonna find another alternative to farm up and try to win the fight. But right here, Rise is still on the offense. They're just pushing Rohan straight right back.
Right, look at this though. Bongo with that of the Giga Drain still going to sustain itself. And with the help, with the help of Zell as well, you know, with that of the Blissey, definitely just increases the sustain here by Bongo. And I think that's one of the things that Rohan needs to mark on. You know, Bongo, if they can take out Bongo, I think they would have a pretty easy, a pretty easy way of defeating Rise here. But as long as they can't take out Bongo, they're going to have a hard time. Perhaps the hardest time of any matchups thus far that we've seen.
Yep, I mean, Rohan manages to get their Rotom as it's much as straight right down to the top side. But however, the Dreadnought is ready to be appearing in about 25 seconds time. Bongo is on the top. I think this Rotom is going to be easily removed by these two Pokemon. But however, on the bottom side, I think they're still farming, right? Like here, you see, Rise is ready in position, but getting caught off by the Sylveon.
Right, and here we go. Look at the aggressive Blastoise, but unfortunately not going to be able to take it out. Perhaps if we still didn't have the Hoopa in our game, they might have been able to take down, that one from Rise. But look at this right now. Everyone's going to be teleporting into the bottom path right now. Look at that Hyper Rifle is going to be used as well for that Anger just to be able to take down that Greninja and as well, that Dreadnought. But look at this right now. It looks like Sylvie going to be able to take down 2. That's going to be 2-for-1 trade right now for Rohan. No, make a 2-for-2 trade in favor of no one, but the Blastoise is going to be taken out, going to be picked off. Unfortunately, not quite enough, but is it going to be enough though? Yes, it will be. And that Trevenant just pushing away the opponents with Horn Leash. Unfortunately, with the help of the Hyperspace Soul, was easily able to recover some health, gets the reset, and would be able to push down into that of the first tier score goal, into that of the bottom path, into the side of Rohan. Now, Bongo is buying a lot of time for the teammate to just score in, and I like that. That is Fuyo.
Fuyo, indeed. That is what a team player is all about. And Bongo brought it to the team, supporting everyone, just standing right in front. Being an attacker, you don't necessarily have to be on the offense all the time. You could support them just by doing that. The team would be able to flow so much better. And this is what teamwork is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Bongo on that Venusaur is on the rampage. Right now, Team Rise is on that level advantage, right? Level 11, level 13 across the board. However, Rohan still have this fighting chance. This Rotom might make a difference.
Right, but look at this right now. Unless someone's going to be... Oh, wow, there we go. That's what I was going to say. Unless someone's going to be able to, go down, then Rise is looking to, increase the gap that they already have against Rohan. But right now, I think the best thing to take would be the Rotom, not the Dreadnought, but it's the Rotom, so that you can have some, pressure up onto the top path for the other team. And that is what Rohan did. And it's definitely going to be able to buy them some time if they choose to go in the Dreadnought, if they can take out the Blissey and the Lucario and the Alolan Ninetales on the bottom lane.
Yeah, but here, Rise is just going on the defense. Immediately 3 men going straight right to the Dreadnought itself. Look at the speed by Dreadnought, but the rest of Rohan is here. They might go for the steal. Were they able to do it? But Ninetales got it off. And right here, Rise have to retreat. Get ready for the big fight, because that Zapdos is coming live in about 5 seconds time. Bongo is in position. Hoopa is in position. The whole Rise is down at the Zapdos pit. How will Rohan penetrate this one?
Let's find out together. And here it goes. The initiation of the fight here. Rise versus Rohan at the very last moment of their game, of this match, of game number 1. Rohan is kind of spread it out right now, whereas Rise is trying to, secure the position into that of the Zapdos pit. But right now, I think they're just trying to poke this in just to, bait down Rohan. And right now, Rohan is trying to be going in, but unfortunately going to get picked off as well. But it looks like they're going to go in for a reset. I think I like that as well. They don't want to take a risk. There's still plenty of time here. There's still 1.5 minutes left, but they're going to be able to pick off this Sylveon as well. But Tokyo Ranger is going to be taken out as well. But look at that. Bliss Assistance is the one that would be able to take down the Zapdos. Tokyo Ranger is going to be taken. Oh, not quite yet. They're going to be ignoring Tokyo Ranger with the Trevenant as they want to just score in, increase the gap, widen the gap that they already have against Rohan, and then defend.
That was a stare down right there, ladies and gentlemen. Rise was just staring at Rohan. Rohan just staring at Rise. Are you going to make the move? You're not going to make the move, but Rise made that first move. Start poking on the Zapdos. If Rohan is not going to answer, I'm going to take it all by myself. That is exactly what Rise did, and just straight right to those hoops after the Zapdos goes down. 6:04, 299, 35 seconds on the clock. I don't think Rohan is able to come back off this one.
Right, definitely, again, they still have to travel going into the other side. That takes 15 to 20 seconds each, depending on the Pokemon, and then they still have to score in. Unless everyone is on the same score goal, standing on the same score goal, then they wouldn't be able to, score in whatever they have, especially if they do have a lot of points up their arsenal. But up until then, Rise, I think this is pretty much safe to say that they're going to be taking the first game of this match.
Wow, Bongo. That guy really played that Bongo well. And he really played that music to them, ladies and gentlemen. There we have game number 1 going straight right to Rise. I think the MVP is going straight right to Bongo with that Venusaur, because he's just doing so much work for the team.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, this is why I said in the early part of the game that what you need to mark here would be Bongo, because Bongo would be the how do I say this, the foundation of this team, right? That if you can take out Bongo, you can pretty much easily take out the others into the side of Rice. Not to say that they're easy players to take down, but you know, that is the main damage dealer that you need to take care of. And once you take care of Bongo, then you would have a smoother time going against Rice.
Yeah, take a look at the damage. There's a huge chunk of damage coming in just by Bongo itself. That pedal dance is just so difficult to be dealing with. And as we have seen that Venusaur, you know, being on most of the team again and again in every single patch, but Bongo stuck to it and he really perfected it. Take a look at this one. Match finals, negative. Match finals, negative. Eos Cup wins 5-1.
I mean, the only reason why they don't have a result on February finals and March finals is that, as I mentioned earlier, you know, Rise is a combination of of the all-star players of Rise Omega and Rise Alpha. So technically, while they are under Rise, playing under Rise, they are playing under a different name.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at this replay right here with what Rice got to do, or what Rice got to say. The opponent manages to get that Dreadnought first, but take a look at this one. Rice manages to just turn this around.
Yes, sirree. And now looking at it, you know, I think we can definitely say for sure that Rice was controlling the entire match from the early game into the late game, and it looks like Rohan still doesn't have an answer against Rice. And I think if they want to win, you know, again, whoever's going to be losing here would be, you know, saying goodbye to the tournament. Now, if they still want to stay in, they have to adjust against Rice here. They need to do their priorities just like what the last match, the last game did. You know, they need to know their priorities. They need to know who they need to mark. And from there on out, everything else will just fall apart.
Yeah,
new skin.
Yeah, new Holoware coming in for Alola Ninetales. 4 arms and he's standing on 2 legs. I think there's something fascinating to be seeing from that Alola Ninetales. But Bongo on that Venusaur, as we could see previously, it really ran Rampage. So I think if you want to win Rice, you have to pin down Bongo. If you can't stop Bongo from doing his thing, you're just gonna lose, basically.
Yeah, it's you know, Bongo. You don't want to let Bongo play the bongo drums. And if you allow Bongo, well, you saw what happened in game number 1. They were quite dominating in their game, and again, it's going to be a repeat on game number 2 if you don't mark Bongo. Again, I keep on repeating it because I think that is going to be the foundation of Rise here. And if you can remove the foundation of the team, then you could pretty much dismantle everything else.
Yeah, that is definitely right? Maybe they could go for a little bit of burst damage, right? Knowing that Venusaur is so tanky, it got the Giga Drain to sustain itself as well. It got the Blissey to support it. Maybe you could go for a Pikachu, a Gardevoir, or even maybe Absol. I think so. Like, you know, this Pokemon that could really deal burst damage has so much potential taking down that Venusaur.
Right, and I think right now we're just waiting for the players to be on the lobby, and then right after, you know, once they are all in the lobby, we'll immediately start. I know you guys have been waiting for game 2 as well. We are too. Moonboy and I think we would like to see Rohan get the advantage, get the adjustment going against Rice, and go into game number 3. Earlier on, you know, on OCE, we didn't get a lot of game number 3, so I know you guys have been hoping, you know, to get a lot of game 3. So we are here hoping that Rohan wins this match.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the drafts right here. Colo Z Ranger immediately go in for the Sylveon as well. But I believe there's not much changes coming in from Rohan. I think that composition kind of worked out for them. So they need to try to figure it out. How can they stop Bongo from doing Bongo's things? And you know, take a look at this side. I think there's no reason for Rice to even change as well. So we might be seeing a similar matchup once again.
Right, you know, Bongo has been the... Well, they have been keeping Bongo really safe, and if you notice as well from the previous game, it's kind of minor, but they don't want Bongo going down, and every kind of support always go to Bongo. So again, if they want to take out and dismantle the entire team, they need to take out Bongo, and from there on out, they would have a smoother time going against Rice. If you can delay Bongo even, that's the better thing. If you can delay Bongo, it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, but as you said, right? But as you said, the whole team revolves around Bongo. That's basically a fortress around that one Venusaur. So it's not easy to take down whatever that they have, right? You got to go through that Ninetale first, you got to go through that Lucario first, and not forgetting that Blissey as well. Blissey is one big chunk and tanky character to be dealing with, and you know, just before that, after all this, you met Bongo, and it's not easy to be dealing that, especially in a team fight composition. So maybe they could just zero down on Bongo. That could work.
Yeah, if they can pick up Bongo, then definitely that could work as well. You know, Bongo for Rise is more of the final boss, I'd say. You know, going with that analogy, you know, the minute it's kind of bad for me to say that the others are the minions, but like again, as you mentioned, the fortress is just revolving around Bongo. If you could like dismantle the fortress that is, you know, keeping Bongo safe, then well, here's for a good time for Rohan. But right now, you know, Rohan with Thorfinn right now, again with the Hoopa, just trying to ensure that Rise at the very least won't be able to eat them up with the pressure. But I think that's not enough. I think they need to be aggressive against Rise here.
Yep, something interesting coming in with Rise is that Lucario changed to the bottom side instead, right? Getting onto the bottom side, getting the Ardino, so that he could get a little bit more EXP compared to the rest of the team. This way, maybe, you know, they're moving for a, you know, relying a little bit more on Lucario so that he could do much more damage to their opponent or even to that Sylveon in this matchup.
Right. And now it's a little bit too early. You know, we're going to be seeing the first piece here. Let's find out who's going to be able to take that one up. Paula's Ranger with the Sylveon. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do that. Bongo with the boosted attack actually, you know, pushing away the bees into their own side to get in the advantage and take that one up. And they're going to be able to take down the Odino as well. That's really interesting. You know, again, you don't want Bongo to go online, but it's not like you can stop the fortress behind it as well.
Yeah, but that being said, that Lucario is already online at level 5. Extreme speed is up, but here you have that Frogadier farming away. And basically, when it comes to games like this, the central lane is always racing to level 9. And the ball total just recently evolved as well. So I think Rohan looks pretty stable for now across the board. So it's down to Rise, right? How are they going to get the additional edge against their opponent?
I mean, we pretty much saw what do you call it? So we pretty much saw kind of a similar gameplay earlier on. You know, Rise and Rohan a little bit too slow, a little bit too quiet in the early game, and then right after the first Dreadnought came out, that is when the action came out. You know, that is when the action popped out. And as you saw, as you can see here, you know, still not on to the second beast, but Bongo is already at level 7, already has access into the battle desk, can definitely, you know, harass down into the other side of the team.
Wow, Bongo was so close to being KO right over there as well. Take a look at the amount of damage coming in from the Sylveon. She's almost shredding off that Lucario in the process too. So at this point, Rohan really could capitalize on that Sylveon, right? They got that damage coming in and he could use it to peel.
And now in just a few more seconds, you know, we're going to be seeing, what do you call this, the objectives that Dreadnought off the game. Let's find out if Rohan is going to be prioritizing this. And yes, they would. They now have the, what do you call this, the positional advantage against Rise going into the Dreadnought. And I think they're going to be able to get this uncontested as well. Very amazingly, quickly as well. Majestically, Rohan takes the lead right now. But the other thing that they need to do now is to attack Rise. And if oh my goodness, there we go. There goes the risk that I'm talking about. They're going to be taking it out. That's going to be 4 down for Rise. And oh my goodness, Bongo is now out. Doesn't have the support that Bongo needs. The fortress went down. That is what we're talking about. Destroy the fortress, destroy Bongo. Destroy Bongo, destroy the fortress. Either works, either one is, it doesn't matter which one is first. But as long as you do it, well, there goes a good time. Fuyo.
Where was Bongo at that fight? Where was Bongo at the fight? The rest of the team is at the Dreadnought pit, but they have to retreat because they don't have the numbers advantage. Their boss is not even there because Bongo might not be enough level at that point in time to take the Dreadnought, and he had to retreat. So thus, you know, splitting the team up, and they have to take down the rest of the team. 5v4 in the bottom side, that's not where they want to be. But right here, Rohan is on the lead. It's down to Rise. How are they going to answer this big question posed by Rohan? Because the rest of the team is level is just so far ahead. The Greninja is already at 11, Blastoise is already at 10. How are they going to react to this?
Right, but you cannot really dismiss Rise here despite the level disadvantage, just because of the fact that, you know, most of them relies on CC and the upper damage damage coming in from Bongo. You know, we have the Dazzling Gleam, of course, coming in from that of the Alola Ninetales. We have the follow-up damage from the Lucario, right? The sustain, you know, Blissey only needs to get the only needs to get the Blitz assistance to ensure the the sustain into Bongo, and Bongo doesn't really well, it's better for Bongo to get in higher levels, but you know, with the Battle Dance and Giga Drain, it can pretty much sustain itself while dealing a lot of damage despite the level disadvantage.
Yep, that is fair, but Rings and Bell being popped right from Rohan's side. I think Rise right here might be a little bit of a danger as well. And Venusaur popped that Unite move, got the Lucario.
Wow, the Verdant Anger actually got stopped, got cancelled, but here comes the Hyperspace Hole rather, just to get in a reset. They're going to be able to take down the Dreadnought. Let's find out who's going to be able to take them. It is going to be Bongo, going to be able to take down, unfortunately, by the HP as well. They might have been able to get in the Dreadnought away from Rohan, but in exchange of the HP of the Bongo. But here comes Rise, answering back against Rohan. Here comes the Rings and Bound to ensure that Bongo is going to be able to teleport in, but it looks like they're going to be punished for it as no one really went down there. But Bongo a little bit too late right now, and at the very least, fortunately for Rise, only one got taken out from them, and they were able to answer back, get entry into the side of Rohan as well. But now Otoki Ranger right now going to be the only one left. They're going to be picked up by Rise quite easily.
This might be the comeback that Rise need. All they need to do is just get that push, right? Get those CCs on and trap Rohan down. As right here, this might be the turning point coming in from Rise. They got the Dreadnought, but it's right here. It's down to that Rotom. How are they going to defend this as Rohan is really moving straight right to position? Hyperspace Hole, no one's home, but the rest of the team from Rise is still scattered all around the map.
Right, and now we are going to see 192 to 154 in terms of points. You know, obviously, it's still a little bit too close, you know, for comfort. But at least, you know, Moonboy, this is what you're talking about earlier. Rise didn't have the XP advantage against Rohan, but this time around, it looks like it is the other way around. Rise now has the XP advantage over that of Rohan, and if they could continue this up, then they would probably be winning again, you know, the team fights against the other team.
Yeah, take a look at this one. Bongo is just on the move right now, trying to chase down the Sylveon, but this tree is just in his way all the time. Those curse damage and those healing coming in by the Treven is just too much to be dealing with. But right here, Zhao is in the grass trying to just save Bongo from anything or even ambush the opponent. But as the rest of the team rotates down to the second the last Dreadnought in this one, no Unite move. You're not likely going to see Unite move coming in, but this is going to be pure old Pokemon Unite.
Right, here comes the Dreadnought. Who's going to be able to take this out? There's still 20 more seconds for them to take it out. But look at that, Lucario going to be able to take down that Ninja into the side of Rohan. No, make that too. Bongo going to be able to take down that Hoopa as well. And our Trevenant. That's going to be 3 down into the side of Rohan. Yes, they would be able to respond back before the Zapdos. But the Fortress Power Spike is too much right now. Bongo at level 14 into the Zapdos. I think this is too much for them to handle.
Yeah, that's what you say, to protect Mr. President and protect Mr. Bongo it is. But right here, they really got good positioning onto that Zapdos as Rohan tries to get it, but Rings Unbound from Rohan.
Here we go. Rings Unbound as well coming in from the Hoopa into the side of Rise. Let's find out who's going to be able to take down which one. Hydro Typhoon is going to be used. Verdant Anger is going to be used as well. Blitz Assistance is going to be popped up right now. And look at that Aura Cannon as well. That's going to be 2 down into the side of Rise. Going to be 2 down as well from Rohan. But it looks like we're going to be adding up one more. Colors Ranger is going to be taken out as well. That's going to be Bongo low on health right now. Low on HP. But a Tokyo Ranger coming in with Rise here. Coming in from Dev rather. Going to be able to take it out. Unfortunately, not quite so. But what they do need right now is a reset just to be able to take down the Zapdos. They don't want this to be stolen away if they want to get in game number 3. If they want to get in game number 2 rather, but it looks like Bongo is going to be able to take down the Zapdos away from Rohan. And right now, everyone just needs to score in. Dev trying to get up top. just to get in and rise up with the score, try to catch up. But there we go. It is still not going to be enough. However, they need to do more points here if they don't want Rohan to catch up, because 192 is just a little bit too close to 354 if they can take out Rice, especially if there's still 35 more seconds.
Yeah, this is the time for Rohan to go on the offense. However, on the bottom side as well, they still got their tier 1 hoop up. So they have to try to defend that one. But then Bleasy is just hanging out in the central area, you know, just trying to get to another 50 points. And hopefully they get to dunk another 100. But Kensai goes down to the Blastoise as well. Bongo is back. Bongo is back and is here to stop his opponent from doing his rampage. 10 more seconds on the clock. Could Bongo survive this one? As that Blastoise goes with the rapid spin, I don't think he's able to do it. Bongo's with that pedal dance is just able to stop Hydro Typhoon, unable to do it, but time is up, ladies and gentlemen. Rice take this one 2-0, sending Rohan back home.
Right, that is that's quite unfortunate for Rohan here. They did a pretty good final push into that the very last moments. I have to give props to them about it on that rather. But Rice getting it 2-0. This is why I told you earlier, whoever's going to be winning here is coming in from Indonesia, and that is what happened. That is what happened. Indonesia won this game.
Let's take a look at the damage coming in from Bongo. 116,000, ladies and gentlemen. That's 43% of whatever the team has been doing. And this Fortress and this final boss really did it well. And that amount of damage is just crazy compared to what Rohan did. 77,000 with that Sylveon is actually a lot just by the Hyper Voice itself.
Right, and from here on out, Rise is going to be fighting off against Star 9.
Yeah,
right, Star 9. So Star 9 was the one that won against that won against AFR, right? And then Renaissance won against Star 9, so Star 9 is going down in the lower bracket, and whoever won this, which in this case is Rise, will be matching up against Star 9. So that is going to be a really amazing match. I think you and Firmus is going to be casting that later on.
Yeah, definitely right. But before that, before we move on to the next round, let's just do a little bit of recap of what happened just now. Take a look at this move coming in from Rise, right? So they're sorry. So they are just pushing. Oh, sorry, Rohan just pushed Rice all the way back to their base as well. But this particular Dreadnought going straight right to Bongo. Bongo is crazy with that Venusaur.
Yeah, and at the very least, Rohan was able to pick off, dissect the fortress that that Rise has. At the very least, one time, One time they were able to pick it off, but unfortunately they weren't able to capitalize on that one, where Rise was able to catch up against Rohan. So from here on out, it's still going to be Rise representing Indonesia in our tournament.
Yep. So later on we got much more really interesting games, right? But take a look at this one. This final stretch is just so messy to be dealing with. But take a look at this death. That Lucario we have seen just now, he literally put that Lucario play to that finest. And what else can I say? That this guy really did support the team really well, even though it's just a Lucario.
I mean, I wouldn't say just a Lucario, I think this Lucario definitely helped out a lot in the team. I don't think that I think if Dev with the Lucario is not present, I don't think the supports would be able to, support the way that they did, support Bongo the way that they did in the previous game.
Yep, that is definitely right. But ladies and gentlemen, I think this is it for this segment. Let's just toss it straight right back to Danny and Permasneeze and take a look at what they have to say about this game.
Thanks, Moonboy. Thanks, JJ. Welcome back, Permasneeze. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Rohan, unfortunately, as they do get eliminated from the tournament. And that means Rise will continue and play up against Star 9 later today, which is going to be a very exciting matchup. But Permasneeze, I want to hear your thoughts about the game that we just had. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be real. That's just Rise doing Rise things, right? And there's a lot of talk because Pokemon Unite has evolved so much over the past few months. There have been so many patches, so many new additions to the game, and it's really switched up. But some things just stay the same. When you put Bongo C on the Venusaur, he delivers. But they have kind of molded this strategy to evolve with the times, right? So instead of all those, you know, in the past, it used to be Eldegoss with the Leaf Tornado to send you in at full speed. Right now, it's gonna be Hoopa instead with the Hyperspace Hole under your toes to get you that reset when you need it. So I really like this play coming out from Rise. It shows evolution, it shows adaptation, and that's exactly what you need to have if you want to be our Eos Cup champion.
Well, let's see if it's going to be enough for them to conquer Star 9 later today. But very quickly, let's just take a look at the brackets. Now, we've concluded with all of our winner bracket matches for today, so we are going to sort of stick around here in the losers bracket for a little bit. And as you can see, Rise will be playing up against Star 9 later today. And the next game we're going to be watching is actually Supreme going up against RJ Gaming, and that's going to be a very exciting matchup because we did see how dominant RJ looked in their previous matchup. Yes, they didn't win, but let's be real, they looked fantastic in their game up against Renaissance. So I'm looking forward to this one. I want to see if Supreme's going to have what it takes to beat them as well. But before we jump into our loser bracket match, I just want to remind all of our viewers, if you haven't already and you are looking forward to the May Cup registration, it is here, it is open. Make sure you register your team right now at battlefight.com/Pokemon Unite so that your team is entered and ready to go. And after entry, you'll be able to pick up your 20 Holoware tickets to use for whatever you want to use them for. But Permasneeze, we've got a really exciting match coming up next. It's going to be after a break, but I want to hear your thoughts about what we could potentially see in this S Supreme versus RJ Gaming matchup.
So as Supreme, I don't think they've managed to hit their stride just yet. You know, they were kind of put in a tough position against Reach, that those two games didn't really look like they found their footing just yet. But I am hopeful still for Supreme to show us something we haven't seen. This is a Thai team. I'm not too familiar with them at the moment, but I want to get more familiar. I want to know what they're up to, and I want to know what tricks they have up their sleeve. On the other side though, RJ Gaming, they're just so clean. So I don't really know. I definitely know what to expect from each of these teams, but I wonder how it's going to play up against each other, and that's what makes this upcoming match so exciting.
All right, thank you so much, Permasneeze. We're going to see you on the casting desk after this break, because you are going to be casting that match up. So we are going to go for a 4-minute break. As always, if you need to, grab some snacks, go to the toilet, make sure you're back in 4 minutes, because this next game is going to be super spicy. See you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Eos Island.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. It's the Eos Cup APAC Finals Day 1. We have had a hell of a time here on the stream so far, watching some great games, and we have an amazing matchup lined up for you right now. But of course, joining me on the panel, it's going to be Moonboy to share with us his knowledge, his big brain of the game. And for anyone that doesn't know, it's going to be Supreme going up against RJ Gaming. I'm super excited for this one. I know all of us are. I think we've got to be honest here. A lot of us are on the train here for RJ Gaming. We saw how fantastic they were. We didn't get to see Supreme play on stream. So what could we expect from Supreme going into this best of 3, Moonboy?
Wait, I think we actually watched Supreme previously, right? But the Supreme,
Did we?
I don't think they... Yeah, I don't think they gel really well, like, you know, compared to what RJ actually have on the table. Like, RJ was really strong, like they're working together as a team. But Supreme, we see a little bit of loopholes here and there, like, you know, initiating a fight really early and things like that. So maybe they could be a little bit more disciplined and they might have a good chance against RJ Gaming. But RJ Gaming, dude, they're already working together so well as a team that it is close to unstoppable.
What if it's just a warm-up for Supreme? They're just like, okay, but we're going to save the good stuff for RJ, because we know we have a really, really strong opponent, because you have to look at the game from their perspective as well, right? Just looking at the brackets before anything even started, they knew this was going to be a really tough round, because it was either RJ Gaming or Renaissance, right? You don't get to pick who you play against. So
yeah.
So how do you sort of approach this match? Because they know now, of course, they know it's RJ Gaming. What are Supreme's strengths here that they can play with coming into this?
I think at this point in time, don't overthink it, right? Don't overthink it. Just go all in and do your best, because you have nothing to lose at this point. It is either you win it or you lose it, and this is gonna you have to be, like, you know, going for the all in or the Hail Mary all in and just hope for the best. And I think Supreme could go with this particular strategy and they will be able to come up on top, because who knows what kind of fighting spirit they have, especially in such kind of dire situation.
All right, I want to hear your prediction. I want to get numbers and I want to get a team from you as well. Moonboy, what do you think is going to happen at the end of this game?
RJ, but I don't think Supreme is going to drop a fight, so I think 2-1 from RJ.
Ooh, all right, we're getting a 2-1 here from the panel. Of course, we're going to throw it over to our casters. I want to hear your predictions from our casters. It is JJ as well as Permis News. Gentlemen, give me your predictions. And no, you cannot cut corners. I need a number and a team or you're in trouble. Pass over to our casters now.
Okay. We already saw, you know, Supreme as Supreme earlier on going against Reach Pokemon, right? And I think it's kind of we didn't get to gauge as Supreme earlier on, because it was more of a Reach Pokemon, right? It was more of a Reach Pokemon show on game number 2 of the broadcast for round number 2. But hopefully we get to gauge as Supreme, you know, this time around. But thus far, to answer Danny's question, Permis Needs, my answer would be a 2-0. Yeah, 2-0 RJ Gaming.
Yeah, I really think RJG just got this. RJ Gaming, they've just shown such stellar play, and I think, you know, I think the Greninja play, I think, you know, that one mistake that he made that cost them the game, he's definitely not going to forget that one, right? He's not going to make that mistake again, and if they just keep their play tight like we know they can, then, you know, I feel like Supreme are in big trouble here.
Right, and as well as, you know, they are still running in the what do you call this, the Dragonite, and we definitely saw how they were trying to, I wouldn't say force, but they were really trying to make the Dragonite work out in the current patch, where it got a little bit hit on the knees, you know, here and there. It's we don't have the body barrier anymore. We don't have the score shield anymore, so it's a little bit of a double-edged sword for you to have the Dragonite as the objective player of your team. But let's find out if that's going to work against RJ Gaming, which we both agree that they are playing by the basics.
Yeah, I mean, and if they pick up that Greninja yet again, it's just not going to look cute for them, right? You know, we've talked about it through the entire Oceania. We made it a bit of a joke, but really, this Greninja has shown itself to be so strong during those objective fights. And the Surf can really compare to the Hyper Beam. This Dragonite is just not what it's used to be. But we're going to figure all of that out in the losers bracket round number 4. Of course, you're into game 1 of S Supreme versus RJ Gaming here in the Asia Pacific Aeos Cup.
Right, Ching Desu once again showing us this Sakat hat. Froki, dealing so much against the other team, and I think we might be able to see a repeat of what happened from the first game that we saw RG Gaming going against their first match. But right now, it's still a bit too early to tell. It's still 9 minutes. And then likewise, 9 minutes, going to be able to see the first Corpish into the side. 850, the first bees. Whoever's going to be able to take down most bees, I think, would have the advantage against against the other team. But right now, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I do think that both teams, they do bring their own strengths to the table. Of course, we ragged a lot on this Dragon Knight, but it's still pretty strong, and they've shown that they have practiced in making it work, right? Ezreal, he was able to get up to that level 8 at a pretty decent time, and right now this is just going to help that cause, especially getting that pick off on Lucario, just to put a dent in his early stage of the game. But there it is immediately. The Greninja, or rather the Frogadier, is going to answer right back and get a nice little reset in this top half.
Right, and look at that. All the bees have been taken out, more so into the side of Supreme here. But again, you still are not on the objective, the first objective of the game, the first major objective of the game. And they're going to be able to try to get in Clucia here, and they're going to be able to take down Clucia as well. It's going to be 2-for-1 trade, however, in favor of Supreme. And both of them running a Cramorant, I just noticed as well. Both of them running Cramorant, definitely huge backlane damage, but I'm not entirely sure about the composition of Supreme here, unless they would want this, Azrael into the Dragonite as their damage dealer instead of objective play. I think that one would work, but the latter, I'm not entirely sure, in this current meta play.
Yeah, I think they are still on track, right? As Supreme, even though RJ Gaming, they're keeping their paths tight, they're not allowing any, advantage to go unpunished. There is that Dragonite online, and he's going to be ready for this second set of Vesper Queen and Combi, and subsequently the Dreadnought fight as well. Now, on the flip side, we do have that Greninja, but they aren't actually at that level 9 just yet, right? So they don't have that Water Burst Shuriken, but it's not going to matter as they just surf and clean up that Absol in the top half. Now, as Supreme, they want a position for this bot fight, so they are probably going to take that portal down, but that's going to leave the top half wide open for RJ Gaming to capitalize with some nice dumps.
And that is just what happened. RJ Gaming is currently in the lead in terms of not only the XP, but also the points. But look at that Water Burst Shuriken here. It's going to be used, but look at that. So Supreme is going to be able to get that Dreadnought, but what is going to be the answer here for RJ Gaming? Here comes 2 down coming from RJ Gaming. Yes, sirree. Going to add another one up, but that's the Absol going down from Supreme. Going to be able to answer back as Lucario is going to be going down, as well as Ray is going to be taken out as well by Supreme. This isn't the same RJ Gaming that we saw in game number 2. So I wonder what's happening right now.
Yeah, well, I think it does go back to the S Supreme advantage that they have with that Dragonite, even though they don't really clean up that objective in a timely fashion. Now, Ikura gonna overextend and get caught out. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. RJ Gaming, they're sort of falling apart here. Giraffe has not really had the impact that he has had in that early stage, but now here comes the extreme speed, starting to get the resets.
Oh, wow.
But you can't fight into the Gatling Gun missile of that Cramorant, just blasting away right behind his teammates, backing them up. Now the Surf out as well. Wants to get a touch of this Greninja, but the dodge away, very nicely done. Midnight Slash. It's not gonna amount to much space in the wrong direction. Yep, the Sucker Punch as well. That's just gonna help BX get out of that situation unscathed. So overall, still a pretty tight game. A lot better than we were expecting from S Supreme, and this definitely bodes well, because as much as we were predicting 2-0, I'm sure we want to see more action.
Right, and S Supreme definitely showing us, that you might have been able to see RJ Gaming play earlier on, but S Supreme is no slouch as well. But at the same time, it's kind of a different RJ game that we're seeing right now. They weren't as aggressive as they were on the previous game, but S Supreme is definitely the one that is putting, not pulling the stops right now and essentially just being the aggressor right now and ensuring that RJ Gaming is on check and not allowing them to get all the advantage, all the resources that they can get against them.
I mean, I'm sure as Supreme were watching the match that RJ Gaming had, I mean, who wasn't, right? Because it was up against Renaissance, and they saw what RJ Gaming were capable of, so maybe during the downtime, they tried to figure out something, but here comes the fight. Here comes the Blastoise into the Hydro Typhoon, only knocks up one, but it ends up being the Cramorant on the other side as Supreme secure it for themselves. So they're gonna get this second objective on the back of Ezreal as well, with the Hyper Beam out, trying to do the damage. The subs are there, the shrinkers are there, but it doesn't even matter. KO streak of 2, and like you said, JJ, the Gatling Gun missile fires away, and Ikura has to stand and watch, takes out his counterpart, but it doesn't matter because they get this advantage in the spot path, and they can just dump all the way home.
Right, it's actually definitely interesting right now. Supreme is actually dominating and showing us that, you know what, yeah, please do your prediction against us, and we'd like to very much prove you wrong. And you know what, we're welcoming you as Supreme, we're welcoming you. Please prove us wrong, that you would be the one that would eliminate RJ Gaming in our tournament.
Right. Let's not go so far just yet. This is game 1 after all, JJ. Don't need to get ahead of ourselves here. And I mean, the lead is there, but it's still something, it's not something insurmountable, right? RJ Gaming, they're definitely still in this. It's not like they're so behind on the levels, but the man on your screen over here, Ezreal, is at that level 13. So that's definitely something really scary. I am looking for huge plays when it comes to the team fight though. They need to be a bit more careful about how they choose to engage in this Blastoise. Speaking of, there is the Lucario as he dashes out of that situation back to safety. So RJ Gaming, they still are keeping this relatively, you know, a bit of a reserved, controlled form of aggression. They don't want to overextend, and you know, after the initial kind of fights didn't go their way, they don't want to give any bit of advantage more to S Supreme.
Right, and it's not much of a lead that S Supreme now has in terms of points. So I think the one here, you know, the one that would matter here would be the coin flip. If RJ Gaming is going to be able to take that one up, then yes, they would still be able to win that one up, win the entire game perhaps. And if S Supreme takes that one, then they would be the one that's winning this. And I think at the same time, you know, S Supreme has the advantage in terms of team fights.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you just look at the draft and you know that already, right? The Blastoise immediately brings so much team fighting power, and I like this from RJ Gaming, once again delaying that Rotom. But off screen, we saw S Supreme able to clean up that third Dreadnought leading into this final stretch. So they are definitely in a good position when it comes to the EXP. And RJ Gaming, they're not all the way behind, like we said, so it could come down to this Zapdos fight. This is exactly the situation we saw them in with Renaissance as well. We said they were playing clean and all that, but you know, in the first game, they were the ones who took it away at the Zapdos, and they could threaten to do it again.
Right. Now, RJ Gaming doesn't want to take on S Supreme in a 5v5 fashion because, again, they are on the losing end. Especially, yes, Greninja has huge damage, but at the same time has the lowest HP in the entire game, and they're going to be able to, you know, pick off the Cramorant into side of RJ Gaming. It's going to be just 4. Everyone is just teleporting into that of the Zapdos pit.
Yeah, rings are down. Wonderful Shuriken as well as the fight breaks out, and there's the Blitz Resistance, but the Greninja goes down. You can't steal without your Greninja. They're going to be able to get it though on the back of Giraffe, but they're evaporating. Only one member left on RJ Gaming as this Cramorant, he's just one Cramorant against the whole world. What can he do? The dumps are coming in. He's going to try and interrupt them with the Hurricane, but already the rest of the side of S Supreme, they're playing the rest of the map. It's all on Ikura. What can he do for the squad? Doesn't manage to pick up the Citrus Berry, but interrupts the second score. Surely the reinforcements are coming. Surely they need to come help this poor bird. They can't manage to get it in time. There's going to be an overtime. I say that, but there is this Greninja to finally clean it up. A KO streak of 2 and a hero play coming out from that Lucario to secure that Zapdos and say no, there's no way you're flipping this around.
Right, but we have to ensure as well, you know, we have to consider that there's still 40 more seconds. Could still be anyone's game. RJ Gaming needs to just score in one time for them to get the lead. But if S Supreme would want to maintain this lead, I think they would need to score as well into that of the top pad. But right now we're going to be seeing that 100 points down into RJ Gaming. There's 24 seconds left. Supreme needs to do 2 things right now: defend and score. But we are going to be seeing that Hoopa going to be able to get in that 90 points up top ensuring that RJ Gaming at the very end has the last laugh for game number 1. This is what we saw on game number 1, on the previous game as well with RJ Gaming, right? Like, they were really quiet. They were playing it slowly. They were playing it quietly. They were taking their time. They don't want to go in for a lot of team fights. And at the very end, in the Zapdos fight, that is where and when they take in the objectives away from the other side and take everyone out as well, as that is just what happened with RJ Gaming.
Yeah, especially with RJ Gaming, the Greninja prophecy comes true yet again. Xing Desu definitely knows how to pilot that one to success. And of course, the rest of the team, it looked dire throughout most of the game, to be honest. And all of us, we're scratching our heads. Are they RJ Gaming fans as well? But like, yo, is this really how it goes down? Is this really the team that beat Renaissance? But they answer right back. Their specialty is the Zap after all, and they flip it on its head. At Supreme, they get caught with their pants down, and even though they manage to still hold on to the point lead post-Zap, it still ends up being in their favor as they're not able to defend from the move from RJ Gaming.
Right, so let's take a look of the replays that we have, the highlights of the match from that one, in just a bit as well. So I think we are getting a little bit, we can now gauge a little bit how RJ Gaming is playing. RJ Gaming, as you mentioned earlier, came out of nowhere, and then S Supreme is as well. We had to gauge down S Supreme, but RJ Gaming were slowly and surely understanding how they play, and I think one of the key factors here is that they usually try to catch up during the final minutes before the Zapdos comes out, so that they are prepared, they are prepared into the Zapdos fight, just try to get in, the XP so they could, clearing everything in the map, and from there on out, just always get in that flip. They never be the aggressor. They're never the one that's dominating from the early game to the late game, into the middle game. They always dominate only and only on the last moments of the game.
I mean, I actually beg to differ, JJ. I think in the in the series between Renaissance, we did see flashes of early game aggression coming out from RJ Gaming as well. I think it's just that they sort of got caught a little bit by surprise by the side of S Supreme, and we did too, for all fairness, right? We did not really expect S Supreme to be able to pilot this Dragonite, but their insistence on it pays off for a while, but it doesn't get them the win, right? We know that this is definitely a Pokemon that they are very comfortable with, especially on Ezreal, but I wonder, at what point do you choose to switch it off? What point do you realize that, hey, maybe this is not something we're working? Because Pokemon Unite is a team battler after all, which means every single Pokemon you pick for your team is equally important. You need those components to work together, and if they're not working, it might be time to change things up.
Right, so let's find out whether or not S Supreme is going to be changing up some of the Pokemon they do have from earlier, but honestly, I don't think they should. I think it's working out pretty well for them. They were able to pick off RJ Gaming quite a number of times. Just that, RJ Gaming was able to, gaining XP before the Zapdos, and from there punish them. But perhaps, if Supreme would be able to assert their dominance from the early game and maintain it up until the late game, and and deny RJ Gaming of the resources, then perhaps we might be able to see a game number 3 once again.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you mentioned, JJ, that stuck out to me is RJ Gaming. Yes, you mentioned that, they play very conservative, but actually, I'd like to offer something else. I do think they play very resource efficient, right? They always know exactly which Pokemon to send to a situation to get the most out of that situation. Whether it's making sure you get a certain wild Pokemon or an objective, they send the exact number of people with the exact moves that are needed to get that situation done, and they back off. They never overextend. They never allow a bit of pressure to get their way. They know exactly what the steps are to success. It's almost like they're reading off a formula, right? So RJ Gaming, that's definitely going to be hard to crack, but it's not something that Supreme can't do, as we've seen in this first game.
Right, if they can do it from the last game, they can also do it on the second game. Going to game number 2, as Supreme right now, they're not going to be changing up anything up their arsenal. But that is to say the same as well for RJ Gaming. Again, we don't, RJ Gaming doesn't really need to change anything up. And likewise, into the side of what we call this as Supreme as well, they don't need to change anything at all. Just that the execution is what they need to improve on going against RJ Gaming. And if they can clear out the resources against RJ Gaming more than they already did on the last game, then they would have the advantage over them.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I can respect it. Supreme, we talked about it earlier on. We said, they're a confident team as what we've kind of gathered from their responses to the team interviews. And they stick to their guns, right? They're going to go down blazing in the strategy that they feel like they play best. And I can definitely respect that. But then again, RJ Gaming on the other side of the coin, JJ, me and you, we thought about it. We're like, it's going to be a 2-0. And if RJ Gaming don't slip up
from the kind of, right?
Yeah, we were like, did we make a big mistake? But I mean, these predictions are all for fun anyways. Of course, big respect to both of the teams for making it so far, right? This is not an easy tournament by any means. And Supreme making it all the way here already, it's nothing to hang your head low about. But of course, they definitely want to go further. They want to push it to a Game 3 and they want to continue their Eos Cup live here. So we're going to get into this possibly deciding game for them. If they lose this one, that is it for them, for S Supreme. That's it for the boys from Thailand. But RJ Gaming hailing from Taiwan, whether they can just finish this up and seal the deal in 2 games, that's going to be something we have to stay tuned to find out.
Right, and here we go with a Dragonite once again from Azrael to that of the central area and into the side of RJ Gaming. It's still going to be Shing Desu, with that of the Greninja. And right now, we can definitely see that RJ Gaming is getting a little bit aggressive right now. Kind of similar to how they played earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
the first time that we saw them, in the broadcast.
Yeah, there's something to be said for, playing the exact same lineup. Whenever you do get into these best of 3s, right, you always assume that, oh, maybe my opponent's going to switch gears, or maybe I'm going to switch gears, and then the dynamic's a little bit different. But when you play the exact same matchup for 2 games in a row, there is still some sort of evolution, right? Because you kind of recount the things that happened in the previous game. You're like, okay, they did this to get the Ordino, we can't let them do that again. There's layers upon layers of mind games here, and we're seeing that play out in the early as the early stage, right? Both teams, they don't want to give each other an inch.
Right, and now into that on the top pad, we're going to see some skirmishes here, going to see some pick off, but look at that boosted attack here coming in from Azrael, going to be able to take down 2 into the side of RJ Gaming. Supreme is just eating RJ Gaming alive here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to reach the circle, the radius of the hyperspace hole, allowing them to retreat back and get in some recoveries.
Okay, this is promising from S Supreme here. I was saying that right as the Lucario Giraffe comes back with a vengeance. But I was just about to say, this is promising, right? Because this is not what you need to do. You need to shut down Giraffe on this Lucario like you did in game number 1. That's one part of the success. And you need to get BX Light on this Absol off to a good start. That's how you pick up this Cramorant. That's how you get onto the back line and finish the fight before it even starts and tear RJ Gaming apart. For now, though, it's going to be the other way around. Now, RJ Gaming the ones to apply pressure in this top part.
Well, I mean, it's really interesting how RJ Gaming really isn't prioritizing the scoring as well. Definitely, we have Giraffe here with the attack weights as well. But all they are looking out for is the very last moment. If they score in, they score in. If not, then they don't. But here we go. It looks like X-Blite is going to be the one left here, to try to defend this away from RJ Gaming. But it looks like we have the hyperspace hole as well, bringing down some response here. Backup coming in from S Supreme, but it's not going to be enough, however, to stop them from scoring into the top path. Now, Ikura right now going to try to attack again just to save Shing Desu. Quite enough. There you go. Quite enough as well to save them.
Yeah, straight away rotations to the bot path as, once again, standard RJ Gaming playbook, right? Here comes the Water Burst Shuriken, straight out to 2! Wipes out 2 in a blink of an eye! And just like that, Shing Desu comes alive in this bot path. JJ is starting to sound a little tired there, starting to maybe lose a bit of the excitement, but Shing Desu says, JJ, you still around, homie? I got a play served up straight for you, and finishes off the side of S Supreme with such a stunning serve.
I mean, RJ Gaming, you know, RJ Gaming is just waking up once again. They were probably taking a little bit of a nap from the first game, but now, you know, this is the RJ Gaming that we did see go against Renaissance, and definitely Supreme is having a hard time looking for answers against this aggression from RJ Gaming. And look at that, they're going to be able to take down the Rotom as well without any contest from that of the top path.
It's once again the distribution of resources. Giraffe and Z-Ray, they are the only people that RJ Gaming recognize. They need to be down here to defend. Meanwhile, three of us push this Rotom in. It's such perfect distribution of players. And here they go. Here comes Shingdesu straight in with the serves again. Has the Blitz assistance on top of him. He is just going nutty right now. Straight up onto Sunzage as well. That Kramon's gonna drop to the deck. And they can't even get Ikura. Gonna break open this tier 2 goal more than likely. 9 points left. They don't actually want to crack it open. I thought the Blissey would deposit those points, but opts not to instead.
I thought so too.
Okay, no, there we go. It's open.
There we go.
Just a bit delayed, just a bit delayed, but all good here as they break open the tier 2. But that is terrifying because that means the next Rotom's just gonna go straight for the center.
Right, and now, you know, Supreme only have one more score goal that is being left. You know, that is on the bottom path before, you know, before that final base goal is the one that is left. And we're still at the 5-minute mark, okay? We have to remember that. We're still at the 5-minute mark, and everything's almost taken out in terms of the score goal. But right now, Azrael as well going to be taken out here by Shingdesu. But look at this, Azrael going in for the Draco Impact as well just to get away. And they're going to be able to do so. Aura Cannon as well from Giraffe. But Midnight Slash is not going to be hitting Lucario, but it doesn't matter as they were able to pick it off with the Hyper Beam. But look at that, Azrael going to be able to take down the Dreadnought as well. But is this going to be enough for them to get back up against RJ Gaming? Because RJ Gaming already has a huge lead against them. But look at this, they're trying to answer back against S Supreme right now, and it looks like they're going to be able to take them out. But unfortunately, with the reset here, they're going to be able to recover what they just lost. Unfortunately, not quite quick to take them all out.
Yeah, and I mean, as Supreme, they show some signs of life there in that bot path, right? They managed to crack open RJ Gaming's formation and take some advantages across that fight, right? But they still don't stop that Greninja. They only take him out at the end stages of that fight. But prior to that, he's just cleaning up the back line, applying so much pressure. And now this Rotom, as Supreme, need to get this one. Because if the side of RJ Gaming steal it, it's going to apply so much pressure. Can they get it? No!
And they did.
Giraffe!
They did.
Giraffe has just stolen that Rotom right from under their nose, and this is a disaster because there's so much pressure coming in. Here comes Shingdesu as well. Here comes the Shurikens, and here comes the dash, and here comes the pain. This Blastoise needs to get out. The helping hand move speed is there. The surf's not going to click. Can the last Shuriken get in? The surf is there. Shingdesu get some revenge for that Dreadnought at the bot side. You know, that's a bit uncharacteristic from him. Doesn't manage to secure that objective. He secures that top path engagement for his team instead.
Now, it doesn't really matter at all because, you know, RJ Gaming already has the lead. You know, Shingdesu is almost at level 14 as well at like 3-minute mark. If they are going to be able to take down this Dreadnought as well for themselves before the Zapdos, then I think we're looking at a pretty, I'd confidently say, win here from RJ Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can never disrespect the flip at the Zapdos. RJ Gaming know that well, and I think they're going to just hang on to every bit of an advantage they can get. Now is not the time to throw away your lead. We've already seen that happen to RJ Gaming once, and that's going to be something that's haunting them for a while. So I don't think they'll be making that same mistake as they clean up this Dreadnought here. They're 303 points to 50, so the lead is very, very much in their favor. But of course, things can all go wrong when you're up against a Blastoise.
Right, you know, at this point on, I think RJ Gaming could just ignore the Zapdos and just, you know, have the Hoopa go in for the rings and bound to score in into that at the bottom path, allowing S Supreme to, RJ Gaming using that Zapdos, could use the Zapdos as a distraction, you know, away from what's happening currently. But right now, I don't think that's going to be what's happening. We have the Hyperspace Hold to, you know, put this Dreadnought, put this Hoopa back into the base. But we're going to see some
starting the fight. Waterburst Shuriken, they grab the Hoopa to start. The Hydro Typhoon gonna toss them all up, but that's not enough. There's no damage there. Here comes Shindesu, cleans up, KO streak of 3, and wipes down 3 in the blink of an eye. Here comes the Gatling Gun Cannon, trying to do what he can on Ikura, but it's not enough. The camera just falls to the deck. It's the only trade out of the counterpart, Crameron, but it doesn't even matter. RJ Gaming, they have this one in the bag. Without the Zapdos, I don't see how they can come back, especially with such a beautiful hyperspace hold to reset. Now they can just go straight from the dunks.
Yeah, again, RJ Gaming didn't really need the Zapdos. They can just score in and would still have the lead against Supreme. But again, obviously taking the Zapdos would just guarantee their win and cementing the name of RJ Gaming into APAC region, going over to the next stage of the tournament. And I think we're looking at the third one, you know, the third team that would be part of our top 4 for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see them play more, but of course, I want to say it's not over yet. I want to be optimistic for S Supreme, and I want the Thai fans, there's something to cheer for, but really it's got to be heartbreak for the side of Supreme here. They made it so far, and they've come such a long path, but it looks like this journey is going to end. As RJ Gaming, they have almost a 500, 600 even point lead over S Supreme, and there's just not enough time. 13 seconds on the clock. Look at where S Supreme's members are. They can't even come close to the goal zones. As RJ Gaming, they're gonna sweep this one. Looks like our predictions were correct, but at what cost, JJ? RJ Gaming, they clean this one up and they're gonna move on tomorrow.
Right, you know, I think that is quite a dominant display of performance here coming in from RJ Gaming, especially that they were only able to allow Supreme to get in 100 points. I think that says a lot for RJ Gaming. You know, they came in and they came in out of nowhere and they were just swooping in, defeating top teams that we do have, and now they are proceeding to our day number 2 of Eos Cup for the APAC region.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we did see, once again, game 1 was a lot more promising than game number 2. You know, had us scratching our heads there, had us a little worried, that's for sure. But Sunzage and VX Lite, they definitely they just weren't enabled enough to do their jobs, right? The Absol got just kind of crushed early on by the rotations, by the Greninja and Giraffe as well, pulling his weight. And from there, it was just so hard. I feel like, you know, the one sore spot you could try and pick at is that Kramer on the bot side, but Ikura always holding his ground in the bot path, in the team fights with the Gatling Gun missile. He was just this immovable object, this barrier that they just couldn't fight into. And just like that, RJ Gaming, they're gonna move ahead. Take a look at this team sheet here. Feb Finals, March Finals, complete enigma. We don't know anything about them and they've only dropped a single game. This is a terrifying team to watch, that's for sure.
Right, you know, this is going to be the first one that, you know, that we're going to be seeing from RJ Gaming, and we want to see more of RJ Gaming definitely moving forward, not only on Eos Cup, but perhaps on May Cup as well, and perhaps, maybe, you know, proceeding into the regional championships as well.
Yeah, so here's a cute little note about RJ Gaming. So they've actually, according to them, participated in many Taiwanese tourneys, but they've just done really, really well. So this is their first time thinking, you know, hey, maybe we can, you know, take it to the Asia Pacific region, maybe we can come out on top, and they are most definitely showing that they have what it takes here, as they just take... So far, every single time we watch them on the broadcast today, they've just been on absolute fire, especially this guy on your screen, right? Shindesu on that Greninja, he's really cleaning up. Of course, we've seen a lot of dominant Greninja performances today, and that is not stopping here with RJ Gaming.
Right, and here we go, you know, the very last moments of... the very last moments here, you know, for RJ Gaming, before they were able to take down everyone from the side of the other team, and before they were able to take in the Zapdos as well, you know, ensuring their win of this game. And as you all know, this is still going to be the same MVP, Shindesu, still dominating from their team.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, Xingdesu, definitely the player we're looking at this entire time, right? We mentioned every single member on the side of RJ Gaming. They're definitely popping off in their own way as well, but this is the guy to watch. He's in with the serves. He's always there, just getting the execution off. You know, like, it's just perfectly, right? And the water burst shuriken always tossed to the right spot. He jumps off exactly where he needs to be, goes onto the back line, just forces so much pressure. And when you play against someone like that, it's impossible not to feel that pressure way in, right? That really just throws you off your game. You always feel like he's coming for you, and when you have that feeling, that's when things start to go downhill.
Right. But, you know, I'd like to hear more from our panelists, Danny and Moonboy. That has been quite a dominant performance here coming from RJ Gaming. What do you think?
Thanks, Pemisnees. Thanks, JJ. That's going to be the end of that match. And Moonboy, I mean, we were expecting a domination, but were you expecting that much of a domination?
I think we kind of got it, kind of see it coming, right? Like RJ kind of like, you know, defeat Renaissance in the first round in the round robin round and things like that. So maybe, you know, this might be not a surprise coming in by RJ Gaming, but however, I think Supreme put up a really good fight.
Absolutely.
Game number one, they just put it straight right to them, almost, you know, inching that win. But our RJ Gaming manages to just clean it off 2-0. That's a really good display coming in from RJ.
That means we're going to be seeing more RJ Gaming in the future, as luckily they are able to remain in the tournament, but that also means at the same time we have to say goodbye to S Supreme, so very unfortunate for them. Now, we do have another match coming for all of our wonderful viewers at home. It is Star9 versus Rise, and the winner of this match will be playing against RJ Gaming. And that's going to be a very exciting match to watch, of course, but I got to ask you, Mooney, who do you think is going to be the opponent for RJ Gaming tomorrow?
Well, I mean, this is going to be really tough, right? One of the best from Singapore versus one of the best in Indonesia. Like, this is basically kind of like a 50-50 matchup right here. So, but however, I think I still have to be behind my home guys, Star9. I think they got this.
Fair. National prize. We all do it sometimes. Now, for anyone else that's watching the stream, again, if you haven't already been notified, the May Cup Open Qualifier is now open for registration. If you want to register your team, just make sure you head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to sign your team up. And of course, upon signing up, you'll immediately earn 20 Hollowware tickets for every member of the team. So if you haven't already, sign up now, because if you forget, I've been saying it all day. I've been telling everyone to sign up all day, so make sure you sign up. Do not forget. But we are going to be going to a next very exciting matchup very soon. But we're going to let the players have a bit of a moment to sort of talk it out, think about what Pokemon they'll be drafting, and we will go for a break to give them that moment. Anything you want to say, Mooney, before we go for our break?
Well, I mean, so far the games has been exciting, but the final game for the APAC region for day number one, I don't know what to expect, right? So this is going to be really exciting. Don't go anywhere. This is the best, one of the better matches to be seeing.
This is Pokemon Unite. All right, guys, we're going to go for a 4-minute break. We'll see you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Eos Island will go down.
Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Eos Island.
In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Eos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Eos Island, stay tuned.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. It's the Eos Cup APAC Finals. It's our last game of the day. We are in the lower bracket. We've got one more slot. I'm very, very sorry, team. We only got one more slot. It's either going to go to Star9 or Rise. That's our next matchup of the day. JJ Kun is going to be joining me on the panel. He is done with his casting duty, but he's still going to be here on the panel. I want to hear your thoughts. This is going to be a super exciting matchup, JJ. Is it Star9? Is it Rise? Who's going to make it through?
You know, we keep on mentioning this from the earlier, time that we've had on the broadcast. Definitely, we have Renaissance at the top of the food chain, but the one that goes into the second and third tie for me would be Star9 and Rise.
Wow.
So definitely,
Okay.
this is going to be an interesting match. I'd like to see which one is going to be winning this time around for our competitors. Definitely. I don't know. I have no predictions over here. It could be anyone's game. It could be a Star9's. It could be it could be Rise's. It's just that both of these teams are all-star teams. All-star for Star9, all-star for Rise, and this is going to be the culmination of everything that they already have, especially going after the newest patch, which changed everything.
I love how from the get-go you are trying to avoid a prediction. Because I'm going to ask it later, and I know you're going to try and crawl your way out of it. Just so you know, I know what you're doing. I will force a prediction out of you. I hope you're ready for this, JJ. But before we jump into the match, just very quickly for our viewers, it's Rise versus Star9. We are in the lower bracket. Only one of these teams will make it through. The loser, unfortunately, will be eliminated. JJ, it is time. I need a number and a team.
You know what? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. To be fair, Tanny, everyone has been giving down their predictions. I think it's about time. This is going to be the last match, the last game of the day. I think it's about time that you be the one to give the prediction.
You want me to give it? You do not deflect the question back to the host. You need to answer first, and then you can possibly deflect it. You can't hold a Pokeball to my forehead and be absolutely fine with it.
Okay.
Mute me. I swear, mute me right now. Mute me. JJ, come on.
Rise to 1.
Rise 2-1. Okay, my prediction is going to be Star9 2-1. See how easy that was? My goodness, you make my job 10 times harder, JJ. I swear to Arceus, I swear you will get a package on your front door tomorrow and you are not going to be pleased. As I calm down from having to deal with JJ, I'm going to pass it over to my wonderful casters, who I want to hear their predictions as well for this final game. We are in the lower bracket. Our casters for this match, it is going to be Perma Sneeze and Moon Boy. Okay, guys, please give it to me straight. Don't be like JJ. What are your predictions?
Star9 2-1. Star9 2-1. That's my final choice. What about you, Moon Boy?
Star9 2-0. That's my call. 2-0. I'm gonna call it.
Okay. Someone's a believer. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about Star9. So far in the tournaments that we casted, even the community ones, they're always the last ones to show their face. I don't know why, but you gotta save the best for last, right? I'm definitely excited to see them. And it's like JJ said, they are the second top dogs, and right behind them is Rise. Of course, it's a little heartbreaking that one of these teams have to go out, but we are working our way to find a winner of this Eos Cup after all, right? So Rise, even though my heart's with them, I love Bongo C and the crew, but Star9, they're my boys. It's like Singapore pride. I can't really pick here, but my sensibility is telling me that S9 can take this 2-1.
Well, I believe coming in, Rise will be going in with the same composition, right? Protect Mr. President, protect Mr. Bongo, protect that Venusaur with all your life. That is exactly what Rise is going to be heading towards. But I think coming in, the composition coming in from S9 is a pretty team-oriented, right? It's pretty spread even, everything is spread out, and that is like kind of like our Classic Unite, and we actually did a questionnaire with S9 previously as well. Who is your the MVP of your team, and S9 are like, you know, basically each player point to each other. So every player is a that is exactly the magic of the team.
It's like saying, Moonboy, who's your best friend? 1, 2, 3, and we point at each other. That's gotta feel good. Oh, yeah, but I mean, what a way to end us here, and I don't think we could have asked for a better game to be broadcast here, as we're gonna get straight into the game. You guys saw the picks already, you guys saw the compositions, now you're gonna witness the killer game of all. This is the blockbuster everyone has been waiting for. It's been a long day, but what a way to end it between Rise and Star9 in this losers bracket round 4 to determine who is gonna go on to day number 2.
Both teams' tournament is on the line. We got Venusaur in the central area as well. 2-1-2 from both sides. As Rise actually have S9 actually have a Cramoran in their lineup as well. That being said, they might be going in for those snipes or those last hit potential with that Bluebird.
Okay, you might be slightly confused here. It looks like it's Rise with the Bluebird actually, because it's being piloted by Kensai. But I kind of like this from Star9 because after I loaded into the game, I'm realizing what are they going for, right? What is this composition? It's looking a little familiar. Doesn't this kind of look like Bongo C's Protect the President comp? They have that Venusaur in the central area. They have the supports in the Blissey and the Hoopa as well. This is kind of looking a little similar to me.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Like, so maybe they would be, you know, funneling everything to Ito on the Venusaur as well. But right here is the race of the Venusaur, or even it's the race of the Blissey's. But right here, Bongo might be in a little bad position, and down Bongo to Ruvis.
How do you take down Rise? It's by taking down Bongo first. Then you go for the rest of the crew. Dev is not going to stand there and watch it happen though. He tries to Skull Bash forward, but Yihao, like you said, being that strong Ivysaur in the front with the sustain and backup of Ruvis as well as Ice, he's able to get out of that situation. So nice early start for Star9.
Just at the first 1 minute or even 2 minutes of the game, Bongo immediately went down. Star9 might have seen through this game plan, right? If you're gonna run it, I'm gonna run it as well. I'm gonna crack your game plan first just before the 2 minutes mark.
Yeah, this is some dominance coming out from Star9, right? It's one thing to pilot what you're comfortable with and just dominate with it, which is what Rise are so used to doing, right? It's another thing to just take someone else's game plan and beat them with it. That's just cool. As Star9 now, yeah, like look, we're having a nice little comparison because even though Bongo C dropped earlier on, it's Yihao who's actually slightly behind on the levels. So maybe just a bit of familiarity. Bongo C has been playing this Venusaur for long after all.
Yeah, not forgetting the Lucario is also on the start of Star9 as well. Solo on the Star9 might be caught by the Venusaur, but as I was saying, right, those resets from the Venusaur, from that Lucario might make a difference in this matchup as he zooms past left and right, but he has to be really careful of those paddle dance from Bongo.
Yeah, okay, to be fair, they do have one saving grace, right? We didn't talk a lot about this Cramoran, but if he's able to just pop that Gatling Gulp missile and stand his ground, it's actually really hard for the side of Star9 to run up into that. Speaking of run up into that, the Cramoran goes big and picks off Yihao. So talk about a Venusaur gap now. Your Ivysaur is down on the deck solo on the wrong side of the bot path as well. Gonna get cleaned up by that pedal dance. And now Ice, next one on the chopping block, but Kensai, he's keeping his distance. The slow smoke isn't gonna get him. And now the side of Star9, they need to back off. They're at a man disadvantage here in this bot path fight.
Wow, I mean, Yihao manages to get down to the Dreadnought, but right here, it seems like Rise might have a better position as well. Ruvi is trying to defend, but Yihao to the rescue. Bongo a little bit low, saved by that Blissey, and Hoopa manages to get it. Dreadnought going straight right to Star9.
Eri comes up big, the new addition. I mean, it's not that new, but she's the latest addition to the squad and ends up coming up big with that steal from the Hoopa. Not a Pokemon you see pulling those off every day, but Rise, they're gonna lose out that bot path objective just because of that sneaky psychic support.
Wow, I mean, that is it. Look at this. Yihao is still on the offense right here, but however, on the top side, Dev has been secretly or silently farming, and he's currently at level 8. There's no one to contest all the farm, but however, being caught up right here, 1v4 on the top side as well, where you want to be.
Okay, so right now, this War Turtle still farming up a little bit, right? Still trying to get to that crucial power spike. Now, we don't know when exactly they're going to activate this fight in top path for that Rotom, but it looks like Star9, they're applying a bit more pressure there. Meanwhile, Bongo C is in this bot path, facing off against Yihao here, but the backup is there. Ice is there with the helping hand as well as the safeguard, and Bongo C! Can't get into the portal in time. Unfortunate timing there. And now Ehao's running forward. He knows he has the backup. And the Rufus is coming in as well with the double aura. Orange and blue packing a punch. And now they're going to try and push in onto this bot path. Right now, Ehao, he's feeling a little Bongo C-like himself. And he's going to be that wall for Star9 to pin on.
Ehao might be taking that Bongo to play off all himself, because right here, Bongo being KO so early twice already, like that is not exactly what you want to be. But take a look at this Star9, Hoopa 11-9, Rings Unbound is online as we are 30 seconds near into that Dreadnought. You know what it is. It's time for their Hoop teleportation, baby.
Yeah, let's go. They managed to take out the Lucario in the top half. So nice little move there for Rise to gain a bit of comeback EXP, but they're really suffering in this bot path. Star9, they're putting the screws to Rise right now, and they're still holding this position. But there's Kensai and Bongo C to hold up the rear. There's the hoops, like you said, and the Unite moves are out. Blood on Anger cleans them up. Bongo C still trying to stand and fight with the Blitz assistance, but he's gonna drop on the deck. And there, this Blastoise a little too late with the Hydro Typhoon. Just can't make it happen, and Ehao, he's out. Bongo seeing Bongo C.
Wow, I mean that engagement over there, take them out before the Dreadnought goes live. Dreadnought is live, take it out immediately, get out of there live. Great timing coming in by Aerie and great positioning for the rest of the team to come up to sweep up the whole team. Right now, Ehao has a 2 or a level advantage against Bongo, and that is going to be pretty crucial against them.
Okay, Rise actually opts to pop the Rings Unbound here. Maybe they just want to punish his overextension. The Hyperspace Fury actually got to clip onto Ehao, but he's just standing strong. He's up against all 4. Can he stand and fight? That's the business. He's still not going down. But there is the surf to clean it up. The returning one from the fallen Cramorant is gonna be the one that does him in here. As now the rest of the side of Star9, they're here to help their fallen foes. But yeah, I mean, they just push them off. So Rise, even though they get that nice KO, they can't seem to convert it. It's 32 points to 240 right now.
Wow, I mean, it took so much just to take out Ehao on that Venusaur, right? So we're likely going to be seeing there's lots of Venusaur, you know, just tanking it throughout. But we're only at the 3 minutes mark. Both sides will be farming up their Unite. But however, those wild Pokemon in the field is just getting lesser and lesser as time goes by. Solo starting on that Rotom itself with Ehao coming in to peel up the Rotom. No contest coming in from Rise. This Rotom is not exactly at the right timing, but they're still on the offense. They're just trying to push. So aggressive, more aggression coming in from Star9.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we like about Star9, right? Star9, they're not afraid to put on that pressure, and they know exactly how to do it too. And right now, Ehao is in a bit of a sticky situation here, but the backup is there from the Blissey, so nothing really happening as of now. The Blastoise is forced to spin away, and even dunking in with 50 coming out from that Lucario, so making use of the Rotom, leaving the gold defenseless Ice, gonna deposit the 18 as well to open up that top path, so that could get really tricky for them if they want to go for the central area gold. Now Solo has to back off, but the shield is there from the Blissey, so once again, Star9, which they are so good at putting on the pressure, they know exactly when to back off, they know where they can poke, they know where they can prod, and Rise, they're feeling mad uncomfortable right now.
Exactly what you said, Perma Sneeze, like those precision and those discipline, they know exactly how much can they deal and how much can they take at that point in time, and retreating at that perfect moment as we are reaching straight right to the final stretch. 32 is to 3-2-8. You don't want to be Rise right now, but Star9 still have to defend the Zapdos with their life, but right here in the bottom side, it seems like Bongo might be going on it.
Yeah, Bongo's trying to chase down Rufus, and that's a good target to start off on, forcing that Ninetales out of the fight. But the Rings Unbound has popped on both sides. The Hydro Typhoon hitting, but there's no one knocked out because the hindrances are stopped. Bongo C and Ehao both standing fit in the fight, but 3 already down. Star9, they make the ball and they make it work. They just roll down. And right now, you know, we've been casting from the start of the day until now, but it's nighttime now, and that's where the stars come out to play. You can't stand up against this one, Rise. As Star9, they're gonna pick up the Zapdos for themselves, and more than likely gonna dunk these double points in.
Wow, I mean, take a look at that. The whole screen is just orange at that point in time, and Rise scoops it up. 32 is a 4-1-0. Star9 wins this one with a stomping fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, Ehao with that Venusaur gets Bongo really early into the game, and he manages to snowball the whole game. Take a look at this. Only Death is the one who scored 32 points in this whole matchup.
Yeah, Moonboy, we waited so long to see Star9 play, and man, they put on a show. They really just brought Bongo C's strategy back to him, and Rise, they really need to try and figure something out. Now, I don't think they're going to switch things up, but that definitely does not feel good if you're Rise, right? You come in with your best strategy, it's been serving you well this entire run so far, and now you're against big bad Star 9, the second place terror of Singapore, and yeah, one game up, they were controlling the entire map. Like you said, every single resource on remote stadium mocked up by Star 9, and they leave nothing for Rise to work with.
Yeah, that is exactly right. That is what Star 9 is all about. Take a look at this one. February final, third placing. March finals, third placing. And it's only a 5-1 scoreline so far in this Aeos Cup. This team is not a team to be reckoned with and not forgetting. They are the first winners of the Winter's Tournament as well. So what else is there to say? Star 9 is here to slay.
Yeah, they're coming for the trophy and everyone better be careful. But the Indonesian fans, this is when Rise needs your energy the most. If you're around and you're cheering for your boy Bongo C, you better let him know. You better send him all the support you can. Because Rise, they're on their last days here. We're going to see how it all started out. It was a pick-off onto Yihao, which looked like it could be Rise's turn to turn it around. But there is Solo into the backline along with the extreme speed. So this is where, Rise, they look like, okay, this could be the part where they're starting to, get back online after that poor start from Bongo C. But then look at the backup coming in from S9. They get the resets with the hyperspace hole, and the rest of the cavalry arrives, right? There is Yihao, there is the Lucario as well to clean up, and they're not able to pick off this Dreadnought. They lose it over to the side of Star 9.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much attention onto Yihao right now, but I would like to bring your attention straight back to the support as well. That Blissey and Aerie on that Hoopa. Like, take a look at this one. This Rings Unbound is just on that perfect momentum with the rest of the team, where he could be able to just go for the Hyperphase Spirit and let Yihao goes for the clean sweep. And this is what a true support is all about. Aerie on that Hoopa. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just too precise, or it's too good to be dealing with.
Yeah, so I know Moonboy, you're a bit of a Hoopa, enjoy yourself as we see how this last fight broke down. Look at the positioning of this Hoopa. You might have a false sense of security when you're playing this, because once you go into that Rings Unbound form, that's where you feel like, oh, I'm so big and bad, I'm unstoppable, and you run up. But we've seen teams increasingly recognize the power that this Rings Unbound form brings, right? So every time they see the Rings Unbound, or rather the Hoopa and the Unbound form show up, they try and focus it down so that you can get those pesky skills out of the equation. But look at where Aerie is at every point in time. Just far enough away from the team to provide those support, but not close enough that they can even take her down. And with those boosted abilities, she's able to control up the entire team fight and deliver the win swiftly to Star 9.
I mean, obviously, right? This Hoopa, when it's in Unbound form, it does so many things. Side Shock does so, Side Wave does so, Side Beam, sorry, does so much damage as well. The Hyperphase Fury gets that knock up as well, and it's an AoE damage. So you don't really want to be in range in that Hoopa. But however, it's bigger and it's like, Dynamax or something. Its hitbox is so much bigger compared to all the other Pokemon that it's easier for them to take it down.
Yeah, but I mean, you just can't get past the front line of Star 9, right? They're just standing there, they're protecting the supports. And I want to give a special shout out as well, because I think it's so easy to hyperfixate on the Venusaurs, right? Because they are the primary damage dealers, they are the one dishing out all this pain. But I do want to point out Ruvis on that Ninetales. It got nerfed, the Aurora Veil, not as strong as it used to be, but still always on point with the placement of those Aurora Veil means that not only is Ruvis getting those boosted attacks out, Ruvis is also preventing 30% of damage coming onto his team. So you can imagine how much work that does for the fight and keeping them sustained.
Yeah, and basically, protect Yihao or even protect the Venusaur, right?
Correct.
However, coming into game number 2, I don't think there will be much changes coming in. The game plan will still be the same. Protect Mr. President from both sides. So probably the changes might be, maybe switch out the Blastoise for a Ninetales or a Lucario, because we've seen Death worked really hard on the Lucario previously as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. I do think that, we haven't really seen Blastoise pop off as much as I might have expected. We see a lot of teams run it and try and run it, but it seems like that period in the mid-game when it just breaks out the early game where the Blastoise just trying to find that EXP all over the map, that's where it really starts to struggle. And a lot of teams are recognizing that, right? They know you only have a War Turtle, they know you don't want to show up to the fights, and then just from there, they start to push the issue and it gets so hard to fight.
Yep, I believe both teams are ready for the pick space, and let's just see what are they going in with this team composition. S9, knowing that composition works, right? Likely they will be sticking to it, but here is the question: how would Rise react to that?
Yeah, so Rise already making some switch-ups. I mean, if they don't switch off, of course. Kensai gonna pick up that Absol and a Bongo. Bongo C Craveron. This is not something I've seen before. It has the specs. has the Buddy Barrier and has the Focus Band as well. So if he does decide to go for this, it could be really interesting. I've heard some, and I know this is slightly blasphemous, I've heard some rumors about Central Area Cramorant. I've heard about the Hurricane dive build, and I myself am a bit of a practitioner, so if Bongo C is gonna come out with this, I can't help but cheer for him.
Yeah, I mean, Rise literally changed their home team composition, right? They literally scraped the whole Protect Mr. President plan, and they just went with this one. Cramorant having, you know, this amount of snipe potential as well, and those dive and Hurricane, like that actually could do a lot of damage also, like so much interest to their opponent.
Yeah, so let me explain to you a bit as we're about to get into the game very shortly, but Cramorant in the central area, it might not sound like much, but with the Whirlpool early on, you can actually clear through those central area wild Pokemon really, really quickly, and then because of that, you can get the surprise jump on whichever lane you choose to go to, right? Because you have that Hurricane, and just because you lay down the Hurricane, you lay down the Whirlpool beneath it, of course, they're gonna make what I'm saying obsolete as they send Dev to the central area instead, but you know what? We hope for a little bit. We hope for a little bit, but you know, I'm fine with this as well. Rise, they switch up their game plan as we go into game number 2 here. This is the last match of the day, my friends. All you trainers watching from home, I'm sure you guys are each cheering for whichever side you're a fan of, but Star9, there's no discounting the fact that they had such a dominant game number 1, but Rise, they need to fire back here if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, take a look at the team composition coming in from Rise. It feels like they're going in for a burst damage kind of build, right? Having the Absol, having the Dragonite as well. So these the Hyper Beam and those burst damage coming in from Kensai on the Absol will be devastating. So they have to be really careful about these two Pokemon, because those two will be targeting on Yihao. They will not allow him to get any point of, you know, EXP or any form of leveling up.
Yeah, that's true though, but even though we say that we already saw how Star9, you know, work together to really keep that Venusaur sustained. Now, here's Dev in the bot side, but there's the extreme speed power spike like you always talk about, Mooney. Solo might drop for this one, gets the dash away, but can't get into the hole in time, and Airy is gonna be under some threat right now. Dev out with the paralysis from the third booster attack, and the Whirlpool. This is the start that Rise needed. Bongo C showing up on this Cramorant.
That Cramorant is just so difficult to be dealing with. That Hurricane is just so annoying, that knockup, and knowing that, you know, Blissey is not at that bottom lane, the safeguard is not online for them, so those knockups will be so free for the Cramorant, right? It's basically free gift for their Bluebird.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, this is when the Cramorant is the scariest, right? When you are in this early stage of the game, like I said, that's when the moves do the most damage, and that's when they can have so much impact. And once you're caught by a single Hurricane, you eat the entirety of the duration of the Whirlpool. Right now, it's Zell who's eating the punches from Solo, though, as it's just a nice little trade. Trevenant has so much inbuilt regeneration that it doesn't really matter.
Yep, we have seen Trevenant today, right? Having that Horn Leech into Curse is gonna do so much devastating damage, and it might even peel Solo off this Lucario as well. But take a look at this as the whole team goes down, try to zone on that Trevenant, but I think that Cramorant might be caught off.
Zell, you left your friend behind. No more Protect Mr. President means I'm the one who gets out of this situation, he says. It's been a long time since, you know, he played anything other than Venusaur, but Zell, you know, gotta get a nice bit of safety here at the cost of this Cramorant. Meanwhile, Dev in this bot side needs to be so careful. The extreme speed. Oh, and that was a close one. They almost took out that Dragonair, which would have been really disastrous for this incoming Dreadnought fight.
Well, Protect Mr. President it is, because right now Yihao is so close to the level 9 just before the Dreadnought fight. One more KO, and there we have the Venusaur is online. Star9 looking great for this Dreadnought fight as the Lucario drives down, chases Rise back up. Star9 immediately focused straight right to the Dreadnought.
Oh, they need to be so careful with their safeguard cooldown. But Yihao tanking that entire Hyper Beam. But the reset is there. That's the Hyperspace hole. Brings them back into the fight. But same thing for Rise. Here comes the booster attacks coming out from Rubius. It delays so much damage from that Absol. And he's the first one to drop on the deck. Yihao, though, there's the Verdant Anger. Pops it over onto the entirety of Team Rise. And that Dragonite does not stand a chance. Zell as well pushed back. And just like that, Star9. Is this Bongo C or is this Yihao? I can't even tell, as they take a nice commanding bot path fight. And they're really putting the pressure in this bot half, dunking it in, opening the tier 1 goal zone as if it's just another day of work.
If you guys notice how Star9 actually maneuvered, they took out the Absol first and then move on to the Dragon Knight. These two Pokemon having lots of last hit potential, taking them out of the fight so that there's no way they could steal the Dreadnought off Star9's hand. Star9 knowing this and maneuver around it and took this key Pokemon out ASAP, and that is just pure teamwork and pure team strategy coming in from Star9.
Kensai needs to be so careful on this Absol about how he goes in, right? Because before he could even pop open Ruvis, there's the Aurora Veil. There is Yihao saving that Ninetales away from danger. And now Kensai away again, but suddenly get ticked down. Is this Dragon Knight? Dev needs to be so careful. Actually, Dragon dancing forward, trying to lay out the damage. The Harpoon Beam is there and lines up two and knocks them down. This is going to be the turnaround fight that they need. Ruvis starting to get pressure. The Draco Impact as well. So Rise finally managing to get themselves some breathing room. KO streak of 3 for Dev, and he's back online.
Yup, Aerie put on the hyperspace portal and here comes Solo to the rescue, taking down the Absol in the process. I believe Solo might be here, he might go for the steal, but no, the Trevenant pushed that Rotom so far back because right now Solo have to defend this Rotom all by himself, but Aerie to the rescue.
Yeah, so I think right now Star9, you know, they're not too fussed about this. It is a Rotom loss and some of the players going down through KOs, but it's not the end of the world, right? This could be though Zell trying to force his way forward with the curse and the Hornish backwards. They need to be so careful. The backup isn't nearby for Yihao, but he's not scared. He's just putting in the damage onto Zell, and Zell's the one who has to back off at the end of that engagement. Ooh! Yihao, the Draco Impact coming in, but nicely dodged by that Venusaur. Still trying to chase, but frozen up by Ruvis. So Ruvis likely going to be sacrificed. I say that, but that's the slow blow. Finish off the Dragon Knight, and the freeze takes out Kensai! Ruvis, man, what a play! And now Aerie opening up the portal, but there is the Gatling Dog missile. He's unstoppable, so that Hyperspace Fury isn't gonna do anything. But meanwhile, Yihao sustained up. The Gatling Dog missile isn't enough for the Blitz assistance. They're gonna cut through that Cramorant and make it a triple. There is Yihao once again on that Venusaur, showing you how it's done.
Ruvis, I think this play is going straight right to Ruvis, taking down the Dragon Knight and that Absol all by himself, living with a slither of health, joining the team with that Rings Unbound, just taking out the Dreadnought with Yihao. And there you have, he's just pushing straight right on to the bottom side. Hyper Beam unable to damage Yihao a single bit, but there you have, he's still pushing on, and the Dragon Knight is able to escape off this one, but I don't think it's looking good for them.
Yeah, Ruvis just gonna take the liberty to dunk a couple of points in this bot side. No contest whatsoever coming out from Rise, and they're in such a rough spot here. They've just been really pressured on all fronts. And Dev, he had that nice KO streak of 3, that sequence in the top half. But ever since then, Rise very quiet in this second game. And you know, this is on their last legs. They need to make something happen. We're ticking down to this final stretch in just about a minute and a half, and I don't see any answer from Rise at the moment.
Yep, take a look at this one. Yihao already at level 13 is the strongest Pokemon in this whole map. But right here, Rise wants that Rotom, but S9 is not allowing them to have this one. 3 minutes more on the clock. I think, you know, this Rotom could be able to be delayed a little bit, but Hornlich from Zell being pushed back, pushed Ruvis back as well, but his enemy is able to just get out there alive. Star9 got that Absol as well. I think Cramorant is going to go next. Star9 got this lead, and right here, Rise have to retreat, and Star9's got that Rotom, and they will be marching down the top side.
Mooney, did you see that? Yihao was one touch away from being taken down there, but no one was there to do that final hit. They all fell a little too low. Now it's Kensai who wants to deliver the damage, takes out that Venusaur. So that's a huge KO for them. That's definitely what they needed. Oh no, Zell, you're in the wrong neighborhood. Tries to Hornlich and sustain out of this one, but doesn't have the natural cure passive up to keep him healed up, so he's gonna drop to the deck. But finally, a little bit of respite. They finally take down Yihao, but at what cost? Look at Solo, just taking the EXP on the other side of the map. Star9, they're splitting their resources so well.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this, right? He's just sharing the EXP with Solo, at least, so that Solo could do a little bit of support to the team as well. As of right now, most of the team is already fully skilled, less than Hoopa from Star9. But Rise is not far behind, level 13 on that Dragon Knight. We might see a big Hyper Beam here and there, but there we have both teams starting to go off.
Yeah, this could be the fight that decides the fate of Rise, decides the fate of Indonesia, but Bongo C drops to the deck. Yihao finishes it off with the Blitz assistance, but he does have the Phantom Forest mark on top of him, and that's enough for Kensai to clean him up. So 4 down already on the side of Star 9, and in an instant, we talked about Zell. You know, he wasn't having the best game, but he lands that Phantom Forest, and the mark just allows Steph to clean up in that fight. They can come back here. They can still fight on, Rise. They're not ready to go down, and they just say, you know, we're against Star 9, we're the best in Singapore, we're the best in Indonesia, baby. We're gonna show up, and they definitely do here in this final stretch. Up to 358 points now, getting the dunks in, and I think that's just about all they're gonna get for this defenseless period as the rest of the side of Star 9, they stream back. But right now, Rise in the lead.
Wow, Rise just rose up to the occasion right over here, 206 to 458. But however, game is not over for Star 9 and they're still pushing on. 2 Pokemon from Rise is on their respawn. 22 seconds on the Kremlin. That's not the number you want to see at this point in time. Star 9 is pushing. Eat How and the gang is on the top side. Draco Impact coming in from the Dragon Knight, but got frozen in the process. It's not over for Star 9 yet as there is a chance.
Wait, was that intentional? I don't know whether that was intentional because Bongo, I mean, Yihao, sorry, mixed them up. He's holding so many points there. He needs to get that to the central area, but they potted him back. They potted him back with the hyperspace hole. Maybe they were scared about the defense, but now they have 25 seconds left. They need to make this final down. Yihao needs to deposit the points, but the Phantom Forest yet again. The marks out, the Blitz assistance is enough. The Horn is back. Yihao, he's trying to sustain. He's trying to stand fighting. He's trying to Bongo see it up. Can he do it here? He's dropping a little low. That's the stone low. The time is ticking out. He's back. He's back to base. I don't think that's enough time. The hyperspace hole actually ends up allowing Rise to take this game because they sent that Venusaur back at the worst possible time. Yes, they were trying to give him the reset. Yes, they were trying to keep him up. But you needed those points from Star 9. You needed that equalizer. And Yihao unknowingly ported back to the base, finds himself in a hole that he had no business being part of. And just like that, Rise even out the score here in our last game of the day.
Ay. What else is there to say? What is to learn? Right to game number 3, baby. Look at this, 130 points on the Yihao. Star 9 was on in the lead the whole game, but Rise got that Zapdos and just flip it around. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Pokemon Unite is all about.
Yo, that match unironically just gave me a headache because I'm like, yo, Star 9, yeah, as much as I like, you know, I'm cheering for them, Rise as well. What a way to come back from that seemingly hopeless situation. They were just dropping on all fronts, you know. Bongo, he wasn't having that standout performance we're used to seeing from him. Zell as well was struggling to find success on that Trevenant, but at the end of the day, we talked about it. That Phantom Forest mark not only increases the damage that you deal as the Trevenant, but all your allies do as well. Even if you're under the Aurora Veil, it essentially negates it completely, and just like that, they were able to take down the raid boss in Yihao and take that Zap fight in commanding fashion. What a game to come back.
Well, I mean, that's basically one of the new Pokemon that we've been seeing, right? Trevenant. We haven't seen Trevenant before this patch, but this patch really brought this tree up to the forefront, and we have seen it on display so many times, and that tree is close to unable to be KO as well. Those Unite move is just massive as well. Oh my goodness, what else do I have to say?
Yeah, but I mean, Zell, you know, he didn't have the best start, like we said. Take a look at this fight right here. Yihao just doing Bongo C things. The Slow Smoke as well. You know, you kind of get what they're trying to do with the Horn Leech, right? But they're not really able to get that finish. This was the nice... Of course, I say that over the only clip where they get a KO of 2. That was really nicely lined up, though, for Dev and Zell. But those were really one of the only shining moments in the early stages of the game. You see, they get the Phantom Forest off, but they just don't have the damage, right? With Bongo C. But we're starting to see what their composition, what their plan is, right? It's Zell who's supposed to go in, put the side of S9 in a really uncomfortable situation with the Phantom Forest and the Horn Leeches, and then you get your Absol, you get your Dragonite, and you get your Kremlin to clean up. So in the end, it worked out, and they managed to catch S9 off guard, although I don't know how they'll translate into game number 3.
I mean, this composition coming in from Rise is something that we don't really expect, but probably this is what they're going for, right? Change that composition, change things around, mix it spicy so that S9 is a little bit uncomfortable to deal with us, and Rise probably already, you know, put this, is successful with this, but take a look at this. Death from Rise with the Lucario main, like he has put up a really good performance with the Lucario the whole night.
Yeah, one thing I do know about Deb is that he does have pretty good connections with the Singaporean teams as well. So I'm sure he's no strangers to playing against S9. So he might have a little bit of insider info that helps them out in the end. But he really kind of came through for his team, right? And I think, you know, when we saw that replay at the last moments, you know, we were calling it out during the game. I was just at a shock for words because I had no idea why they ported that Venusaur back. But at the end of the day, I don't think it would have mattered because it's not like we're in a meta where Score Shield is even a viable item anymore, right? If none of them actually were holding the Score Shield except for the Blissey, and you know, those are the people with the points. They need to get those last deposit in, but they get one pulled under them from Rise. So we're going to a game 3, and what a way to end today.
Yeah, this is just really exciting, right? Both of the best teams of each country, and this is what we expect, and this is the type of game that we want to see neck to neck, and it's anybody's game. As we said it before, this is a 50-50 game, and they've really brought it down to the 50-50 down to that final game.
Moonboy, you're gonna have to eat your words because your predictions are not as correct as it was, as you might have thought. But me, JJ, and Danny, we still have a chance here to make it even. It's 1-1. So essentially, this is the deciding game. The first 2 games, just blip it out of your memory. Sometimes that's what you gotta do, right? When it's so high stakes, when there's just so much prizes on the line, when there's a spot at Worlds on the line for the points that you could get, you really just have to put away any sort of distraction, anything that could just throw you off focus for the game, and just know exactly what you need to do and unite together and take that win.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is, and that is what this team effort is all about, and this is what, you know, this is just awesome, right? You know, seeing that teams coming together and just aim for that one goal together to win that World's Championship. And Aeos Cup is just a journey towards it. But S9 already, I think, is 2nd place in the whole regional standings.
Yeah.
So, you know, even though if they fall off here, things might shake up. So they have to continue to get this win so that they could maintain this lead that they have.
I'm not gonna lie, I think for fans of both teams, this is not exactly where you expect them to end up. Of course, these are teams that are used to finishing in the top 4, let alone 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, right? So to see them drop here, of course, will be unfortunate, but still, you know, that just represents how stacked the region is, right? Asia Pacific brimming with so many new talents, some that we haven't even seen before, like RJ Gaming in the previous match, and there's only gonna be more to come, right? So that's what makes Pokemon Unite so cool and this format so interesting. You're always gonna be open to these underdogs, even though you have these OG teams. Who knows, maybe next month we'll see a team come in and just upset Star9 and Rise all in one shot. You never know.
Yep, that is exactly right, and that is how, you know, sports is supposed to be, right? You never know when the next batch or the next wave is going to come to overtake this one. But ladies and gentlemen, I heard that the teams are ready for their pick space, and let's just take a look at what are they going to go in with that game number 3.
Eos Cup on the line, your tournament life on the line, and a bunch of prize money and points to boot for your world's journey. Like you said, Moonboy, this is an important stepping stone for all these teams who are trying to make it to London in June, right? So this might just be a game of Pokemon Unite, but it's nothing like those that we play. It's not the ones that we pick up in the middle of the night and just have a little bit of a whirl. This 10 minutes is going to be so important for both of these teams as they are fighting to go into day 2. They are fighting for their place in the Eos Cup and a chance to call themselves the very best.
Exactly, and that is what it is. This last 10 minutes is everything to these 2 teams. We do see a switch coming in from Solo into their Blastoise. Energy M on their Blastoise as well. We will be seeing lots of Typhoon over here for this game.
Oh man, I don't know about you guys. I don't know how many Singaporean tournaments you watch, but Solo on this Blastoise, this man, let me just say, this man just knows how to open a water park, okay? And I'm excited to see it. He's gonna just free entry to everybody and just toss you up before you even expect it. I want to see this. What a way to end us off here, as we're gonna get into the game very shortly. Moonboy, gut feeling, who do you think is gonna take it?
I think S9 is able to adapt to what they're gonna throw. So yeah, I'm with S9 true and all, man.
Okay, y'all can call us biased. It's fine. I gotta Rise. I love y'all. Y'all know that. I've been shouting Bongo C's name since don't know how long ago. But S9, baby, they're the pride of our country after all. They're one of the shining teams of Singapore, and I want them to take it here. And I mean, we're gonna have to see, because Rise, there are no shaky foes. They definitely show that they can put up a fight as well.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Rise also have an equal footing in this matchup as well. But so it's all down to this one, right? But it's just really shaky who else is gonna come up on top. But that change coming in from Solo, that might make a difference.
Yeah, Solo was really putting on a show on those previous matches as well. I don't think this change has anything to do with, you know, how the previous matches went. I think it's just more of a comfort thing, right? Because this is undoubtedly one of his best Pokemon on that Blastoise. We talked a bit about it earlier on, Mooney. We said this Blastoise, teams have been capitalizing on it this entire day and not in the best... Ooh? Oh, Heal Pulse not enough to outdo the Whirlwind. Yeah, so that's going to be a drop. But yeah, back to the point I was making. These teams, they are so good that they know how to capitalize on that brief, dry spell that Blastoise has in the mid-game. So Solo, he's experienced on this. If there's anyone who's going to show us how it's done, it's going to be him, as there's some aggression in the top side.
Yep, Yihao to the rescue is going to be a 3v3 pushing Rise back right to their goal zone. I think right here they have to funnel a little bit of EXP to Solo as well so that they could even out the field so that War Turtle or even that you know, Squirtle at this point or even War Turtle soon would be making a little bit of impact in this matchup. But right here, Rube is already approaching level 5, but the Kremlin from Rise is already on the move, right? They stole so much wild Pokemon from them. And right here, Star9 just have to find an answer. How to answer to the Kremlin with the Hurricane.
So something just popped up in my head, Mooney. You gotta talk this through with me, right? Like, you know, this whole thing with Ice or the Blastoise, he needs to get in the thick of the fight with the eject button and the Hydro Typhoon, right? But Zell on that Trevenant can just kind of just keep pushing him away with the Horn Leech, right? Like, if you just constantly keep pushing that Blastoise away from your team, there's only so much threat that you need to deal with. There's only so much distance that you can cover, right?
Yeah, that is exactly right. So it's all down to that Trevenant, right? How is he gonna push or Horn Leech the key targets away, especially right here is Solo. But Kensai able to just get off a few picks off that strike as well, able to teleport out of that one from Itao.
Yeah, I mean, nice play all around. You know, both these teams, they're at the top of their skill level right now. They're at the top of their respective countries, and it's all these small micro plays that we're just kind of oohing and eyeing at. It's probably just another day of work for them, right? They're not actually like, they're like, oh yeah, you know, this is just standard stuff. Zell gonna look like he's dropping there, but once again, that Trevenant sustainability is gonna keep him up and running. But now it's Yihao's under a bit of threat. Has the backup of the two quote-unquote supportive players there in Ice and Rubis, but there's the Sucker Punch forward jumping ahead, and there are the slashes coming out, finishing off that Ivysaur. Rise, they are running up on the side of Star9 here, and this Blastoise Solo trying to dish out the damage, but the Kremlin has a focus man available and gonna be able to get out of that situation. So even though the War Turtle stays healthy, they don't manage to get the Dreadnought, and it's over to the side of Rise. As the action's not over just yet, Airy makes the fall as they want to pressure this bot path.
Yep, Star9 is just trying to defend and get a feel of the revenge EXP. In the meantime, Draco Impact coming in from the Dragonite as well. Yihao manages to get that Absol and that Trevenant in the meantime. Star9 is still on the offense, but right here getting that reset, I believe Star9 have to retreat off this one now.
Yeah, I think key thing to know is that Yihao not nearly as heavy on the experience as we're used to seeing him. Usually at this point he would have already hit the level 9, but just because he doesn't have that Verdant Anger and access to those increased stats as the Venusaur, he ends up, having to play a bit more conservative. Now he's fully evolved, now he can look the party, right? But Rise, they understand this, they back off, they know they push their advantage in this bot path, so they're just playing it a little chill for now.
Yeah, the early game looked really weak for Star9, unable to just get a little bit of more EXP coming in, unable to get KOs, and ultimately losing that first Dreadnought. But S9 is not allowing it to rest right here. Itao is on death, unable to get him. But however, Kensai slashes in and manages to just whiff out of there. Star9 is just trying to push and just try to find picks, baiting that Hyper Beam off Rise.
Yeah, I think interesting thing to point out here, okay, as we have the fight, the Sucker Punch forward gets the stun up onto this Yihao Venusaur, but the Verdant Anger to answer and the binds are coming out. Can the last touch grab him? Yes, they can, and there's the backup, but now the side of Rise, they've streamed in. That Dragonite is gonna fall though, so Zell can't actually get the touch, and Yihao is gonna get away with Daylight Robbery. They managed to pick off his friends, but they can't get the catch onto this Venusaur, and he's even looking back. Oh man, yo, get out of there, my friend. That's not a fight you want to be part of as he gets out of that situation.
How did he survive that, right? He literally dashed right in, and then there's a negative zone that decreases speed as well, and that is not the right place for him to be, but he manages to just pull that out live, done another 40, and then E out. And right here, Yihao is still on that offense, against Zell, but I don't think he's gonna be looking great against Zell.
Yeah, one of these Pokemon can definitely sustain better against the others, but the Giga Drain really works when you're against multiple parties. Now here comes the Phantom Forest, but it manages to secure them the Dreadnought. So Rise, they're succeeding in this bot path here in this fight. This could be the one for them, especially since Yihao is not in the action. Zoe as well, gonna be picked off. So Star9, they're streaming forward. They're not gonna allow Rise to take any more than necessary as they answer right back. Yihao cleans up the rear, Zell to fall as well, getting some nice revenge. And remains to be seen whether Star9 want to push this, but I think they're gonna think better of it.
Yeah, I mean, this fight coming in from Star9, even though they lost their Dreadnought, they managed to recover a little bit of EXP off that few picks in the bottom side. But however, unable to get that full team wipe that they expect to get. But however, right here on the top side, Rise is still on a push. It's down to Star9. How are they going to defend this? Because right now, Rise have the level advantage.
Look at that Hoopa in the bot path. Both of them positioning because they know they just need to wait for the Dreadnought to come up. Meanwhile, the rest of the team delay Rotom and they're going to be able to pick that up on Rise. So that's the Trevenant coming to play, the Horn Leash pushing them away. But in comes Ice with the Rapid Spin as well as Water Sprout. Not going to do enough though as the Hyper Beam comes out and they're just trying to defend here.
Yep, those Hurricane is just so annoying to deal with. Draco Impact coming in from Death as well. It seems like Star9 is trying to push them back, but Death is all alone on the top side as here comes the Absol as they're trying to get their Rotom off their face as they're saying, no Rotom for you, mister, and you have to dunk it the traditional way.
Yeah, they're not going to allow that goal to go defenseless, right? And even though, you know, you might be saying, oh, it's just a tier 1, every single bit of map control in these games, when it's so high level, matters. You see each of these teams, they're playing on a knife's edge right now. How often do you see this? Most of the time when you see players just kind of running around like that, you just report them for malicious, malicious gameplay. But, you know, like when someone's playing like this, but this is the highest level of Unite. I'm not suggesting that you should do that, but these players, they know exactly what they're waiting for. We saw that Hoopa just now also positioned in the bot path, and each of these players distributed to exactly where they need to be. But this time, the Hoopa on Star9 is not actually in position. They're going to make the executive decision to push the top path instead and give over this Dreadnought over to the side of Rise.
Yeah, I mean, points wins games, right? At this point, Rise is actually on the deficit with 52 for going up against 196, and all down to that Zapdos fight. Even though they got that shield, but it's all down to this. We got that Yihao, right? How are you gonna deal with our level 13 Venusaur that's gonna be charging at you like a beast?
Yeah, I mean, we already saw it. The answer is there with the burst damage coming out from the Absol and the Dragonite after he gets Phantom Forest marked. Now, they know this as well, Star9. So Solo baiting a little bit, throwing out that Water Spout just to zone them out as we get to the final stretch here. This final stretch is going to decide which team moves forward. Everyone has expectations for both of these teams. They're the pride of both of their countries, but this is going to decide everything as running in. Here comes the Rings Unbound. First one in. Is this Blastoise, but he's in trouble? No! He doesn't get the Hydro Typhoon! And it's a disaster for Star9. Rise, they need to try and take this fight. Star9 in salvaging mode right now, but they're starting to answer back. 2 down. Eri and Yihao, can they do it against the side beam? The Absol firing up the rear, but there's answers back. Star9, the Yihao, he's still standing strong. He's still trying to get this Zapdos, but it's gonna be the Dragonite who secures it. Takes out the Venusaur as well. And Star9, we waited the whole day for them, but there's a reason you don't see stars in Singapore. Rise are just gonna knock them out of the sky and plant them in the ground here. The points being dumped in as well as the Blastoise. We talk so much about Ice. We talk so much about this Blastoise, but the Blastoise curse is real. You just can't get a Hydro Typhoon off.
Oh my goodness, no Typhoon coming in from that Blastoise for sure, but right here he's just trying to contest Zeph. I don't think this is a good fight. Hydro Typhoon gets him off the feet, but I don't think he's gonna take this one. Water Sprout missing, but oh my god, that auto attack managed to get that Dragonite offline. But right here, Star9 is still on the offense. They're just trying to push. As long as there's time, I'm gonna take every single second and I am gonna try. This is what they're trying to do right now, but they are trying their best to dunk, but unable to get that Trevenant in their way.
Zell almost managed, Ice almost managed to get that dunk off, but the Zell Phantom Forest actually is managing to cut through the shields. That's the nerf coming into play, and as the time ticks down, they're running out of players, they're running out of options, they're still trying, but it's to no avail. Star9, they're just gonna fall here. What an unceremonious way to end it, but really nice play coming out from Rise. They definitely deserve this, and they're gonna be clapping their hands together because that means Indonesia is through to day number 2, baby.
Oh my goodness. They are clapping. I'm clapping as well.
We're all clapping.
Yo, this is one of the tightest games that I have seen. This is so close that this was neck to neck. Rise manages to take that last fight at the Zapdos pit and just crush Star9 from then on. 418 to 196, that's not exactly too far off because that fight in the final moment, that was a neck to neck, ladies and gentlemen. And oh my goodness, there's nothing that Star9 could do, because right here, Rise was just so strong with this new team composition that they have.
Who would have known that the next stage of Rise would be Bongo C forced onto this Kremlin? Imagine your Rise, you come into this game, you're facing up against Star9, the best of what Singapore, or some of the best of what Singapore has to offer. You're looking at them, you're saying, you know what? We're just gonna do the same thing we've done this entire time. It's brought us this far, let's get to it. They pick the support, they pick the protect the president comp, and they get crushed by their own strategy. The resilience, the resilience to adapt on the fly, the resilience to pull out this. Frankly, we were scratching our heads. What do you mean, Trevenant Kremlin? What are we looking at? It ends up all coming to fruition, and Rise, they knock Star9 out of this Aeos Cup. What a play!
Yeah, but I think this is kind of like a secret strategy coming in from Rise, right? Like this, they have been hiding this composition the whole competition, but I think they have to pull this out of the bag as soon as they know they have lost game number 1 to Star9. We need this. We need to reveal this strategy so that we can take on the win, and we will be moving home to day 2 of this whole tournament. Take a look at this one. They're just deleting Star9 one after another with this burst damage from Rise.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, Mooney, I'm still kind of in shock. I feel like, in all regards, Star9, you know, look at that Hydro Typhoon. This man, he's not averse to landing these, but he just couldn't find the opening in the last moments. He kind of got caught out by himself, and just like that, Yihao and the rest, they tried to put up a valiant fight, but they're just backs against the wall. Look at Rubis as well, caught out in the wrong side of the legendary pit, and just like that, Aerie as well, just trying to keep a distance, but can't actually do enough to stop Dev. Look at Dev as well on this Dragonite, just finishes it off. That is the Hyper Beam diff right there, and we were questioning this Dragonite the whole day, and it ends up paying off for Rise over here.
Yeah, so take a look. This is Zoe. I'm not sure if Gardevoir is his actual main, but yo, this team, Rise, really brought themselves to the occasion. This particular strategy is something new and something interesting that this patch got to offer, and I think more teams will be exploring in this one. But however, we haven't really seen a good Blastoise being popped off this whole tournament yet. Is Blastoise really the good pick? That's the question, right, coming into game number 2.
Here's the thing, I think teams may be hanging on to that shred of hope of what Blastoise used to be maybe one patch ago before all these nerfs came out because of the overwhelming teamfight wins that you could get. But we're just kind of seeing it fall flat here. Once again, it's capitalizing on the Hydro Typhoon cooldown. Once again, it's capitalizing on the fact that it takes him so long to get to that stage. And when you put so much emphasis on getting the Blastoise up there, you kind of need to lose out on other sides of the map as well, which is what we saw Rise use to their advantage.
Yep, that is definitely right. But before we sum up this whole thing, let's just invite back Danelli and JJ back in as well. What's up, guys? How are you guys doing? How was the game?
Well, I know for a fact that JJ must be super happy because his prediction ended up being the only one that was correct.
True.
You know, every time I'm being asked a prediction, it's always the right one. This is why I never want to answer any prediction questions.
Sure.
For a fact, you know, we've been working out for quite a while now, Tammy. I've had a 100% win rate right here, so now 100% prediction rate. So I don't want to put out some numbers right there because like everything's gonna be coming true. So
is he gonna have 100%? I think we're gonna have to do some math after the broadcast. I'm genuinely curious. Alright, so that's gonna conclude day 1 of the Eos Cup APAC Finals. We are gonna be playing some more games tomorrow, so make sure you come back tomorrow to catch the remaining matches. And they are going to be the most hype matches, right? Because we are down to our final 4 teams. We have the grand final tomorrow. That's gonna be a best of 5. Oh gosh, I can't.
The best of 5
I can't contain it.
Grand finals.
Grand final day, it's always going to be the best day, but for people that aren't quite 100% sure on the format, so we have just finished day 1. Day 2, we are still looking at best of 3s until the grand final, which is going to be a best of 5, and we only have 4 teams remaining for APAC, the 4 best teams. Now let's just take a look at the current leaderboard, because we do have some placements already, right? We did start with 16 teams at the beginning of the day. We had 8 teams going onto the stream. And as you can see, teams from 5th to 8th, they are locked in. Unfortunately, these teams are eliminated, whereas top 4, this is not confirmed for top 4, all right? For any of our viewers, if you're confused, we are not finished. Top 4 is not confirmed. We've just put in the 4 teams that are still currently in the running for first place. So it's Reach Pokemon, it's Renaissance, we have RJ Gaming and Rise. We will be seeing these guys again tomorrow. But as for Star 9, S Supreme, AFR, and Rohan, they are done. They have locked in their places for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Gentlemen, we've had a fantastic play day. We had OCE, we had APAC all in one day. We're going to do it again tomorrow. Rinse and repeat. Any final words before we sort of knock it out of the park here and give you guys a break, because you guys have been casting all day?
You know, just to end things up, you know, I think we definitely had a champion time for today, and I think we would have more of these champion times tomorrow for our grand finals day, and really can't wait to fast forward the time to tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think today's matches, both Asia Pacific as well as Oceania, they really knocked my expectations out of the park. And, you know, really goes to show, I think all these players, they're really hungry as well. More, not even just for the games that they're playing in this competitive circuit, right? But wanting to show what they can bring to the table on the broadcast, right? This really allows us to display the regions in such a whole different light. And I'm just grateful to be part of it. I'm grateful to be part of day 2 because we know it's going to be a banger.
Yep, definitely right. I mean, we have seen a diverse or a whole new meta today. Players are playing with a whole new patch. So, you know, with this tournament, they're able to explore a little bit more, at the same time educate the viewers what is working and what is not. But right here, especially in the APAC region, I'm really excited to see what's coming up tomorrow. We got 4 teams from 4 different countries, and they're all going to be representing really well to try to get the Eos Cup.
All right, thank you so much to my wonderful, hardworking casters. Rest up. Looking forward to seeing your wonderful faces again bright and early. For our viewers, thank you so much for tuning in to day 1 of the Eos Cup APAC Finals. Make sure you come back tomorrow at the exact same time, because it is Grand Finals Day tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. We do need to find out who's going to be claiming that crown. But as for us, we're signing off here at Pokemon Unite. See you tomorrow.
The sneeze has now popped up, but there goes one of our trigger as well. Phantom Force is going to be used, but there goes RJ Gaming, going to be able to take down everyone. What the side of Renaissance? What is going on?
1-5 then brings up down in the Hyper Typhoon, tossing up all of them Sundays, trying to go on the back line, but Hyper Tech Fury is down and knocks down 2 Pokemon to boom. They're just gonna speed up this fucking Reach Pokemon. Rings are down, Waterman Dragon as well as the fight breaks out, and there's a big resistance, but the Greninja goes down. You can't steal without your Greninja. They're gonna be able to get it though on the back of Giraffe, but they're evaporating. Only 1 member left on RJ Gaming. Trying to stand fighting, he's trying to follow speed up. Can he do it here? He's got the nail low. Then he's so low, the time's ticking out. He's back. He's back to base. I don't think that's enough time. He's managing to cut through the shield, then the nerf comes into play. And as the time ticks shield, then the nerf comes into play. And as the time ticks down, they're running out of players. They're running out of options. They're still trying, but it's the no avail. Star 9. They're just gonna fall into what a